We go late. begun. Nothing's unblemished, the damage done.
A new day means new submissions to the workshop. Let's take a look at some of the maps that piqued my interest. This is one I had to add as it just looks so good. Bounce is a small A map with the theming of a bouncy castle. The aesthetic is not just for the looks, as this bouncy castle has some gameplay effects. Jumping on these trampolines will allow you to soar into the sky and take you back to your childhood. The creator has really nailed this one, combining stellar visuals with relevant gameplay changes along with it. Top marks all round, and you should certainly subscribe and bounce around on this one. While Surf has some gameplay hitches that still need to be resolved, people are starting to remake classic maps from Source and CSGO, giving them a facelift with the new tools mappers have access to. Surf Nyx is probably the best looking I've seen so far. Originally a Source map, Zen and N have done a lovely job porting this map to CS2, as it offers surfing in a futuristic crystal mine. The lighting and feel are dreamy. It even has a nice audioscape to it as well, with some droning tones and crystally noises. I still haven't seen an all-out original Surf map yet, but I can only imagine how good it will look. Let's hope we get some adjustments to stamp out those ramp bugs so we can all enjoy Surf to its fullest in CS2. Now this one is more for me, as these minimaps have provided me with many hours of fun in CSGO. Bot Mishi has ported over one of his minimaps, and that one is Mini Mirage. If you are looking to play a fun 1-on-1 or 2-on-2, these minimaps are peak fun.
You could literally be anywhere right now.
Oh my
shit, Aaron
God.
plant bar.
Familiar maps with a twist. I can't guarantee your instant mid-spawn smokes will work on this one, so throw all the utility you know out the window. While Mirage is great, I'd love to see some other maps created in this style. Ancient and Anubis would be a treat, and who knows, maybe one day we can get them, if we ask nicely.
What? Were you on the left or you on the right, Sean?
Sticking with Mirage, let's head over to a practice map to help you get your util up. We have seen quite a few aim-related maps recently, so it's nice to see some other variations of practice maps. If you want to become a future pro and you play Mirage on the daily, then this is a map that's worth a sub. This training map has extensive nades for all areas of the map, from A site to B site to mid nades, retake nades, and even all instant window smokes. It makes sense why Mirage is first. While hated by some, it's beloved by most. While I might not be a part of the latter group, I can still appreciate a well put together map. There are smokes in here that even I didn't know existed. A new day means new submissions to the workshop. I found some that could be a good time if you load them up with friends. I mean, what is there to say? It's Dust 2, well, rotated. Personally, I like not feeling ill, but the first time you load this up, you're gonna feel sick. The map gives you super jumps, so getting around this atrocity is actually possible, if not a bit annoying. The mapper has placed strategic boxes all about the place, allowing you to reach pretty much any area of the map. Why you would want to play this, I don't know. However, I do think it's cool that someone went through the effort and brought their idea into reality.
Oh my...
Get some friends on there and just have a mess about. It's pretty fun still.
Rush, you always just can't be in a fucking spot right
I'm a CC, what do you mean?
If you want that feel of an old school fun minigame map, Miniskeet Games can provide a few hours of good fun with friends. The map is like many minigame maps where you all spawn and have to race to the center. If you are one of the lucky ones, then you get to decide what minigames you play. This map has a focus on the skeet-styled games, meaning maps where you are launched through the air. I only did this with 4 people and it was still enjoyable.
Wait, how are you going so quick, Rush?
Jumping.
So for you lot, I know you have more friends than I do, as maxing out a server on this will provide some goofs and gaffs. The look of the map is very old school, as it is a port from the medieval times. It seems we are still a bit out from map makers deciding to create something completely unique and original when it comes to minigame maps.
Fuck you guys.
I'm sure a lot of you out there have played the smash hit Fall Guys. Well, a couple of you at least. This map is a recreation of the hexagon level. Unlike the original, this is only one layer, so if you mess up once, you're out. The map will also feed some utility into the center of the arena, so keep an eye out for that as the flashes are pretty handy.
Oh, Rush is scumbagging with util as well. Didn't know he had
The
it.
Fall Guys official description of the map sums it up perfectly. Floor pieces fall away while you stand on them. Keep moving and survive the longest to win the crown.
Easy peasy.
Cube is a death run style game mode that deserves to be played with around 32 to 64 players. It's a long, sprawling assault course mixed with many movement elements. If you are on a server and have around 40 or so friends, I can give this one a recommend. It can be very frustrating, and there are even some parts I still don't know how to do. Like, how am I supposed to get out of this maze? And what on earth am I supposed to be doing here? You will die many times, trust me on that. And even when you have reached the end, there's some more. I definitely didn't cheat to get to the end of this, but after like 20 or so runs with a full server, I'm sure someone out there will get the hang of it. Hey Future Pros! Running into B-site on Anubis without util can feel a little rough. So here's a couple of smokes you can throw from the same position to help with that. To throw the standard left side smoke, get in line with this brick. Aim in the middle of this brick and hold mouse 1 and mouse 2, then jump through the smoke. This will cover off the left side of sight. If you prefer a temple smoke instead, using the same starting position, aim at the top of the wall in line with this brick. Then simply throw the smoke. This will block off that pesky temple angle. If you throw either of these smokes, you might as well get some flashes off to help your teammates enter into the site too. To throw these flashes, aim at the top corner of this brick and jump throw. I hope this helps with your B takes, as you will need all the help you can get. Hey Future Pros! Dark can be a very powerful position for the CTs, so let's look at a smoke you can throw to block it off in the early round. To throw this, get into the corner of this doorway. Aim in the middle of this piece of wood, then simply jump through the smoke. An easy piece of util that will deny CTs of any info into canals. Use this as a blocker, or scale behind it to take dark later in the round. Such a valuable piece of real estate should be fought for.
Running through the flames now is Twist. They are falling like flies, FaZe Clan, on this bomb site.
Fucking baited again.
Bro, don't we have a game?
Yeah, but finish saving, so.
Let's go, guys.
Shit, fam.
Let's
I thought you were gonna save.
Yo,
Good job.
Brookie, wake up now.
Hey, chill. One eco and we win, okay?
What do you mean, Nico? I just run around.
How?
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, and White Market.
making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of match, it's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win out.
And it's all done. Astralis win. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Doggy! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Katowice has a long history with Counter-Strike. Legends have filled the Spodek Arena, and one of those legends has been hanging in the Hall of Heroes all week long. His name is simple, the greatest player of all time who lifted the trophy in 2020 in one of the most trying times in our history. There was no arena full of people. There was only the media, the staff, people like us. Sit down and watch what was going on as he lifted that trophy and achieved glory. And that's what some of these teams and players are trying to do today. Some players have already found their way into the Spodek and they're now vying for a semi-final spot. That's ENCE going up against Mouse and Spirits taking on FaZe. But today we get to decide who else will be joining them in the Spodek.
Simple, of course, with a huge legacy here in Katowice and beyond, and it really proves that winning Katowice and the event in itself can be a jump-off point to a big legacy.
Yeah, it reminds me of the Snacks Bialy era, the Virtus Pro. They were really an unknown team. IEM, people were like, oh, can they? Maybe, but they weren't taking down the giants, the NIPs, I guess the FaZe clans of their time, their era, and then they came into the event, they steamrolled through, they were loud in their way, and then they became the Virtus Plow. That was their legacy. They continued that on for a while.
Yeah, it reminds me a little bit of Team Spirit that we see now. You say loud, I mean Donk for sure is loud, and Donk is that young gun that could start to build his legacy here, also led by Chopper, who has accolades, but not really, I think, that really big land prize that he wants here in Katowice. So the similarities are there.
The similarities are there, and it's going to be a big test for them to be able to push through here, but I'm thinking there might be a Virtus Plow-esque name attributed to Spirit. Maybe more than just, they've got the Spirit.
But that works, no? Doesn't it? That works.
It could work.
It could work. Maybe people in chat can let us know. Team Spirit, Virtus Plow. Let us know.
How magical is the story of one of our heroes behind us, Pimp, Glaive? Obviously just did incredible things with Astralis, and then got a little bit screwed around, ended up in ENCE, lost pretty much the entire team, and now he's not only probably one of the greatest Danish players of all time, he now gets to be a Polish player as well.
Yeah, I guess Lucas is now Polish, no doubt about that. Glaive has had a fantastic resurgence, obviously a fantastic career as well. We saw him with Astralis win magical moments inside the Spodek Arena, win pretty much wherever he would go in his career with Astralis. He's been a great stable of the in-game leaders in the world of Counter-Strike, has had a couple of rough years where he couldn't really get it going. However, I will say, from having played with Glaive for more than 3 years, he's taught me the most about Counter-Strike than anyone has ever had, and he is without a doubt my GOAT.
Do you think that he was responsible for taking what was a broken ENCE lineup, if you like, and creating what we've seen here during IEM?
I think it's always rough to pinpoint how much of an effect the in-game leader's having, or the coach for that matter as well, but what he has done is nothing but stellar with ENCE, and I think that goes to the rest of the players as well. They bought into his system, they bought into Glaive as an in-game leader, he's been adopted into that Polish family, he's heading into the Spodek as well, will receive an awful lot of support as well. So yeah, I think what Glaive has done and what ENCE has done as a team has been nothing but stellar.
Do you think they can lift the trophy though? That's what I'm most curious about, because I want to believe, I think it would be incredible for the Polish fans.
I want to say no, but when you're taking down the teams that ENCE have taken down in the tournament, it would be ridiculous to say they don't stand a chance. ENCE are not supposed to win this tournament, they're not even supposed to go into the Spodek, so whatever happens from now on is just a massive positive for ENCE and for Glaive, but I don't think they're going to win the trophy, but I would love to see it.
The resurgence of Glaive, that is my favorite story of the year so far.
And how could we not open up our top stories of the day without touching upon what ENCE achieved yesterday? We already heard, Jacob's opinions about Glaive obviously coming into this new project, Cuban standing behind them as well, and this Polish core. The first time in 8 years we get to see a majority Polish team heading to the Spodek.
Yeah, what a historical feat as well, and the fact that you add Diha from the previous ENCE lineup with that 9 core, and I think we could all see and appreciate the emotions of Diha yesterday. This was truly beautiful, genuine, authentic, what these players are putting on the line in the server, and for him to be able to be reached as a hero here, Katowice, absolutely beautiful.
We've also got to talk about the lone pole on the side of course, Maus. Shuei managing to making it through to the Spodek. Obviously, we had some questions about exactly what hole Frozen would leave. Turns out, not that big of a one. They make it guaranteed at least to that top 6.
Absolutely, and even though being a little tested against Gamer Legion, right, it's an overtime in first map, but they remain calm and composed, and I think it's another accolade that we can give to Shuei. I think he's been under a lot of scrutiny, putting on the Maus jersey, and he is facing these challenges headward.
Matthew, a challenge for you. Unfortunately, we do have to talk about our departed teams, Cloud9 and, of course, Vitality. This was painful, to say the least, the fashion in which Vitality just simply collapsed versus Heroic.
You're absolutely correct, and I think Steel had a very good tweet about it, is that you cannot hide behind your name, right? It is going to be the Counter-Strike who speaks first and foremost, and Vitality missed the mark. I think on a mental standpoint, it was a pure catastrophe, a meltdown from them. I pain and struggle to find positives, so I won't just make up ones. I don't think there aren't any. And on the side of Cloud9, a very loaded matchup versus Monty. We know what's happening as well, just beyond just a game over here. And now that the major is so close, there ain't going to be any changes. They have what they have, and they'll try to make the best of it.
But alas, we do have to move forward. The final day of groups here at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. So let's check in with our casters on both the A and B streams.
When I'm asked the question, Jason, what gets me up in the morning after that one extra matchmaking game just before bed?
Sure.
It's the last day of groups at Katowice.
Yeah, and I mean, this is where the stakes have just risen so high, obviously, because such a legendary event, everyone wants to be competing for that trophy, and this is where people get sent home, this is where people move on. It's tears, it's joy. Like, these emotions, these swings are going to be so crazy. I'm excited for this Gamer Legion Heroic matchup as well, because Heroic's been playing so good, and what feels different about this Katowice is these underdog victories seem to be legit. These teams are playing strong, playing well, individuals are on point, and it looks great.
Well, looking forward to seeing it here on the B stream. Heroic versus Gamer Legion up first.
Thank you so much, Dingo and Moses. You'll hear their voices in a little bit. But first, we're going to do a quick introduction as to what is going on here in the B stream in our final day of group stages at Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. My name is Sam, also known as Tickle. I'm going to be your host for the next 2 games. And they gave me the Danish duo of Bubsky and Pimp. We're going to be mixing it up and bringing you all the action. Yesterday was quite a fun day. Monty, I thought, took down Cloud9 in really impressive style. If we were going to start it out, knocking some legends out of the competition, Pimp.
Yeah, another disappointing tournament coming in for Cloud9. I'm not going to lie. Take nothing away from Monty. Played a good game of Counter-Strike, won the game fair and square, but for Cloud9, a team that, 6 months ago were built to win trophies. 6 months ago were touted as one of the highest skilled individual rosters out there, with the guys like Electronic, Perfecto coming into it. Shiro was still there. Exile was a good player. Bubsky, what on earth happened to Cloud9?
Yeah, I mean, I think Shiro's sitting down at the hotel and be like, I made the right choice.
Yeah.
I left that sinking ship, which was Cloud9 at that point, and for now they are not good enough, and that's the reality that they're in. I think it's very hard for the likes of Perfecto and Electronic, who are so used to playing on the big stages, who are now all of a sudden in this, I wouldn't call it catastrophe, but it's close, right?
Titanic, man.
The Titanic, and it did sink yesterday. Another thing that sunk was North America's dreams and hopes with Complexity going out, Bubsky.
Yeah, the hype train is over for Complexity. The reality of them being a top 5 team, for me, is personally fully over. At one point, we could argue, okay, they're the best hope in North America. Right now, it's actually looking quite rough when we're talking about North America as general. Liquid hasn't been looking good. Complexity on a downfall a little bit. I'm looking at this roster. What will it be after the major? I think there's a lot of questions to be had.
Yeah, I think so too. It feels like we're back to square one for NA Counter-Strike. There was a small period of time where Liquid obviously were doing all right. Complexity were on a resurgence as well. But I agree with Bubsky. The way they've been playing so far has been terrible.
Terrible. There we go. I mean, there is no other way to describe it. Of course, there was one final game yesterday that we need to speak about before we get in today, and that was Eternal Fire going down to Falcons, and I got that wrong. Eternal Fire did not go down to Falcons. Na'Vi. It was a bit of a long night watching all the Counter-Strike, but they went down, and I was happy to see Na'Vi progress, but a little bit sad about the fact that we said goodbye to Eternal Fire. I thought they did some really good Counter-Strike during this tournament.
I don't know what you feel like, Bobski, but I think they played exceptionally well. I think there was a couple of players who really stood out. Wycadia obviously being one of them, Santeros coming back into it, Voxic. I think they looked very strong in the beginning of the tournament. So for them to go out without really getting to finish it, and for them to go out with a bit of a bittersweet feeling after losing to Na'Vi yesterday, I almost feel a bit sad for the Turkish squad, because I think they played better than the result is actually showing on the list.
Yeah, I mean, they were extremely close to just making it directly into this Bodø arena after playing 3 maps against FaZe. They could easily have won that 2-0 if they just had the small moments going their way. But I think in all end, I think they will be happy once they leave here and be like, we did an impression for you, and for me personally, I didn't have them going this far, and for now it's looking like a solid project.
You know how hard it is to impress me, huh?
So, how hard it is to impress you?
Yeah.
Have you ever been impressed?
By EF at this tournament? Close.
Close. There we go. Close enough to impressing Pimp, that's one hell of a thing. It has been a hell of a week, if you like, here at Intel Extreme Masters. Final day of group stages, and if we look back, I love the fact that this is where CS2 has started for 2024, moving into the first ever Counter-Strike 2 major, and we thought it would be fun before we get into the games to kind of recap some of our favorite moments. And I'm going to start because I love a little bit of spice. I love a little bit of drama.
Okay.
And of course, there was a lot of drama towards the end of last year in the Danish scene. We all remember some certain players doing the little stabby, breaking up Heroic. So for me, my favorite moment so far was the moment that Heroic took down Astralis. It just felt justified, especially considering Heroic didn't have a good start at Blast. They looked really bad, and then they came in here and they showed Astralis the middle finger. I loved it, Pim.
How did that make you feel, huh?
I felt it was fair. I think all things considered, I think Astralis take that loss, and then they're probably going to do it back to them at the major. I think we have a storyline to build. I was a little bit scared as a Dane personally that it would like vanish, that rivalry between the two, but for now it's built up again.
I can't help to feel sorry for Astralis as well. I know they've been boot camping for a long time in Copenhagen, leading into the Blast group stage and coming in here as well, and for some reason they just couldn't get it going at all. I'm not necessarily worried on the future for Astralis. I think there's too much talent within that squad for them not to do well, but it was a fun moment to see, no doubt, and yeah, a bit of a spicy one to start out with.
I don't believe in karma, but that almost convinced me that karma is real. Anyway, moving on. Babski, what was your favorite moment? I presume it doesn't involve Astralis losing.
No, obviously they weren't here, so I gotta have to go for the other Danish team, and I think there was the game yesterday between Vitality and Heroic. I think it gave a lot to the roster. I don't think they expected themselves to go in that lower bracket with the likes of Vitality and still potentially make it out. I think that was for me. Also the way they did it. On that Vertigo, like they were behind, I thought like, oh, Scheiße. Vertigo is just going to go to the likes of Vitality, and then it's going to be the story. They're going to own the lower bracket, but all of a sudden we have all the underdogs performing.
Yeah, disappointing for Vitality. We're talking about the best team in the world. They came into this tournament being the one heavy favorite to go all the way into Spodek, go all the way to the final, and potentially lift the trophy. We've been talking about Saivu and his curse here in Katowice. For some reason, that continues to live on, yo. So I'm a little bit sad on behalf of Vitality, a little bit disappointed as well. And I think the reaction of the players yesterday was very telling as well. They were just, in disbelief. They played some horrific Counter-Strike compared to what they normally do.
This is what I wanted to say this though, because I think it was Steel that actually tweeted about this yesterday, saying like, this isn't a tournament of upsets. This is just a tournament of some teams not bringing the best possible Counter-Strike and being, I think that they've been outplayed.
I just don't buy it. If we're going to look out throughout the whole year, I still think we're going to have the likes of Vitality, Virtus.pro, some of these names who are going to be in the favorites for the longer run. Obviously, right now, the moment is different. I agree on that. But when we're going into that Cologne next year or coming into the tournaments coming up, I think it will be different.
I was about to say, none of them are here. Yeah. None of them are here. They've all gone home. So it's going to be fun. We're shaking things up right at the start. This is what makes competition fun. And not only do the shake-ups make it fun, but there's also these big emotional moments. And we've had some of them here at IEM, Pimp.
By far my favorite moment, to see Ens play a good Counter-Strike first and foremost, to see them be a team on home turf fighting their asses off in order to qualify, and then see the reaction of Duha when he qualified. The pure emotions coming out of his body, him crying, him almost not able to obtain the moment, and be in his own body. That's what we all fight for. That's what we all play for. It gave me goosebumps in the sense that you and I, Boopski, we've been there as well. We've been sitting in our practice rooms, we've been grinding out, we've been listening to our stupid teammates hour in, hour out. But a moment like that, that's what makes it all worth it. When you book a spot into that arena, when you're Polish, when you're Dyha, it's fantastic, isn't it?
I mean, the crazy part is even when I was on the first day here, I met with Glaive and we just had a like casual walk talking about he was a little bit not too sure where this project was going. He didn't have the confidence that he was going to make it in this Bodeg Arena. He was taking one game at a time, and all of a sudden he's literally dominating all teams, going into this Bodeg Arena, like winning 2-0 in a deciding game before the tournament. Saying that to Glaive, he wouldn't have believed it.
How magical is it that two of the teams that really kind of got screwed by the roster changes, I would say, towards the end of last year, have risen victorious during the group stages? There is something magical about it. I mean, we get to see one of them play for a spot in the Spodek a little bit later, or a chance to continue for a spot in the Spodek. But there is something magical about, for example, Ents. Like, a lot of people were very critical of that whole situation, leaving Glaive there with the Polish players, lots of laughter and banter. Well, look at him now. I love that. I think that it's sort of special.
It is special, and it's very fun to observe how well they've been doing. I think Bubski has a point, though. You know, while we're in this moment, while we're excited at IEM Katowice, then of course we're going to focus on that. But there's also a future afterwards. There's also the RMR coming up as well, and that's why I want the confirmation that what we're seeing at this tournament is not a one-off sort of. I think what they're doing right now, Ents is playing good Counter-Strike, heroic for that matter as well. But again, one tournament doesn't define a squad, but a couple of tournaments in a row will define whether or not that's something we can expect for the future as well.
Yeah, and it's also, we've never seen a project with the likes of one nationality against 5 from the same. We've never really seen it work long-term before, so I would really love to see this being the case study. Like, is it possible to have such a strong core of people on the one side and then have Glaive and get him into the including core of it?
Don't worry, he'll be bought out by a better team at some point if he continues.
Damn.
These two, they just rain on my parade. I was having so much fun, but the logic came in and the facts. So there they are. That's great. I'm so excited that this is how the day has started. Just kidding. I am actually excited because we've got Game and Legion up against Heroic very soon. They are fighting to stay in the competition. We're going to take a quick break so that you can get some refreshments, and then you need to get ready because we're going into game. Welcome to the first game here on the B stream for Intel Extreme Masters Katowice, final day of group stages. It is Heroic up against Gamer Legion, and these two teams are competing to stay in the competition. This is a tough one because if they win, they will have to come back later tonight to play again and hopefully secure themselves a spot in the Spodek. It's going to be a long day for the players that you see on your screen. It's going to be a rough one as well because this matchup is two teams who have come into the competition on form. Pimp, they look impressive, both of them. They've played a good level of Counter-Strike and they've beaten out some heavy opposition.
I think it's safe to say that both these teams have exceeded our expectations coming into the group stage. I think Gamer Legion once more have done it, once more have looked into a big tournament, come in, play good Counter-Strike, whereas for Heroic, we had no expectations coming into the tournament.
You have to stop it. You need to get off Maui's box, Pimp. That's Maui's box.
I can't be taller.
No. You need to get down. We keep that just for Maui in the studio.
Anyway, I think they've exceeded our expectations. Playing good Counter-Strike, Heroic, not gonna lie, I didn't expect anything of them coming into the tournament. You had an inkling feeling at Copenhagen. You told me that they were going to be great, so Bubski, why don't you tell us why that is?
I think they have a stronger trio that you might expect. I think the likes of Shoes, Nerds, and Kixen, I think that's world class on the paper. Kixen, kind of a Sui type of IGL, like coming new, kind of strong on the aim duels, and then also have that identity with him. Nerds, Rookie of the Year as well. Shoes, potentially one of the best anchor players in his prime. I think there's just a lot of quality in there that can bring a team like Heroic. I'm not saying they're going to be a top 1 team, but they're surely going to be able to make a game out of Gamer Legion.
I really liked this lineup when it was announced, and I realized that for some people they felt like it was Heroic desperately clutching at pieces. I thought it looked really strong. I had a lot of like hopes and dreams. Then they came in, and I know that I was extremely critical of them when I first saw them play. I used some very harsh words, but it was because I expected what we were seeing here. Bubski at the time told me that it takes a little bit of time. Obviously, that was how much time they needed. But I do think this roster has the potential to go the distance.
It does has the potential to go the distance. There's no doubt about it. I think you're right when you're saying that there's a few individuals in certain positions that are world class. We praise Shus for being one of the best in his position when he was in the old iteration of Heroic. Kixen as well. He took Apex into a major semi-final as well as an in-game leader. He's now doing a great work with Heroic. And then you have Tessus as well. You didn't even mention his name, right? Tessus, Nico does for that matter as well, who's playing his best Counter-Strike. There's a lot of interesting characters within this lineup.
Mentioning Tessus, we actually got a chance to hear from him. He's with Banks.
They will have a very long day ahead of them, but the results in only wins. And I want to start by asking, this game versus Vitality, mate, taking down the #1 team in the world. How on earth did you manage to fight through that from a Heroic we saw maybe back in spring groups, was not looking like this?
Yeah, well, we have been progressing a lot and been doing a lot of improvements. Like, we haven't been home for almost a month now. Okay. So it has been full grind, and we have been having so many talks after every day. And I think yesterday showed even more what kind of a team we are, and everyone just stepped up individually, and like it was a very fun game, and the hype like between the teams with yelling and everything was like, that's something I love when it's like that.
And it's something you're used to as well, right? You had KDM before. Does Nerds now take his place in this loudness?
Yeah, it seems like it. But I think actually we have 3 yelling a lot right now, almost 4, like yelling a lot right now, and it's just bringing very good energy to the team.
And this was interesting. You just said like you've been on boot camp this time, you've not been home. But even between groups and now, how many practice days have you had? How have you guys tried to do it? Because it seems to be quite full on for you.
Yeah, well, it is hard to find the practice days because it's a mix of you have been out for so long, so you also want some free time to actually recharge your batteries, but you also really need to practice because there's so many things you need to fix, and like we have to-do lists where it's just like full of things we want to be better at, and like we just don't have time to improve on those things right now. But after this tournament, we do have time. So for the next tournaments, it'll be better, I hope.
And talking about being better though, today you've got quite a hard fight in these 2 games. What is the mentality like for you guys? Now you've beaten Vitality, is there extra confidence? Should Gamer Legion be easy for you, or how do you take it?
I think first of all, like now we have tried I have at least tried these game days where it's like it's possible to play 2. You cannot start thinking about the second match already. There's no second match without the first one, and I think that's something we're really good at in the old Heroic, just taking game by day, like one game at a time, and just focusing on the opponent you have ahead of you. Gamer Legion, they won against Cloud9. I don't remember. I don't even remember now. Yeah, but it's like they have fine results, and they also did some surprising results at Blast Spring Group. So, like, We cannot underestimate anyone.
Wise words, and he's got a good mindset going into these games. Could be a long day, but let's hope it's a positive day for Heroic.
We've spoken a lot about this new look Heroic roster. Nerds, obviously Rookie of the Year. So let's talk about the other two additions that they've brought into the mix.
Nikodas, for me, is a player that's very interesting right now within Heroic. I think he's played a great tournament. He's stepped up his level a little bit. For the longest period, he was considered to be, at least in my book, an average AWP player. He was in Fnatic, he was doing all right. In Copenhagen Flames, he wasn't the big star, even though he was doing great at certain times. He's always been a little bit inconsistent. You see his team history right here. It's not necessarily the biggest names, but I would argue, Bubsky, that right now he's playing the best brand of Counter-Strike Nikodas has ever played. He's playing, with assertiveness on the server. He's clutching, and he's doing it against the best teams in the world.
I mean, that's the thing when you're an AWPer, right? You get a chance at Tier 1 with consider Fnatic Tier 1 or not, but he got that team. It was bang average, as you said, and they didn't deliver on anything. He got really to show his game. He took a step down, but on Precia, on the other hand, we really saw him come alive, what he can do to a team. We spoke about the likes of Wonderful and all these players because they had so great statistics in this type of scene. He had the same in his peak on this Precia roster. So I think there's a lot to give from him, and I think he's motivated to do, and I think he learned a lot from the first experience in Fnatic.
When we look at the other side, though, from an IGLing point of view with Kixan, this was towards the end of last year. I actually got to see him at Challenger playing with Apex for the last time, and some of the analysts there were like, oh, I don't know why Heroic's taking him. He's not very experienced. It's not going to work.
Okay.
I think he's damn good at what he does, and he took a little bit of time to get into it, but it seems to be working out, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I think there's two things to it when it comes to Kixan. What he did with Apex, in particular at the Major in Paris, was obviously fantastic. How much was that him calling? How much was it the team, the structure, etc., etc.? Very hard from the outside to know. However, I will say in the landscape of in-game leaders right now, Bubsky, there's not a lot of talent out there. There's not too many great in-game leaders. So if you're Heroic, you need to take a chance on a guy like Kixan. I think it was a wonderful move that they took him in. I think it was a wonderful move they bought him out of Apex, brought him into Heroic. Because honestly, what else could you have done in this situation? It's not like the in-game leaders are hanging on a tree right now and you can just pick apart whatever you want. There are very few limited quality in-game leaders out there. I think Kixan right now have proven to us he's one of them.
Yeah, I think all teams are really looking for the perfect in-game leader. I think G2 and Vitality and all have been looking. Apex has been built into one, right? But I think it's hard to go out right now and get that one single person. We could have talked a little bit about Glaive. He was certainly also a candidate they've been looking at. But I think Kixan was a nice one to go for, like a fresh mind coming into the team, really hungry also to get those titles, because Heroic, they did play well for many years, but they didn't win too much actually.
It's going to be interesting to see how he goes up against Snacks, which is something I want to poise to you in a little bit. But before we do that, we actually have had a chance to catch up on the side of Gamer Legion with one of the players. Banks is with them, finding out how they're feeling coming into this.
Looking a lot better than what they did towards the end of it. But now the real troublesome day, the real tough day will come your way. But Kios, I want to look at your individual level right now. I'm not looking at you to be the star or be the one that's changing the game every single time. But right now we seem to see you struggling a bit more. Do you know why? Do you know what's changed for you?
I mean, I still need to focus more on myself and my individual level, because I'm sometimes getting too much into my own head and I just need to focus on myself more.
So it could be more down to yourself. Is this something the team can do? Is it something that you've spoke about as a team to help you get back to it? Because there are times I remember I'm like, okay, Kios is locking it down. He's holding it down. We do see you playing well sometimes.
Yeah, this is when I'm just playing with my confidence, and then I feel like I'm like unstoppable. I can do anything.
Yeah, exactly. That's the Kios we want to see for sure. The one that does think he's unstoppable. I'm going to touch on this Mouse game yesterday. That overpass was such a fight from you guys, like fighting from behind. There was a chance for you to win it. But after that, going into Ancient, did it feel like you guys kind of fell apart? Did you break mentally, or were you just outplayed?
I felt like on our CT side we had a good game plan to get enough rounds to play for the next half. So we got 6 rounds out of the CT side, and then the T side just went to shit, I would say. But mainly I would say I will take it on me, this T side, because we had a game plan and like I confused one round with another and then just fall apart like that, you know.
I respect you for saying it was on you for that. Like, these mistakes don't happen. There's a lot to remember with it. But looking at Heroic in your first game, are you surprised by the level they've shown, the fact they beat Vitality?
Yeah, obviously. I think no one expected them to show so good results so fast, and yeah, respect to them.
What's the biggest strength you've got over them though, right? Because we've seen some good games from you guys as a team. We see the changes are working out. So where do you get this win?
I mean, if we just mostly focus on ourselves, play with confidence, and then we will bring our A game, and I think no teams I mean, we shouldn't be scared of any teams. That's it.
Okay, well, if they're not scared, then they can go and get this win. Let's see if it does happen.
Okay, we were going to talk about matching up the IGLs. We were going to talk about the map veto as well. But the truth is, we listened to the chat, and the chat was saying, stop talking start games. So we're going to do just that. But first, very quickly, final thoughts. How do you think this is going to play out, Babsky?
Heroic, oh sorry, I'm not Babsky, but Heroic have taken down Astralis, and Heroic have taken down Vitality, and in, I would say, 2.5 hours, they have also taken down Gamer Legion.
I also say 2-0 Heroic.
There we go. It's as clear as day. This is where the casters are leading. They believe Heroic is going to take it. We are getting into game. One of these teams will be staying here to play later tonight. The other will be going home. Let's find out who's going to be.
Heroic versus Gamer Legion. It's going to be a long day for one of these teams and heartbreak early for one of them as well. We've got a first map coming up of Overpass. Gamer Legion versus Heroic. What do you side on this one, Jason? We've got the analysts going with Heroic.
Yeah, I think Heroic, after that nice win just the other day, like that over Vitality, that's got to fill you with confidence. I haven't seen Gamer Legion play since the end of the play-ins, where admittedly they looked awesome, but a win over Vitality is something you can't get past. As weird as it sounds, it's almost like Heroic is the favorite, although this series, neither of these teams has really established themselves in what kind of level they can bring in game in, game out.
Well, it would be a crime not to have Snacks in the Spodek with a Polish reunion, so I'm going with Gamer Legion in this one, even if they are the underdog. They start on that CT side, Heroic, and they're going to be standing here inside of the bathrooms with Tessus. Nerds and Nikodos are taking short water control, and Tessus is going to gather information and drop further back into that A-bomb site. Just letting this round settle in nicely for Gamer Legion, not attacking forward.
Good to see there. We got Shev and J-Raz as your eyes for this game. Two of the best in the business. Tessa's had a monster game against Vitality. If he gets this step up, he just saw a shoulder out in the open, though. Caught in transition, going down. Snacks is going to have the opening kill, and that spurs everyone forward.
Yeah, Kios gets caught in the open. Kicksan rips his head right off, and Nima goes again. Damn. Second shot from Kicksan. And we've become very used to seeing him performing very well as the in-game leader. And Nerds, he slipped on by. He devastated Vitality yesterday, looking to do the same again against Gamer Legion. He'll stand and wait for his teammates to get closer in this retake attempt, but that is starting to fall away from them. And now Nerds is distracted by the player actually inside of the bathrooms, and Shush under pressure in the bank. Oh, he takes a deposit. It's two headshots on Fulton A-Core, and suddenly just Isaac, the lone Swede, has to stop this defuse. And oh, it's a stick from Nerds, but he has to come off it. He's going for the fight, and Isaac hears it. He draws on back, and Nerds swings around the corner. Joel Berettas to the headshot. He'll sprint for that defuse and realize there's no time. Nerds has to run away. It's damn close. Nice shots, but in the end, a Gamer Legion pistol.
Yeah, they're fortunate to get away with that. Good shooting from Shush to bring that one back. You got to say, Kickson as well made it possible for Heroic, but Gamer Legion just outlast. That turned into a really weird pistol round. At one point, there was like 3 1v1s in the 3v3. One-on-one at bank, one-on-one at headshot, and obviously Nerds stalling a player out back towards bathrooms. And Gamer Legion just come out on top by time.
Shush gets him right back into that. That looked convincing for Gamer Legion in the post plant, but
yeah,
opened up the question again.
It was so impressive too, because Gamer Legion double swing that. They actually played it right, just missed the shots.
Not so impressive.
Yeah, that part kind of sucked, but the rest of it was cool.
Well, yesterday we got to see Heroic pull off a win that no one expected to come through. Now, we definitely seen Vitality looking weak in this competition, but we thought surely they would withstand Heroic.
Right. Well, you expect that there's going to be like as much struggles as there was early on that you could see visually on the eye test for Vitality. Like you expect the best team in the world to bounce back. You expect them to have a bad day and be able to get it going in the next one. And obviously that didn't happen at this event. So yeah, peace out to Vitality.
And the two players yesterday for Heroic that had some of the most impactful rounds in my mind were Tessus and Nerds. Tessus had a huge map, even in a map loss, and was kind of untouchable. But Nerds, he was the player that decided the swing rounds. The moments that matter most, he was the player involved.
He did such a good job of making his plays when impact was needed the most. It wasn't like he was trying to do too much and round in, round out, trying to make the round-winning play, but like when he saw moments and opportunities, he attacked really convincingly, and you're exactly right. He changed the nature of that game a couple of times. I thought Kickson out-called Vitality, outworked them on the map, and really decimated them tactically, so Kickson called a great game. Tess's, Shush, and Nikodos were just solid and consistent all the way through. Nikodos as well having some impact. This was a Team Heroic that had a really, really good team team-wide effort to take down Vitality. Rubbing some sleepies out of the eyes, it looks like.
Yeah, you know, it's pretty early in gamer world. It's 1:34 p.m.
Which is like 8 a.m. for you know, the average person.
Yeah, I was talking to Neo back at the hotel a couple of nights ago, and he said, oh, our game's been shifted to the very last game. And I'm like, that's great news for Brokey, you know? Like, he's gonna be fragging out. He seems to come alive in the late night games.
Surely he'll be woken up by then.
Yeah, exactly. And he said, yeah, that's a good point. I don't know how they do it. They stay up so late and they get up so late.
Perfect. I'm glad Neo's having the same kind of...
I can't do it anymore.
I'm glad Neo's having the same boomer mentality that I'm having.
Yeah.
We played that one extra game of Counter-Strike last night.
Oh my goodness.
And that one hurt to wake up at.
It really wasn't worth it. No. You know, I kind of got convinced, you know, peer pressure came in by those late shift commentators. I'm talking to you, Ronnie.
Those rats.
He gets to come in way later on, like 6 p.m., and he's telling me, come on, one more game, it won't hurt. And I said, sure, okay, let's do it. Maybe 30 minutes of Counter-Strike. We were winning. We were looking good, and of course that last game was an overtime loss that took 1 hour, so don't do it, guys. Don't do that last game.
Emotionally painful, emotionally difficult, as will be this day for a number of the competitors. The winner of this series will play the winner of Monty and G2, which is taking place on the A stream. They will play later on today for a spot in the Spodek.
They're going to be keeping keen eyes on that matchup too to see how these two will fare against one another. It's going to be a marathon day for the winners of the opening games. And I don't know how that G2 Monty game is going to go. Peaks and valleys for both teams.
Yeah, throw it up on a second monitor, throw it up in a second tab, bounce between the two, keep track of both games. Sure to be a lot of excitement as the Spodek is on the line today. Everyone's going to bring their A game. Kiaz and A-Core outside the B bomb site. Isaac and Snacks taking control of Connector and Blue Door. Volt is going to be backing off in middle, just looking for any kind of a pushes as Gamer Legion try and build upon the pistol round victory.
A strong force buy for Heroic, considering the circumstances. Nikodos has a Scout, 2 MP9s, a 5.7 and a Deagle. So there's always a chance if you find yourself at Divider.
Well, and this kind of slower pace from Gamer Legion too, and a little bit spread out. Isaac is all on his own. He's up by Divider, just kind of opposite the barriers to where Kixen is. So I mean, there's a chance to lose one player early, and then you kind of never know how that can spiral out of control.
Yeah, Isaac just waiting.
Nerds is starting to push up long as well, so he's getting plenty of information that Fountain is clear. That's going to allow Nikodos to fall back from the A bomb site, rotate over towards B. So Heroic's starting to put some advantages on the map.
Yeah, but Gamer Legion have now started to toss utility into the B bomb site. Snacks just sent a Heaven Smoke out. Isaac's come back down from Connector, and he's got himself a strong position to join the rest of his teammates in the final B lunge in the 30 seconds left in this round. Shush and Tessa sitting down in the water. Here comes that utility, and Nikodos, he's got his eyes set on that short swing, but it hasn't come out just yet. And Tessis will be needed with that 5-7 eventually. A-Core takes Shush out. Tessis will fall without issue. And Gamer Legion, nice and collected here in this round as they collect all the kills on the way out, 2-0.
Yeah, really solid from Gamer Legion, even though Heroic had all the information, the overwhelming firepower and good pacing from Gamer Legion, not overextending, working together to take the bomb site. This is a cool matchup because I feel like this has two, and even for me, I guess underrated in-game leaders is the best way to put it. Kixen coming into Heroic was like, man, can he really do it? Like, can he really bring this team up a level? Is he going to be a good fit? And Snacks also in the midst of his own, I guess, like changing role of going from the player that he was back in the day to changing into an in-game leader. And both those in-game leaders have their teams playing really well at the moment.
And it's not even just the fact that he's changed roles. Snacks was out of the competitive Counter-Strike scene for years.
That too.
He's been gone for a long, long time. He's always had the skill, but we wanted to see him come back. He had such a huge drop-off from the heights of a top-tier player to irrelevancy for a couple of years, and now he's returned.
Which is cool, because old school Snacks, I think, was one of the most exciting players we've had in all of Counter-Strike. I think sometimes he doesn't get the credit for the way he kind of changed the game and taught people how to play the game. One of the first people who really thrived and enjoyed playing in smokes, playing around smokes, coming through smokes, and I think it adapted the way that individuals could play the game. So he really defined, in my mind, a certain generation of Counter-Strike players.
Definitely has cultural impact.
Cool to see his reinvention.
Oh, nade stack. it's not too pretty here for Kicksan, but he does stay alive, and because he gets beyond the nade stack, he gets into the smoke and actually could create a little bit of chaos.
Oh, God.
If he had a better pistol, though, Jason, if he had just a P250 in this kind of scenario, maybe locks in a kill, but there should be enough time to react for Acor. On the low health, allows Kicksan to fall instantaneously as soon as one bullet perforates him. We're now looking at Heroic down to just 3 players. And it's all about just getting an extra bit of damage out across the board here for the CTs.
Yeah, P250, a 5.7. He might be able to actually double up even with low HP if he catches him enough off guard. Molotov at tree. They saw an aggression out towards long, and Volt's just being very cautious. Snacks and Isaac starting to peek in. A minute left on the clock. Plenty of time for Gamer Legion to work the map.
This is a test for Snacks' in-game leadership when you look at Overpass. It's not an easy map to call a good T-side on, but we've seen Snacks outcall Virtus Pro in the play-in. We've seen Snacks really just outwork Jame completely.
That's a really good point. Gamer Legion on this map against VP, who you'd put as a strong Overpass team, just almost showed Virtus Pro how to play it. Hold the phone. Nerds has a double. And Shush, if you time this flank right and no one's watching, because they're both going to dedicate to the bomb site in case he's there, he might be able to salvage a weapon.
Yeah, he definitely could. The spoils of war lie on the floor. And Shush could get towards that golden AK. Now looking for a golden round. He's picked up a Molotov. He does not have Kevlar nor a kit, so we need to be quite swift on this first kill, and that's exactly what happens. Kios is down, and now Volt is worried about losing this round, so he'll drop back and use the cover of the terrain, aim behind that smoke to make things a little more uncomfortable for Shush. He burns out close position. Volt catches the timing for a good peek. Shush will fall, but a lot of damage done in that round considering the lack of investment for Heroic.
Yeah, I mean, just the fact that you give yourself a chance to win the round, no matter how unlikely it is, the fact that you put Shush in a situation where he gets an AK-47 and can challenge and contest the 1v2. Really well done from Heroic, even in a loss. And again, it's Nerds with that double kill who changed the nature of the round. Good clutch by Volt. 3-0 as we head into the first gun round.
Acor is one of the top performing players in the limited maps that he has played. See, he's got the AWP out now for this T side. On the other side of things, Nikodos, who's had a good tournament. Sometimes Nikodos can be a little bit inconsistent, but if you can peak at Katowice, if you can have a return to good form here, it's one of the tournaments you want to see it at. And Gamer Legion have got themselves through connectors, so good control taken already here for the T side.
Now marching up Banana. Nikodos is up on the other side of things. Timing is everything. Snacks is just going to cross divider now. Oh, Nikodos is in trouble.
Oh, he is.
In a lot of trouble. Oh, but he just changes his gaze, and Snacks, a little bit too eager, moves up quick, and Nikodos is able to get the information.
Yeah, strange, because they didn't get full toilet control before Snacks walked around that corner. So strange to see him not consider the fact there could be a player close by. And that has cost him his life, and now thrown this round into disarray.
Snacks might have had an image in his head from preparation and research of what kind of a defense he was facing, and he was just dead wrong.
Well, 45 seconds left to figure this one out for Gamer Legion. Heroic don't have a lot of utility to delay this final push. And here it comes. Gamer Legion running in towards this B bomb site. Shush caught by a good flashbang. Kios can't find the entry. Tessus and Kicksan, good hold, but Volt will come back and surges right through them. 2v3. Heroic still hold that man advantage, and that rotation's coming back. The cavalry once again standing on the B bomb site, and Volt has to cleave another one away, and he can't do it. Tessus holds from water, and Heroic have their first.
Yeah, nicely done from Heroic. Nerds just waiting up in heaven and then inside the smoke, waiting to pounce on Tess's contact, and they just barely hold on. Some good kills from Gamer Legion to make that doable. But Heroic's defense positioned with so many crossfires at this B bomb site. This is the kill onto Snacks. Not expecting Nikodos in this position, and Tess's was just the perfect prong. Look at how much bait he's got along this wall for Tess's to just do work behind the bomb site.
And this has forced Gamer Legion down to an eco. They had enough money to go for Tech 9s across the board, but they've decided they want to get money in the bank as quickly as possible.
This is the damage that you mentioned in 2 rounds ago with just pistols from Heroic. The 1v2 that Shush almost won, forcing 4 rebuys out of Gamer Legion due to that round, which just chews into the money they've got to work with moving forward.
Still going to take it slow and cautiously, despite the fact that 5 Glocks, 1 flashbang on Volts, you're not going to get a whole lot done.
Yeah, you know the Heroics money can't be that good considering the start they've had too. So if you can do something, if you can draw out all the utility...
I mean, in that sense, I'm kind of surprised Volt didn't drop some P250s, maybe a couple Deagles down. He's got 5100. He had the cash to give some stronger pistols over to the teammate because, yeah, with the money this low, and Gamer Legion would know that, two kills, 3 kills, it's worth so much.
Well, let's see what the Glocks can do. Ooh. Yeah, you would love a better pistol there because maybe you can confirm a kill. But Kicksan's come up on that rotation through the stairway. Kicksan has himself a triple. They've overwhelmed him. 2 kills in from the Glocks. Can there be a bomb plant? But Nertz is from long, and that is the problem. He'll deny that bomb plant chance and the second player.
Okay, I'll take back a little bit of what I said. It seemed unlikely, but 2 kills with just the Glocks. That's even better than dropping some pistols and getting 2 kills. Nicely done from Gamer Legion. Unfortunately, couldn't get that plant, but they will surely be buying up in this next round.
Yeah, because Bolt has all that extra, or Volt rather, has all that extra money, he can drop over to Acor. And Acor doesn't have a lot of cash in the bank, so he can get an AWP out.
It depends on how they want to go, right? He can drop the AWP and get an AK-47 back, or he can actually, yeah, not get an AK-47 back, but yeah, it'll be, I don't know if he'd be able to get he wouldn't be able to do the AWP and the AK at the same time.
So it's an interesting discussion to be had here. He could drop another AK, go for full rifles.
That's what I'm thinking. In my convoluted way of my brain getting to that point.
It was a journey.
It's early for me too. Again, we played an extra game of Counter-Strike last night, so I'm feeling a little slow.
Get that sleep out your eyes. And, well, we've got tech issue to wake up a little bit more here, Jason. Let that coffee sink on in because Nikodos, his headset's off. He's talking to the admin. Or the referee, as we call them here. It's on the T-shirt. That's the official title.
Okay.
There you go. Proof.
We should put them in striped shirts.
We should. We did one of the events we were at previously, just before the end of the year. They had referees in sort of striped shirts, and it felt like, you know, NFL.
Awesome. Throw a yellow card and a red card in the front pocket.
Yep. They were telling Donk off for screaming, so
no, don't
unnecessary
do that.
Force.
We'll pull the referees aside.
We'll tell them leave Donk alone.
Let him scream.
I mean, that is an interesting talking point in and of itself because it is just the quintessential Counter-Strike experience. Getting wrecked by a 16-year-old, just turned 17, kid with an anime profile picture that you can't kill, you can't do anything about it. He's just screaming profanities at you across the other side. And you can't stop him, and there's nothing you can do about it.
It's the quintessential gamer experience.
Yeah, the gamer experience, I suppose, yeah. And it's funny that like the people coming out are all old legends of the game, you know, Blade, great coach now, and ex-player of Flipside years ago, and he's coming out, he's like, yeah, you know, he's a great player, but...
That was funny. The boomer just being angry. Look, I don't care what Donk's saying. I guarantee Blade heard worse back in the day.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Round 6 coming up. Freeze time coming to a close as the tech pause is resolved. And let's get into it.
Yeah, thank goodness for that. The referee gets the job done quickly.
So it is the AWP. Shout out to Volt. He drops down to a Galil to be able to get the AWP over to Acor.
Damn, that's a selfless player right there. But the Galil's pretty good, so... You better hope Acor can do something with it, make it worthwhile. Nertz is confident, peeking out through top middle. He's searching for information, and has got plenty of it, thanks to that maneuver. But Gamer Legion are positioning themselves for this B play. And it's quite early on in this round, 1 minute and 30 seconds still. And they look ready to go.
Yeah, they're coming right through this. Well, just as it fades. Excuse me. Another smoke is coming in. They're going to have to beat that one. Oh, nice nade. Softens him up. Here's the turn of the corner. Shush, though, missed the timing a little bit, but gets it right back. Now in trouble as his teammate on short has gone down.
Great work from Shush. You can always rely upon him to stay comfortable in those kind of positions. Kios with the rest of his teammates moving through to get that bomb plant finally, and Kickstan's burning in the fire, has to get into the protection of the smoke, and does exactly that just in time. But remember, Nertz had early positioning towards top middle. That allows this flank to be activated, and that's exactly what he's trying to get away with. But Kios has gone back into water and spots that out without issue. And now Nikodos at Heaven is considering the save call because this AWP isn't getting anywhere near the site. Kickstan's taking damage, and Gamer Legion burst through the B bomb site to success.
Yeah, even with Shush getting a double, they still can't hold on to it. He did a great job on the initial contact, but just too much goes down, and obviously a great job watching the flank as well. I don't think Nertz expected 2 players to have eyeballs on it. So 4-2, Gamer Legion maintained the lead. As they extend it a little bit further, bomb goes off, and the AWP on Nikodos will be brought into the next round.
Yeah, and that's about the only thing of note here for Heroic. They've got a decision to make about what they want to buy around this AWP. I'd imagine it will be a half buy, a couple of 5-7s out there, CZs around it. And let's see what you can pull off around that AWP. But this is a quick, decisive call from Gamer Legion out of the tech issue into the B bomb site.
Yeah, it's always fun watching teams and in-game leaders have different ways of exploiting those either tech delays, tactical timeouts being called. It's fun watching the way they can change their style, switch into an explosive round, a fast-paced round if you've been playing slow.
So actually, they had a lot more money than I had suspected. So look at the buy they've got out of this. Rifles out across the board.
Yeah, it's not bad. One thing they're missing, obviously, kits is going to be a big one, and flashbangs, of which they only have one at the moment.
Thank goodness Nikodos did save, because he had all that extra cash too behind that AWP. He's able to get the team a solid buy here. The only real weakness is Shush having to be on MP9, and sure, a lack of utility.
He hasn't bought anything, Nikodos. He's got $900 in the bank.
Yeah, he spent 3,800 though, didn't he?
Yeah, but give me some flashbangs. Give me the one kit for the team. Give me a smoke.
True, he has a little bit of bonus cash.
It's nursing it for the future.
Well, let's see if it pays off, whether it's confidence or lack of confidence in winning this round. We'll have to wait and see. Isaac making his way up connector. It's going to be two players stepping quite heavily to his right, and he's got a timing off the back of that information. He knows they're dropping back, and he knows he's got space now to play with.
Yeah, that's actually so huge that he's able to get that intel. He can actually call teammates back. Oh, through the smoke, Acor takes a shot. I think it was blown open. I think they break the smoke, and he's found a pick. That's a great find out of Tess's. And with this positioning from Isaac now, it's so much easier to exploit the fact that you have a 5-on-4. Because Isaac says, I'm so far up. There's no one here. Easy kill on Nertz. And that's the round. And that's a round won by information and footsteps given away by the A defenders. Isaac's able to make an easy read and control the round for his team.
Yeah, and it makes it even more uncomfortable, the fact that Acor gets a kill on the opposite side of the map. So that A bomb site defense get a little itchy. They move off. Nerds gets out of position. And they're able to collapse upon it. And it's another great T side here from Gamer Legion. You can see why they keep going into this overpass pick, because Snack seems very comfortable calling at the helm of Gamer Legion on the T side of overpass.
Yeah, they're looking clean on this map, aren't they? Snacks
he could break them apart here.
He saw an elbow. Good peek from Kixon, though. Neutralized. Snacks taking away any weapons at the end of the day. Heroic's in some trouble. It'd be quite nice if they can save all three of these weapons and actually upgrade to an AK-47. Find it. Find it. Oh, this is awkward now.
He's got an M4 down there. We'll take that back.
That's the walk of shame.
Went back to the X.
The walk of shame. Couldn't find the AK. Looked a little bit silly.
Was in the promised land. 5-2. Snacks on your screen. Pretty much everybody, apart from Pasha and Bayali, are here in Katowice from that all Virtus Pro roster.
I'm sure we'll get Pasha in the playoffs.
Surely he comes down on his bike. Shorter cycle this time, but I did see on his Instagram stories he was saying he's now he's on the back of a police car. So
yeah, he did get arrested the other day, so that's fun.
Yep. M4s on two players. AWP for Nikodos, thanks to the save from Heroic. But it's got to be a big round here. And it's quite the commitment through connectors. So they're getting some control here, Heroic. But this B-pop, again, it's contact through Monster. And Gamer Legion are very effective in making these rounds work. And it's even better when you're not going up against the resources that Heroic would like to have. But Shush out from Heaven, not smoked out. Utility misses, in fact, as it attempts to go towards Heaven. That smoke did not land in its needed spot. And so Shush is coming back on over. And there is a chance now for Heroic, especially with his flank from Nerds. But Acor's considering it. He's got eyes on it and has spotted it. So Nerds no longer has the element of surprise. They'll be aware of that for the remainder of this round as Snacks is fighting down inside of the site. Kicksan does his best, but it's just a couple of kills here for Heroic and no real commitment back into the retake just yet. Now they're going for it. Now they're pushing. A missed shot from Acor. He's overwhelmed. Nerds takes him out. Now Snacks from short has to step up. And the pole is hiding behind the sandbags, letting that time run thin. And this round is expiring. There's no way they can get away with this now. Heroic have to retreat. Double up setup to be saved. And Nerd somehow gets around that corner. But oh my god, the bomb gets him. And in fact, the bomb gets both of those AWPs. And the only player... What? He threw his M4 away. Oh my god, that's chaos at the end of the last round.
Oh, another missed attempt at finding a weapon at the end of the day. He wanted the AWP, tries to blow it back to him, drops the AK, gets blinded at the worst possible moment, and ends up with no weapon.
Yeah, no one walks away with anything of value.
That's a weird end of the round.
That was fun, though. That was a fun round to watch. Snax had to dig deep to get his team to stay in that one. It should have been far cleaner for them, but missed utility up towards Heaven, maybe an early peek.
Well, just with the style of a round they played, you were never going to have that Heaven smoke right out of the gate.
Yeah, sure, but it's
Volt was a little bit
smoke.
Yeah, Volt was a little bit slow at reacting to that Heaven player who saw him, but he was so focused on clearing out the bomb site for his team, and it's all fun and games when you're winning. It's all fun and games when you're winning.
It's always fun to win. Gamer Legion just storming their way through today.
This is great. This is a really good map in the pool as well to establish some clean gameplay and some dominance on as well. Not a whole lot of teams giving this map love.
Here comes a fighting connector. It's Nertz up first, and Nertz is down. Nice shot from Isaac, and he's not stopping. He's had some impact out of the connector in this half, and he wants to continue that. He has so much confidence to just walk around that corner. He hasn't checked long bathrooms, and that's where the next CT does lie in wait. There's a rotation for Kicksand starting to come up to this upper bomb site. He realizes once he's lost that player up here, he's got to come and help.
Yeah, well, there's enough utility and fake being thrown by Kioz over at the B bomb site to make Kicksand second guess, and oh, the pre-aim goes way too deep.
And it's actually that second guess that gets him out of position there, because if he had stayed committed initially, he would have been in a better spot. But that extra second leaves him in the open and gives Gamer Legion the kill as Nikodas steps up with one in the defense, but it is traded immediately by Isaac. Kio's locking down B, and once again, zero mercy to Heroic.
Nice. Isaac's gone beast mode in this game. This is another great round from him. Triple kill opening on Nertz down the stairs. Previously, we saw him gain all that space on the information of the fallback from the defense. He's having huge impact, and he's a big reason why Gamer Legion has so many options on this map to work themselves around. And we asked the question yesterday after Heroic beat Vitality is how much longer can this Cinderella run from Heroic go on? How many more expectations can they blow past? And at the moment, they're being stopped.
Yeah, so far, Gamer Legion looking to put an end to that. But this is map 1 in the series. Half one at that.
Next up will be Mirage, the pick of Heroic.
Snax is in a wonderful position. Mac 10 ready to go. As they round the corner, it's Testes that will die first, but it is the pistol you want to go down there because it pulls Snax into a fight against the rifle, and that confirms the trade on Nikodas.
Yeah, really good bait from Nikodas as well. Putting that M4 in a position to find a kill and thin out this attacking side. And then a boost up as well to see if there's going to be any control. They can peek up from now and again and just gather information towards short. And seeing nothing, hearing nothing, they'll stack the A bomb site, which seems to be the right call.
It seems like it's going to be the perfect call if they keep it all on this side of the map. They're going for the gamble.
That's the question. If it takes Gamer Legion like 20 seconds, if they walk, if they go quietly, are they still going to stick into this stack? I think the answer is yes, especially now that players have been spotted. They just saw the jump over the APC at Bank.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, it'll be a brawl.
This is going to be an absolute bloodbath on this A bomb site. Heroic hoping they spill Gamer Legions. As Kicksand's tucked in the corner, Isaac around first. It's the 5-7 with just one. As Shush doubles on the Deagle, that's incredible. And this stack has worked out with just 2 players stepping up. Volt has to pull it back and he can't. Too many targets to select. And that is huge for Heroic to call the stack up to that upper bomb site. But it didn't even really look like it was going to matter because it was 2 players that fragged out.
Yesterday it was Tessus against Vitality. Today Shush is having just a plethora of heavy impact and good rounds. Look at this, just holding the line of the Deagle. Here's the opening kill, the opening trade. This one, Kickson doesn't hold his trigger, but bang! And just making sure nobody can cross into the bomb site. Beautiful stuff from Shush. Double kill with the Deagle, and Heroic win a desperate round for 3. Molotov misses its mark, falls a little bit short on the roof.
Oh, Acor burning slightly, 54 health left. Oh, it's awkward. And he's even getting blocked from his teammate as he tries to retreat. But Acor stays focused. And he stays on track as he comes up short, emboldened by the rifle support he has behind him. He's got a good angle if Tesses overextends. Nertz is pushed up towards Party. And he's got a good angle as Isaac has shown a tendency to leave that connector. He will not leave it this time. Oh, battered and bruised. It's the Defensor Heroic taking 2 kills to kick this round off. And Gamer Legion are handed a huge deficit to try and recover from. And Volt has at least taken a step in the right direction. It's Nerds who stays committed and Nerds who goes down.
Yeah, he knows he can't fall back into the Molotov, so trying to be a little bit cheeky, and Volt has the read of where the evacuation is going to come from. Gamer Legion split across the map. I think Acor fell asleep at the wheel in that round just a little bit, over towards Sandbags. Now he's watching for a short push. Bomb is on Snacks, who's alone at long. And I don't really know how this round is being put together at the moment. It almost looks like Acor is going to set Volt up for some B presence to try and cause a fake. Volt needs at least 1 kill. And Snacks will push into the A bomb site on a timing.
It's hard to find that kill until the swing, and he spots out the boost. This has actually pulled Kixan off, and that leaves Nikodos alone. So maybe this timing from Snacks is everything as he looks for the fight, but he looks away, and timing plays against him. Snacks will fall down to the ground, and Volt is peaked from heaven. The rotation he pulled is his death sentence, and Acor now spotted. He is taken out with a missed shot. It's 4 for Heroic, and they're recovering the CT half.
Yeah, just barely clawing it back. Final round of the first half. Money for Gamer Legion to buy and have AK-47s again. And we'll see what they decide to bust out with. But Heroic have stabilized right at the end of the half. 2 in a row, looking for 3 to carve themselves out 5 rounds to play with as they switch sides.
And it's looking likely they will get that 5th round, considering Gamer Legion's purchase here. 3 rifles, 2 of them AKs, 1 a Galil, and the rest on Tech 9s. And Gamer Legion have found early success towards that B bomb site in the first quarter, but hasn't been the same since Shush started stepping up. They look to finish this half on B. And Shush will be tested once more. Tessus is pushed in water, and this should be a kill on Kios, especially with the elevation in his angle. Kios is taken out by Tessus. The Dane has no issue. And now it's Shush's turn. This legacy Heroic player trying to step up, but it's explosive from Snacks. That flash comes in, kicks in on the barrels, only 1 kill. And just sheer force and overwhelming nature of Gamer Legion in this last round have taken that B-bomb site and left Nikodos in a clutch he must attempt.
Beautiful round from Snacks. Double kill with the Tech 9, even dinks up the 3rd one. And that's Snacks, who is part of the Polish lineup, the last Polish lineup to play inside the Spodek in 2016. Champion as well, winning a major here in Katowice, and he wants to return to the big stage.
It's the final day of groups here in Katowice, and Counter-Strike has truly taken over this wonderful city. It all culminates with a playoffs performance in the Spodek, and that's what these two teams are fighting for the chance for. If they win this, they move on to their final opportunity to get through, but they must stay alive. And the second half of Overpass will be underway shortly. Gamer Legion with a 4-round lead.
And you gotta say, a great half from Gamer Legion. T-side of Overpass can be very difficult, can be very restrictive. Popping off with 8 rounds is absolutely wonderful. Snacks and Gamer Legion gonna be very happy, very confident coming into this second half, and it's up to Heroic to knock them down a peg. And Acor hears plenty of footsteps running through Playground. Has all that information. Snacks is going to shift over. Volt is falling back. Kiaz and Isaac are pushing forward into short.
Well, it's the long pistol rush, and it's got spotted. Acor boosted up, and look at that position. That's an easy headshot for Acor in the end, and he lands it on Tessus.
That's not a boost you see too often. You don't expect that whatsoever. Look at the aggression as well. A flashbang for a peek to see if they can catch anyone else out. Meanwhile, Nertz lurking into the B bomb site. Isaac's got to be careful. That's a big, important fight.
Acor has received damage, but none of these Glocks getting kills, and that has put Heroic in an uncomfortable position at this point of the round. 1 minute left, really failed to make any significant ground until Nertz has pushed through B, and he's calling that to his teammates.
Yeah, but Kiaz is pushed in short still, and he's got dualies. This ain't a USP. This can wreak havoc as they come out of doors. It's going to be Shush and Nikodas to contend with this. They must get past Kiaz.
Will they be ready for him? Diving down and snacks with that first kill on Kickstand. And here's Kiaz. Can he step up with the Julies? Gunslinging his way to a double kill. Nertz with everything left on the table. Eats up the first 2. 3 more to collect here for Nertz in the final 30 seconds, and Gamer Legion should not give him the opportunities. They have a good setup here between Snacks and Kios. Snacks is inside of connector. Kio's tucked in that corner at the right side, and Nertz is being drawn all over the place, being pulled limb from limb, and eventually he will topple for Gamer Legion's pistol round win.
He's so frustrated. He's trying to bait Kiaz into the follow-up peek and just wait to stand pat. Kiaz like, I already did my job. I did my work. I ain't budging. I am moving. 27 HP, not exposing himself to danger, and a well-put-together CT pistol from Gamer Legion.
Yeah, it was interesting to hear from Kios just before this. Banks got him to be quite candid about his individual performance and said sometimes he gets in his own head a little bit. He just needs to focus on himself and step up, because we have seen what Kios is capable of. And today you need him more than ever.
It's both pistols, one for Gamer Legion. Huge advantages in this map. If they get past this force buy, the red carpet is laid out and they're taking their first step on it. Aggression out towards long. Nertz not ready. Snacks is brought low, but backs away from the fight. That's the only rifle that Heroic had in this round. It'll be recovered, but a good early advantage for Gamer Legion.
Volt inside of the bathrooms. FAMAS is at the ready to take out Shush from contention in this round, and close to doing it. Doing some damage, but it's Acor, in fact. 2 steps up. Big swing from Shush. Tech 9 rings out true. And still over a minute left in this round. Heroic are a player down, but they've got a couple of upgrades going across the board.
Yeah, it's a nice kill. Not enough to turn the tides in this round, but it's a good start. It's giving them some space to work with. Volt's going to back away from having any kind of aggressive defense. Same with Snacks. Both them going to work together in tandem at the A bomb site. Snacks tugged into the corner. He'll be stuck here for the rest of the round. And Volt just looking for information. Jumping over Dice for Banana, jumping over the APC to see Long.
Gamer Legion just looking to control this kind of round. Don't let them get close to the bomb plant. Don't give them anything here. This final maneuver is now being set up for that A plate.
This is dicey. Snacks is low on HP. He needs a kill quick. Yeah, I was going to say, he's going to get found out, and Volt's attention gets pulled in the wrong direction.
It is
winnable.
Dicey. Yeah, absolutely. And the swing out from Dice Box does nothing in the end. There's a better weapon available here for Kickstand, and Heroic have found themselves not only that bomb plant, but that opportunity to close this round. Kios and Isaac coming back in with a lack of kit. They've got to move quickly, and they swing out. They go for the fights, and Kickstand, oh, it's long and labored. And finally, he's brought down. It's just Nikodas left, and that Dane is holding long. That bomb is planted on the flip reverse of Dice, and Kios is lucky twice. That'll be the defuse. That'll be the round, and certainly dicey, but Gamer Legion will take it.
It was an ugly defense between Volt and Snacks, because the positions Volt's jumping for information doesn't actually set up any kind of a crossfire. Even when he has the intel that they're coming, stuck behind dice boxes, like anywhere you swing is going to expose yourself to danger. So Volt's like kind of staying tucked in, and Snacks is just kind of left on an island. Nice plants, nice kills for Heroic. It might let them buy in this round if they want to be really aggressive. And with this kind of a scoreline, 4-10, I think it might be the right call.
Yeah, last time out being used here for Heroic as well in regulation.
Couple players really hurting for cash, though. Nerds is down at 2,200. They'll be stuck mostly on Galils, couple AK-47s if they want to go without utility. It's a tough call to make, and the third timeout is used by Saw, so he can be involved in that conversation.
Ash making notes, having his say too. Gamer Legion want to close out without having too much issue on overpass. Winner of this goes on to play the winner of Monty or G2. Looking like most likely is going to be G2 over there at the moment, but we'll have to wait and see how that series ends. And Shush is in connector. Snax is with Volt. This could be a good start to the round for the side of Gamer Legion, but that door is blown open and now it's a bit awkward, and Heroic have opportunities to take these connector players down because they can't retreat and they're taking damage. Snax is down to just 1 point of health, and his teammate fortunately is with Snax to try and help him, and they've got utility and that will force them away, but the pressure is going to keep coming. Heroic have waves of players in short and Gamer Legion have to pull out.
I don't really know who wins that engagement. On one level, I'm very surprised Snax is still alive. Kiaz has taken advantage of all this chaos to push forward. That's going to spur a B hit forward. It's going to be coming in quick. Isaac better be ready. Acor's just arrived as well. And he's stuck behind the pillar now. No teammate to work with.
Isaac's doing well here from Pillar, a second kill, and that goal will make it 3. Isaac mows them down without issue, and he's finally taken out. It's Volto to close the round at 11 for Gamer Legion. Overpass is looking like it's in their back pocket. This pick is becoming a staple of the Gamer Legion performance.
What a godlike performance from Isaac as teammates falling around him. He's the only line of defense for a triple kill. Acor was enough of a distraction, but just disgusting peaks coming from the pillar, changing which side, and just instantaneous headshots and cleanups. Brilliant from Isaac, who had a big job to do and delivers.
Tough role, tough position, and Isaac is over-delivering at the moment. Heroic are down to Mac 10s, and that calls, well, a quicker play into this beat bomb. So Isaac again, he needs to step up, and he's done so far, nearly a triple. He's done so much damage on that double kill, and that sets up Snax for a lovely lineup. Nerd should be closed, and Snax certainly will get that. 12 rounds for Gamer Legion, map point here on Overpass. And in a day where you might have to play multiple best of 3s, you want to close these maps as quickly as possible to conserve your energy.
Yeah, it's looking like they're going to do it. This has been no sweat for Gamer Legion since this game began. They've had the number of Heroic on both sides of the map and just playing really well, really strong. Now, they've had the benefit of going up against some weak buys in this second half. Certainly, Heroic's T-side hasn't really been able to stabilize and build up to a point where they can get ops, they can get all the nades and all the utility and go for map control styles. Their playbook's really restricted by the amount of utility they can bring out, but Gamer Legion's still harassing them.
Acor inside of connector. Needed to win that fight to feel comfortable on the defense here, but it's not going their way at the moment. Gamer Legion does not look like they're going to be closing here and now. Heroic a player up. That fight goes against Volt. Somehow it does.
Yeah, I was going to say, Volt's probably like, I can't believe he hit every bullet with that spray. He just continued it. Kiaz answers back, but he's very low. They're coming behind him. You might get one more if you're lucky, but Kiaz was never going to come out on top of that situation. So it's all down to Snax. 1v3. Not a whole lot of money for the Gamer Legion side. Well, actually, excuse me. There is, except for Isaac.
Look how far Snax is away from this, though. There's
no point in going for it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, he's on the other side of the biggest map encounter.
Conversely, look at Heroic. They're just like, we ain't budging. We're waiting for the next play. We have to win this round. Let's be careful.
The next play might be on Nikodos here, who's just looked away. So Snax has got that first kill, and they haven't planted the bomb yet. So maybe he starts to consider this as a possible move now. Snax coming down connector quickly. He has picked up a kit on his merry way, and that bomb plant is coming through. He's trying that spam, and it's a good idea, but it doesn't connect. And now Gamer Legion know where he's coming from, so they've positioned themselves accordingly to try and close this one out. And
he's got a smoke.
Yeah, he's got 2 flashes to play with here.
Yeah, 2 flashes, excuse me.
And he exits short. He's looking to spam down water, but no one from Heroic giving him an opportunity. No one overextending, no one peeking. They know it's over if they give Snax a chance, and they won't. They planted it perfectly through this post plant of Heaven and CT spawn. And Snacks is going to peek. A good headshot. Time ticking on this. Needs an instant kill towards Heaven. And that peek just doesn't come. Time runs thin. And Heroic stay alive.
Yeah, but a good round. A good attempt from Snacks. I admire it, especially with the cash in the bank, saying, why not go for this? I got a free kill on the third player, so why not go for the last two and see what I can make of things? And makes it very, very costly, very expensive. So they can drop a weapon over to Isaac, and Gamer Legion will buy again a second timeout used to try and close this game out, as you mentioned, as quick as possible on a day that could be very long. Playing the first and the last series of the day if they are to win.
Watching Snacks in a clutch is still exciting. You know, you got that thrill years ago, and he still has that ability in him.
Yeah, he has a great understanding of the situation that he's in. Like, you can see in that 1v2, he's not trying to, like, clear every corner. He knows he's got to take risks. He's being loud. He's trying to pull out a peek before he gets to the bomb, trying to test their nerve a little bit, and obviously didn't get both of what he wanted, but good damage done. 7 more rounds, 7 more chances for Gamer Legion to close out Overpass and take us to Mirage.
Well, Mirage could be very exciting. Man, Tessos, we were singing his praises at the start of today because of his performance versus Vitality, but he's 5-14. He's having a tough old time at the moment for Heroic. If he can start to step up and have a better performance here on Overpass, maybe there could be some kind of comeback for Heroic. They have 0 margin for error at this point. It has to be perfect just to get overtime.
And they got to do it the hard way. Again, not to just beat a dead horse, but the nades and the utility that Heroic bring into these T rounds is just so labored. They got to really focus on playing the trade game, as they don't have all the smokes and flashes to just take different stages of map control. They start walking towards the A bomb site. Volt initial point of contact, A-Core in the back with an AWP.
What's Volt got in his locker?
Snacks has got a quick rotate from Heaven as well.
A-Core tossing out a smoke. That's going to land down in the middle of Banana. It's going to give some extra cover for Volt to work with, and he's going to move with it. Nerds comes right through, and his move means death. Nerds is gone. Shush follows up with a reply, this time for Heroic, but Volt is getting active around the back of the bathrooms, trying to catch them as they come, but Snacks is overrun from long, and Volt is elusive, but they've got to know he was last spotted towards the bathrooms. They still got to worry about this position, and Kicksan's the player to try and clear it, but he loses his life, and Volt steps up. Now just 2 steps away from taking this map, locking in Overpass, and being 1 map ahead of this series, but Tessis is fighting and somehow dodges the initial kill, but it's Isaac that finishes off a masterful map. Sick performance from Isaac when he needs it most, and on this day of do or die, it's Gamer Legion 1 map up.
Well, there we go. Gamer Legion taking the first map. It was their map pick as well here at IEM Katowice. It is an elimination game. Ultimately, whichever team loses is going home. The other will stay to compete later today. And Heroic just had no answers for that T side from Gamer Legion, and they just got shut right down.
Yeah, that was a great display by Gamer Legion once more on Overpass. We've seen them play quite a lot. We saw it in Copenhagen. We've seen it in the group stage here as well. Gamer Legion's Overpass is up there with some of the very best teams in the entire world. They were competing against FaZe. They've been competing against VP on Overpass as well. Now they shook down Heroic right here with ease. I must admit, though, I'm a little bit disappointed in Heroic. I thought they would have had more to offer. They definitely knew Overpass was coming in for Gamer Legion, but let's be honest, Bubski, it was never even a game.
Yeah, but I think a couple of players on the CT side made it a little bit more difficult for the likes of Heroic. I would assume that they expected to go into this map, and it would be hard because their map pool is potentially not as big as Gamer Legion. We also have to take into consideration that Gamer Legion has had quite a few months together, considering Heroic is just got together, so yeah.
I mean, you say that, but Heroic looked really strong up until this point. They've been putting on a good performance. So what could they have done differently?
I think we lacked individuals first and foremost on that CT side. Again, sometimes we can analyze Counter-Strike as much as we want to, but it is a game that comes down to whether or not you're shooting your opponents. And I don't think there was anyone doing that from Heroic. We saw Tessus yesterday have a fantastic showing. We've seen Nico does as well, having some great games throughout the tournament. We're giving them praise. We're highlighting them coming into the game. I didn't see much from those two players in this game, especially Nico does Overpass CT side up. You need to have a presence. You need to establish some dominance somewhere in the map, making life tough for Gamer Legion, and I just didn't see that.
Yeah, we saw it earlier in the tournament with Monisi, right, on that CT side of Overpass, kind of showing that if you're a good over and you're in that groove, you can kind of take over the whole game yourself, because there's so many possibilities of getting that entry kill on both the B side and the connect area up on long. Like, it's an endless amount of opportunities.
What you're doing is that you're installing fear when you do that. When you have an AWP player on the CT side who can move around, who can be a little bit more proactive, who can shut down certain areas of the map, you allow yourself to now play a different game of Counter-Strike where you can maybe place another man over towards the B-bomb side. You can alter the way you play your CT setup. So if you have an AWP player that is taking away space from the opponent, not only do you make the opponent feel less comfortable on the map, you also strengthen your defense elsewhere on the map. And we didn't see that because the B-bomb side was a massive issue for Heroic in that first half.
We've spoken a lot about Heroic, but let's move over on the first half to Gamer Legion, who seems to just have all of the answers ready to go.
Yeah, I think they have some players who does their role exceptionally well. I think a player I want to highlight is Isaac. He has a couple of good rounds on the B side, and he is the definition of a support player. He does whatever he needs to be doing, and he does it with style. He doesn't take a lot of space in the team. He just holds his positions, takes the roles, takes the good decisions 9 out of 10 times. The only thing is that when you look at this guy and you go into a stats page, we're like, wow, this guy needs to get cut. But if you look into the game, how much value is, especially on Overpass, that he brings to the table, I think it's a kind of no-brainer that he's one of the better support players out there.
I would agree with that. I think it's a player that has stepped up as well ever since Emma left Gamer Legion. They, of course, had to replace some firepower. They had to replace some of that tenacity on the server. And I think Isaac is one of the players who stepped up to the occasion and is playing better Counter-Strike now than he were before. I agree with you. It's a player that makes very few mistakes, but I think that goes for the entirety of Gamer Legion. When we saw that first half, we couldn't really pick a player saying we want to focus on him or we want a package from that guy, because every single player had between 7 and 9 kills. It was a joint effort on that T side. Everyone chimed in. Beautiful calling coming in for Snacks. And it's again, you know, the DNA of Gamer Legion right now is that they are a team. They're constantly playing together. They constantly have that synergy between them. It's not a star player taking over the server or doing more than the rest. It's more sort of a pack unit, and they're doing it with style.
Well, this is the thing. It isn't like the fancy, shiny Counter-Strike. They just get the job done, Bubs.
Yeah, and I think round 16 and 17 is a good example of what Isaac specifically brings to the table. I think when you look at monster players, we have a couple of different types of players, right? We have the Nex at Nobot, who's kind of a little bit all over the place, and then we have the calm guy in Isaac, who just takes the duel, isolates them pretty well. I think this is a peak thing of what Isaac is good at. He is always alone on the B side, mostly just get utiled in terms of help, but he's so good at just playing himself, staying alive, and it doesn't seem like he's stressing. You know, when you see some players, when they're under pressure, they will like, the crosshair will flick all over the place, throw the util, do something, but he's just calmly taking each duel.
And what you're seeing right there is a player who's not overextending. It's a player who knows his limitation, knows when to peek out, knows when to peek up of the utility, and as you described just before, a player that makes very few mistakes on the server.
I want to talk a little bit more about what we saw and what we can expect, but before we do that, I know that Banks was able to catch up, I do believe with Saw, if I'm not mistaken, and to get a feel and a temperature check on what's happening in Heroic.
weren't able to really put up much of a fight here on Overpass to start things off with. I caught up with Saw and he was saying it felt like the team was sleepy, they didn't come with the same energy. I even noticed myself, like, it was after they won the pistol round when they stacked everyone on the A site, there wasn't as much hype what we saw against Vitality here. Now Mirage is pretty terrible for Gamer Legion, but we need to see this Heroic wake the hell up if they want to fight back in anyway. Realistically, this should still be a close game. We should be going to a third, but right now Saw needs to rally the troops together, get them motivated, inspire them, and kick their asses into gear if they want to take a fight to Gamer Legion and Mirage.
Just kidding. Oh, Banks did it. I wanted to do it too. He says that they were sleeping. That's all good and well. But now, I mean, we move on to Mirage. Can they wake up?
Yeah, I think so. I think so. Mirage is a different map, requires a different skill set in order to be great at. I think I praised them very much yesterday for the way they were playing against Vitality. To those of you who didn't watch the game, very proactive style on that CT side. Just like we saw with the old Danish Heroic, constantly on the move, constantly doing something on the map, trying to flank, trying to make it very uncomfortable for the opponent by constantly seeking out duels. You have been a player yourself, Bubski. What is it like playing Mirage when there's always a move happening on the map? You're never allowed to execute, you're never allowed to run your own game plan because there's always a shoes coming in from behind and there's always a guy taking a duel somewhere.
It puts a lot of pressure on the lurkers individually, like to make the right plays, because all of a sudden you are going to leave the site and push towards the middle area, right? Doing those players, then they're going to have to look at who's the A anchor, who's the B anchor, can I take my space on B, is the AWP spotted? Like, there's so many things you need to consider when you do that, because all the action is often happening in middle or the slope area. If you're able to buy time for your teammates on the sides, they can actually take the bomb sites and actually get the lurk in and get the deep positions. We often see teams, then a guy's boosted up window or he's getting all the way into kitchen because nobody had the B side because they want to do those gambles in mid.
Heroic made Vitality look like a bunch of confused chickens yesterday playing Mirage. That was the level they played to. If they want to beat Gamer Legion, they have to do the same today.
The thing about Gamer Legion is they always punch above their weight, right? And I feel like every event, and I feel like a stuck record because I said every event I work on with Gamer Legion is there. All the analysts come in at the start and we talk about how we don't expect anything from them, and then they play the Counter-Strike they've been playing, which isn't flashy, it isn't fun, they just get the job done, and then they end up getting into the playoffs. They must have watched the game last night.
Sure.
So they know what's coming, right? I'm pretty sure they'll be prepared for it.
They should be, and you're right. You know, I've been guilty of doing that myself. Whenever I come into a Gamer Legion game, I find it hard to predict them winning, to be completely honest. But I must admit, the way they're playing Counter-Strike, the way they're approaching the game, the way they have synergy in between the players, and the way they're winning as a team instead of winning as individuals, I like it very much. And I think they have a decent chance of making this game competitive as well. However, I have Heroic winning Mirage.
It's also when you look at the statistics of this team just on a like firepower level, none of them is like above 110. So it's like you look at it and you be like, nah, this can't be good. But if you dive deep, you kind of see the value that some of these players actually bring to the table. And Isaac was one of them.
It's going to be coming down to Mirage, and of course this is an opportunity for Gamer Legion to close this out, to keep themselves alive here in the group stages and send Heroic home. Or alternatively, Heroic can change it up. We will find out how this goes after the break.
Welcome, my friends, to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike!
Elevated, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys want it tall, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait. What was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally. With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Welcome to the final day inside of the Hall of Heroes here for the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2024 group stages. It's Heroic versus Gamer Legion. It's a long day for the winner. They have two matchups ahead of them. Currently, Gamer Legion winning this series 1-0, but Heroic, Banks is telling us just between that break, they need to bring that energy. They need to wake up, and hopefully that cold Katowice era has woken them up, Jason, and getting them into this second map.
They had the same slow start that Vitality had against them yesterday, where it feels like we didn't really see a whole lot of pushback on Overpass. They just kind of got steamrolled by Gamer Legion from round one all the way to the end of the game. So yeah, time to wake up is a good way to put it. A big test against them. You don't get to make it into the Spodek stage if you don't have to go through the gauntlet the day before. As you mentioned, the G2 Monty winner on the other stream will face their winner of this series for a spot in the playoffs in front of the crowd. And at the moment, it's looking really good for Gamer Legion. And Snacks.
Man, we seen yesterday how much it meant to the likes of D-Hot, the local Katowice man, getting through into the Spodek. The heartbreak he suffered last year, not making it out of the play-in, having such a disappointment, considering he had a very good roster to go with. And it would mean so much to see the likes of Snacks get through again. So he's got something special to fight for today. Every Polish player does, and Heroic look to try and stand in their way.
Snacks would have such a beloved response from the crowd in Katowice.
Dude, there's so many players to cheer for right now. It's like Shuei's there, we got all of Ents heading in.
Polish Counter-Strike is back, baby. We've been waiting years for it. We've been asking for it to come back, and all the Polish players in the tournament seem to be playing very, very strong at the perfect moment. And here we are, Mirage, map number 2. Heroic must win to extend this series, otherwise they'll be knocked out of IEM Katowice. It's Gamer Legion starting on the CT side, Heroic attacking into them.
And sitting back inside of that B bomb site is Kios. He's not alone. He has got his teammate Volt alongside of him. And here comes that utility. Kios is under pressure, swings on out. No first kill. He had all the distractions set up for them. He weren't looking at him, but he didn't manage a single kill on that USP. Fortunately for Gamer Legion, though, Volt's having a field day in this first round of Mirage. A double until he's brought down by Kicksan, and sheer force has pushed them into a competitive position here, Heroic, but that bomb is yet to be planted.
Oh, how do they use this smoke? A little bit tense.
Snacks. He's got a chance. Oh, he's got a chance out of the apartments. Good headshot. Oh, a second from Snacks. Slices them open, and potentially even a third for him up for grabs as Kicksan gets blasted out of the round.
That's a big boy play from a big boy. Well done from Snacks. The double headshot, taking his time on the first, making sure it's secured, and a nade to really lock things up. Yeah, just a little pause, making sure it's on the head.
He's so clean on these pistols, man. We've seen it for years. He's so good when he gets that USP out, when his head's not looking his way. Pop, pop, Snacks has got it. And Gamer Legion have the first round of Mirage. Now, Heroic are going to have a little bit of utility here. Their goal is a bomb plant. And the most common play when you're trying to get a plant out of this is a palace pop, a waterfall, as you flow down into that A-bomb site.
One flashbang as well. It's not going to hit Volt. Oh, he gets dinked immediately. Good damage, good goosh, but he's trying to stop the bomb from getting into the site. Molotov's down at the plant spots inside the site. Nade is going to clean up Nikados with that bomb, and that's it. No chance for a plant now. Strategy fails, and Gamer Legion up 2-0.
Yeah, 2-0. That's Gamer Legion cleaning up the pistols. No bomb plant for Heroic, so they won't have all the bells and whistles. They will have the AK-47s, a decent amount of utility out in this next round. And Volt does well to withstand the pressure because he did get instantly hit up the head with that Glock. I was surprised it took so long for someone to die in that, to be honest. It felt like the fight was happening for a very long time, but it's over. And Heroic have AKs. Let's see what their first round looks like on the rifles.
Oh, it's cautious in middle to begin with. No one turning the corner, no one going in for anything quick. It's so important that Heroic have a good start to this T side. When you consider that, I feel like I mentioned it a couple times in Overpass, due to the weaker buys and the lack of nades, I feel like we didn't even really get to see Heroic settle into a T side. They could never get that victory that gave them money to actually work and test the playbook and test the defense. Here on Mirage, that's got to be different.
Isaac, here's the steps running past him. Couldn't stop singing his praises for map 1. Kios is falling away to Kickstand, but Isaac, no, not so clean this time. He needed that.
Don't need to sing any praises there.
Yeah, definitely don't. There's choice words you could probably throw away, but Acor has to stop it from happening. That bomb plant is gone, and Acor couldn't quite double up. So Volt is the only player left for Gamer Legion, and when the guns have come out, Heroic looks solid.
Yeah, but you could see the idea is like some of the play, even the play Isaac makes is a really, really good play and just missed the shots when it mattered most. But smart play to kind of throw a wrench in that execution just doesn't pan out, and Volt's gonna back off. So first round for Heroic on the T side, 4 players surviving. That's beautiful. That's the exact opening round they needed.
Now Gamer Legion may have won that first map very cleanly. It probably inspires you with a lot of confidence if you're a fan of this team, but Banks gently mentioned it outside during his sort of intermap check-in, and he was saying that Gamer Legion aren't very good at Mirage, and that's absolutely true. When you look at their record on it, they have yet to win Mirage. They've lost it 3 times in the last 3 months. They've only played it 3 times. So lost every single time they played. And their biggest defeat was to Cloud9.
The Liquid, Apex, and Cloud9.
Yeah.
Those 3 losses as well.
All in different tournaments, which shows you they aren't willing to play it a lot. It's not a map they want to go towards, and it's a great pick for Heroic to bring into this series.
Heroic, conversely, on Mirage, a solid record, including that overtime victory against Vitality. Astralis they beat on this map in the play-ins as well. So feeling good, feeling comfortable on it.
Yeah, and it's a great sign to see Heroic look that good when the guns come out early. It's forced Gamer Legion down to pistols. Obviously still got Volt on the M4. And this fight for Nerds, he was hoping he could catch the head, but Acor will run away, disengages from looking middle. He goes into connector where he actually could double up, and oh my goodness, what a shot from Acor. Kios' turn. Has he got any in the deagle? Little strange peek there from Kios, and it isn't going to work out for him at all. Isaac's only got a USP as well, so this hold does not look like it's going to hold water.
They need to delay as long as possible. Not easy considering the weapons they have to fight with, but Snack's coming in on a flank with an AK-47. That's the main thing that can get them back into this round, and I just don't think it's enough.
Well, he's walking past to Snack's Wonderland as he makes his way to the site. And that bomb plant eventually getting planted, and Snacks has called this one off. He's coming back to try and get that free kill on Shush. He knows he's around here. He's got him tracked. He's got him hunted. And oh, Snacks, you like that. A little knife to the back. A moment of madness, but it will be the scoreline tied up 2-2.
Good looking knife as well for old May Snacks.
Yeah, a little fade Ursus knife, I believe it's called.
I want one of those.
Yeah, well, you got to buy it, Jason.
Nah.
You got all the default skins. Even your knife is like the vanilla. I like it, but
it's a classic. Scrawny skin. He's lent it to me. I think he got embarrassed playing with someone without a knife.
Oh wow, okay.
In the States.
You were rocking the default knife.
Yeah.
Damn, Jason, that's like a flushing move.
Yeah, skins to me, I don't much care.
Fair enough. Well, I do save a lot of money that way, I suppose. And we all get kind of fixed on the fact that our gun is a nice color. And look at this. Doesn't it look nice?
Yeah, it does. It looks beautiful. That might have sold me on a knife skin.
Yeah, Snacks is the salesman. That might be a good nickname for him.
Well, the money helps because he drops an AWP over to Acor.
Yes, it does. And this buy looks very pretty for Gamer Legion actually off the back of that. And oh, there's that gap in the smoke. Every team is using it. And that's why Acor strikes true on Shush. And an opening kill for Gamer Legion will surely be felt. But a follow-up from the same position, that's even better.
Yeah, Snacks has a deep nade as well, which chunks up players swinging mid. Acor picked him off anyways. Now look at this play from Nikados. Timing on this could change the nature of the round.
It will.
From the bomb site though, Volt's found him.
Yeah, he's caught. Nikados really needed to step up there. That maneuver, it's a great play. He senses his timing. He sees the gap. He just can't make anything of it.
You can just see how paranoid you are. Even though it's a nice timing and he gets a lot of space, it's just like, wow, there's so many places in that A bomb site. Another tag from Acor. Solid defensive stand from Gamer Legion. It's looking like they may get out of this one without taking any real damage.
Yeah, I mean, if they are going to win Mirage for the first time, this is going to be needed. A big Acor performance on the CT side. As soon as he gets that AWP out, is 3.
And all things considered, I mean, they dominated Overpass, so it wasn't a big deal, wasn't a talking point, but Acor didn't have a whole lot of impact in that game. Wasn't much needed, obviously, but there were a couple uncharacteristic misses out of Acor, I felt, watching some shots that I normally see him hit, just standard AWP shots. So it'd be great on a map like Mirage, especially a map that you struggle on in terms of win-loss record. To have your AWPer have a big game is going to alleviate a lot of pressure.
Yeah, well, he gets a double from the same position in window. Don't think he's going to get away with that too often. He's going to have to be pretty dynamic, Acor, if they want to keep him in this game consistently and keep finding moments where he can deliver that impact that they so desperately need. And Heroic are drifting fully towards A. They've got everyone outside of this A bomb site ready to pounce. And there is a pretty strong setup here for Gamer Legion. Volt is jump spotting towards ramp. Acor is on the stairs with the AWP. And Snacks can be called back into the A bomb site quickly from connector. So you can't be bad to the initial setup. It's just whether or not it's going to hold. Nikodov's boost to the top is teammate's head. Searching for that ticket box, and he actually hits that shot, but that box protects Volt, keeps him alive for the time being. He's 23 health after all of those individual fights against him. He couldn't compete, and now running through the smoke, it's Snacks, who's not ready for Nerds to be so deep. And he's not stopping. Nerds looks towards CT.
That tag on Volt is everything. He's going to swing anyways with the flashbang, but I don't even think they can go for this retake. I think they have to back off. You deal that much damage to the ticket player, and he's got to go so passive. No longer do you have the danger of someone jumping up on the ticket boxes, spamming smoke while you're trying to plant, and it helps out so much. Good boost. Good little trick play from Heroic. And they keep fighting back. It's 3-3.
Cool maneuver for Heroic to get out towards the A site. Cool boost up on the ramp. Gives them just that elevated position so you can see into ticket. Even though it's not the kill, it is the impact that is felt that allows the round win. And I mean, we've looked at Heroic on Mirage, and you see those two legacy Heroic players. Obviously, this map was in their wheelhouse when Katie was in the team with Stout and Yabi, and it was such a good map for them. Heroic were so entertaining to watch on Mirage. It was sort of a living organism. They brought that new era of Counter-Strike, especially on the CT side, where the CT side is constantly active, pushing, taking map control back. So unpredictable. Gamble stacks and heavy rotations. And that attitude is still present a little bit in this Heroic.
Well, you say that, but it was Mirage that Gamer Legion delivered a beatdown of epic proportions onto Heroic to beat them in the Paris Major and knock Heroic out of contention for the Major trophy. A shocking upset at the time.
Yeah, definitely one of those. And Tessess has got a big headshot. Oh, nice peek out. It's not going to be too much felt, though, because Acor had that instant trade on Tessess. A 2v3. Heroic have fought their way into the A side, and Gamer Legion are so far removed from this one. Acor is repositioning all the way around jungle, but look at Kios. Look how far away he is. He's only arriving towards T-spawn now, so Heroic have lots of time to sit in this post plant, and with that kill, that's it. That's all she wrote. Kios can't get over. There's no point in continuing this journey, and he's going to save his M4 on the other side of the map. Heroic looking good when it comes to guns.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised to even see Acor slide in and go for that towards the end. That was so low percentage. That felt like a situation, hope they give you a mistake, and if not, it's just bail out, preserve the AWP, but that's not going to be available for the next round. Heroic just starting to really be a battering ram at this A bomb site. They seem to be able to get in, be effective in a multitude of different ways, and that's going to be a problem moving forward for Gamer Legion. These A hits are going to start stinging and be really painful. They're like body blows. Like,
you all fucking bad players!
all right,
well, let's see what Blade has to say about Nerds.
I love that.
I understood that one. I absolutely love it. I love the TriStar we've had at this event. Actually, you know, we're stepping it up. So many years, everybody was just nice to each other. Jason.
No friends in Counter-Strike, not inside the server. You get him sat across from you, you're gonna let him know. There's no real creativity with that one. You're just bad players. 4-3.
Just bad players.
Look, it takes some stones to throw that out after taking, what, like a 13-6 loss in the previous map.
13-5 is even worse. But yeah, Nertz, he was given an out to Apex yesterday, and that was kind of the main talking point. Everybody was saying, like, oh, Nertz has silenced Apex. I loved it. Apex called them newbies early on. Nertz had a few choice words later on in the game, and they were able to knock them out of the competition. Let's see if it's going to be the same case here for Heroic today. Can they knock Gamer Legion on their ass? M4 for Kios that was saved over. That's really the only weapon for the job here, and they've just left that B bomb site. Heroic are yet to commit anywhere. They've got all the time in the world, and there's absolutely no need to heavy commit into one bomb site, possibly walk into a stack and find yourself looking a little silly, especially after you've made such a bold claim in the last round.
Well, I think Gamer Legion listened to him. Nertz said, stack 5 at A, you're bad players, and Gamer Legion has stacked 5 at A. And it's Nertz who's looking like he wants to investigate.
And then they just walk into the B bomb site. Wow.
I don't know what would be better, if they just annihilated him with like 1 peek, or if he gets all 5 kills.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I think him getting all 5 kills would be pretty funny, but that's not a reality we can have anymore, so perhaps just annihilating him. Let's see. Nertz is inside of the connector. He told him to stack A. What's he going to do now? Nertz just waiting. There's a double peek, and Nertz gets annihilated. So, told him to stack there.
I was hoping it would be like a 1 deeg though. That didn't really have the same impact that I was looking for.
Yeah, he was just taken out. You were hoping like that instant, like, bang, no chance.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, that doesn't happen. But Heroic, regardless, do find their way to the 5th round win.
Volt really wants this AK-47 and can't seem to find it.
There we go, he got it.
Now he does.
Now you'll slip away. Thank you very much, Nertz. My favorite part about that was Nertz's little smile at the end. A little cheeky smile, like, hey.
Like, got him.
Bringing the energy.
2-round lead for Heroic. Pretty uneventful round, all things considered.
Oh, he nearly transitions down. It's quite a difficult fight because the first player he takes contact with is up on top of Ticket. And fair play to Nertz, he nearly transitions down, but not quite. And Gamer Legion are back to a purchase, so they've got everything they want to get in the AWP for A-Core, M4s, and an MP9 for Snacks. Heroic again, heavy enough pressure towards B.
You can tell, though, they're trying to find ways to make these A hits less painful. 3 players here, everyone pushing. A-Core with a deep angle and Palace. He better hit this shot. There's no retreating.
Oh, he does somehow get away despite missing that shot. He should have been punished, but wasn't. And now Kios needs to step up. Weird peek from Kicksan. Didn't seem ready to take a fight in that position and ends up losing his life.
It's an awkward angle, but he didn't even seem ready for anyone at a standard angle either.
Volt is down on default, searching for a kill in Palace, but remember, MP9 is freed up, and here's Snacks. That's the bomb! And Snacks absolutely loves that he's got that freebie. That's put Gamer Legion in a very good position here in this round, and Tessis has to come back on a recovery mission through the underpass. And now he is dead, so Snacks is locking down this area of the map, as he's done for a decade.
And now that Snacks has an AWP in that position that's known, the bomb is down, there's really nothing for Nertz and Shush to do. This is going to be like a 1-minute save. They're so far away, and in attacking into that, when you know the CTs are going to all join up with him as well, you know there's going to be 3 to 4 players in those halls. It's just not even worth the attempt. So Gamer Legion get a 4th, and that's just some sneaky aggression in multiple places on the map. Snacks able to push all the way through T-spawn.
Money's still good for Heroic, though. They'll get a good buy in the next round, regardless of if anybody else dies here. So,
and for Gamer Legion, it's a free double op setup.
Yeah, it is. That's cool. Let's see if they make it work. Snacks can definitely be pretty proficient when he's got that weapon in his hands.
So keeping it close, despite some of the struggles on the map for Gamer Legion that we've heard the players talk about, that we can see from their record on the map, which is winless in the last 3 months on Mirage. Keeping it close and competitive. And maybe with this double op setup, they can go on a bit of a run here at the end. Three rounds remaining in this first half. Chance still for Gamer Legion to steal away a lead before they switch sides.
Well, a little quieter now from Nertz, as they have to take the time out and listen to the likes of Saw, who stands behind him. And now Gamer Legion looking to break apart the economy game, because Heroic had a lot of money to buy into this one. They'll still have enough to get out Force Bite despite losing this. But it's a journey that Gamer Legion want to undertake on the CT side of pushing into the lead somehow. And that smoke goes out from T-Spawn to the window. Great catch from JRAS. And Snacks is now looking up into the apartments. That gives away the AWP has started towards B. Snacks does not get the kill. In fact, no one goes down in that early engagement.
Yeah, but with that early aggression in the B halls as well, Tessus and Nertz are like, all right, cool, we'll push out mid. They've got mid control at the moment. Isaac and Kiaz rotating over to Catwalk as we speak, and with 2 players there, you want to be at least somewhat aggressive. They're going to go for a boost. Over the double stack. Beautiful, beautiful shot from Tessus. Acor not ready for the push out of the smoke, and it's all Volt.
Yeah, from Sandwich, he has to be the meat, but it doesn't really work at all. Overwhelmed, overrun, and it looked awkward, really. You know, Acor hopping up and down on Ticket, couldn't get away. The timing just didn't favor him in that fight, and looks a little silly in the end as it is Heroic pushing forward into the lead further.
Yeah, they just win everywhere on the map they choose to take a fight.
Yeah.
That broke down quick.
It really did. And it's a bit awkward here for Gamer Legion. They've got to keep these 2 players up. Kios and Snacks must survive, and it looks like they absolutely will, given the positions inside of the B bomb site. So they'll have an AWP, they'll have an AK. But it's more important that that residual cash left over in the bank account of Snacks and Kios is available, because now they can drop weapons to their teammates. They can get a good buy still in the next round, and they've got to focus up again. That round has to be just a blip on the radar. But only 2 rounds left to gather up here in this half. Gamer Legion could still tie it 6 apiece. But Heroic looking to try and force that issue to an 8-4 scoreline.
Nuke would be the 3rd and deciding map if Heroic can close this out and take us there.
Yeah, that could be very exciting to see.
Staying away from the double op setup, not the funds for it.
And again, the winner of this goes on to play G2 or Monty for a spot in the Spodek later today.
Oh, just an A set piece. And
yes.
they've had so much success with this. No reason to think it won't work again, but Volt's got the first kill.
It's a good kill at that. That's Tessus taken out off contention, blowing open the smoke, revealing opponents on either side. It's Shush that wins his duel when given the opportunity, and that has actually drawn the kills back to a 4v4. And Heroic will be happy with that because they put the bomb down and now must play this in a retake.
I don't think Volt was ready for that smoke to get broken open. I think he was a little bit surprised that nade came in and revealed his position over to Palace.
Yeah, it just breaks apart his cover, and now comes that retake for Gamer Legion. Utility storms towards the firebox. Snacks and Connector, that is the X factor at the moment. If he can come in a little bit late into this round while distraction is being set up, and he can step up, then that would be brilliant, but he can't get the double kill despite having the opportunity light in front of him, and his teammates didn't do enough in the site.
Yeah, it might not have even mattered at the end of the day. Shush gets a triple kill on that attempted retake. Such a brilliant hold. Shush been delivering today. Volt's opening kill, and that's about the only positive thing we've got. Shush from here, as we can see, 1, 2, and 3. Fantastic work for Shush. And that gives Heroic a lead into the second half, regardless of what happens in this final round.
This is going to be frustrating for Gamer Legion in this first half. But Mirage continues to be a problem for them. They haven't looked convincing. They have not looked comfortable.
Oh, God.
Shush is just toying with them now out Palace. Acor once again knocked out at the start of a round without any competition.
Not even prepared for it. Not even a possibility in their heads. Nobody at that A bomb site was concerned about Palace at that timing, and Shush just takes complete advantage. 11-4 for Shush in this opening half.
Oh, good kill from Nerds to that smoke. Palace push does not play out for Gamer Legion.
This is a Gamer Legion that knows their beat on this map and is just, it's desperation everywhere you look. Jumping with the op to look over the smoke, trying to get a blind kill through Snacks with a follow-up push. Gamer Legion just can feel that they're outmatched.
And Isaac and Kios start coming over towards CT spawn for their final move of this first half of Mirage. It's a good headshot from the Swede. There's not been enough fragging output across the board here for Gamer Legion in this half. They have not been able to compete with the firepower of Heroic. And one of their sharpest tools in Nerds is coming up through Connector to try and end this half 8-4 in favor of Heroic. Isaac staying alive, padding the stats a little bit longer, but the way back into the round, it cannot be seen, it cannot be found, and Isaac is running into middle. Just prolonging play.
He has no kit. Even if they could just take their hands off the keys and the keyboard and mouse pad at this point.
It's 8-4. It is Heroic staying alive and looking like they've got Mirage. Just the job of closing it in the second. It's the last day of groups here in Katowice, and Heroic versus Gamer Legion dancing with death in this elimination matchup. If you win it, you get one last chance to make it into the Spodek. Map 2 has Heroic leading, and they're looking to tie up this series.
Yeah, it's looking like the first two maps in this series might just be a wash for each team. Gamer Legion dominating their map of Overpass, and Heroic having no issues here on Mirage. That T side was just, we have the A-bomb site whenever we want it. We attack into this, your defense can't stop us. So now that we switch over, Snax has called some beautiful games in this tournament, outplaying his opponents tactically, outmaneuvering them. This is going to be a very tall task.
Yeah, Mirage has eluded Gamer Legion. struggling to get involved in this map, struggling to get results. Nerds dives down and spots 2 on the underpass. He'll fall back to connector to the safety of those walls. And the first fight of this round will go Heroic's way. The second will follow suit, and it looks like Gamer Legion will be unable to break through the defense here. Snacks, thought he was hidden, but the big man peeks around the corner, and Nerds takes him out without issue. Acor dives down into the bomb site and pushing towards CT. Acor thinking about rounding that corner, and well, he is just taken out with ease. Oh my god, that's a clean pistol from Heroic.
It sure is. Shush hit some absolute bangers and good mid control. Gamer Legion can't even execute the tactic. Look at where they die. A ramp, 2 at the exit to underpass. They actually can't even get up to split that bomb site properly because Heroic just shut them down ahead of time.
So you've missed the chance to win the pistol. Nerds is shouting already in the second half.
Mic him up, production. Let's see what he's saying.
I wonder what he's saying. Now, you know, he wasn't that creative the last time. Maybe we could, maybe he's getting more creative in the second half.
There's something charming about the lack of creativity when you just tell someone they're a bad player.
I like it. It's just like blunt.
I don't even mind it.
Yeah, it's cool. At least it's not a weak insult. Gamer Legion gotta rely on their coach Ash to help them here in this timeout.
I think you gotta rely on Jesus at this point.
Take the wheel.
Like eye test wise, they just haven't looked comfortable. It doesn't feel like they're going to have, just based off that CT side, that knowledge of the rotations in the map and moving around it. It just feels like they're not going to be able to work T side the same that they did on overpass.
Yeah, that CT side, you've seen a lot of desperate plays and individual fights and moments where they were caught off guard. Not the Gamer Legion we've seen who were so in control on overpass. And that's allowed Heroic into this series. They have certainly woken up. And 3 Galils for Gamer Legion. Tech9's with it. And Nert starts off with a top mid fight against Isaac. Here comes that Palace push from Gamer Legion, and it's stopped, pushed away by Shusha Nikodos. The 3rd player through and manages 1 kill. It's better than his previous teammates managed, but it doesn't really affect the result. It's double figures for Heroic.
I don't know, what can you even say? There was no strength in that hit. There was no danger behind any of that.
It felt flaccid.
That was like the easiest hold I've ever seen from Heroic. Nerds push mid and gets 1. And then it's like, yeah, I'll take a couple of kills coming out of this smoke. Nice and easy. Nikodas and Shush.
Yeah, because they didn't get a bomb plant, they didn't get close to it. They didn't get any kills, really. It's just pistols again, so they don't have a buy here. So we're looking at Heroic taking 11 rounds. And in all honesty, Nuke better be loaded up real soon.
Yeah, if you're Ash, you're starting to think about that 3rd and final map. You maybe are skipping ahead in the notebook to the Nuke pages and just getting in some early prep.
And that's a good kill for Shush, even better from Nerds with the grenade in Palace. And Kixan coming through the apartments. MP9 ready to eliminate some of these players without Kevlar. Usually it's fun when you party naked. Not this time, no, for Isaac. Oh, actually, he surprises us.
He's having a good time.
It's always fun, it turns out.
Yeah.
And Shush out towards triple.
He's got 17 kills. He's a rock. You ain't removing him on this map.
Yes, you could just see how comfortable Shush is in his role on this map. He's gone through so many motions of it, so many big games on it. And Gamer Legion do not have the answers to stop him and put him away. And this B play is about to be put into the bin. Nerds has a good angle to detect Isaac and take him out. Snacks is now the last remaining player, and he meets the same fate, this time to the hand of Tesses.
Yeah. Ooh.
That's some serious Flushes-style mouse lifting.
Fist bump with the mouse in hand.
You don't see that often, do you?
You don't see that often. I liked it, though.
Yeah, it was cool. It was interesting.
It's a good variation.
He's that stuck to his mouse. It was just all the sweat, Jason. Just stuck it to his
He's not even gripping it. He's just lifting it.
Yep.
Well, I don't really know. Yeah, where do you go with this one if you're Gamer League? You haven't even gotten close to a bomb site in any of these rounds. You've been stopped so far away from the sites.
Yes, this T side did not get going. And this is their last chance to find any sort of foothold on Mirage. And this deciding series for elimination or to the last chance game is going to be decided on Nuke if nothing changes at the moment. Gamer Legion have 2 players already in middle. Soon Acor will come to join them. He has the bomb on his back. Volt is stopping Shush from pushing into Palace, but Shush is aware of that possibility and will not take the risk to push into Palace just yet. And they're going to start transitioning that bomb back over towards this A bomb site. Gamer Legion going for an A finish in round 16.
All right, Volt need this win.
Oh.
It's Shush. And he's been so strong, delivers again in the opening. It's a 5-on-4, and they're trying to pinch this A bomb site, but there's a strong defense here.
Yeah, there really is a strong defense because Nuke does is here with the big green gun, and it's one shot on towards A core. Not quite landing the second, but the parkour will end there. Kios flies up into the waiting arms of Shush, and he will welcome him into his deadly embrace. It's now Snacks left out short side, and yeah,
again, not even
pretty.
Not even close to the bomb site. Not even a kill that would allow you to progress or take a step forward. So
plenty of work needed for the Mirage of Gamer Legion.
Mirage is, take that note. We're going to work on Mirage after this event.
Let's go!
I'm glad he stopped on the insults. I don't think they can take any more. They've just been battered and
There's no point. It's just cruel at this
exactly.
At this stage in the game. It's just like, why?
Yeah, I mean, it's clearly over, but Gamer Legion are going to fight to the bitter end. So they go for a timeout. I don't know what they're going to be able to glean from this one, considering none of these T rounds have looked too pretty. As you mentioned, they're not getting towards the bomb site. They're not getting close to it.
I think maybe at this point, like, look, you're not going to win this map. And that's not an idea that the Gamer Legion players would tell themselves, but I think at this point, if you've watched what's happened, you're spreading out, running these defaults, your mid's getting annihilated. You know, you do a Palace pop, your A is getting annihilated. I think at this point, you just kind of keep it simple. Don't spread on the default and get picked off by aggression, by a player in middle. Just go do a standard A execute, go do a B execute, get into a bomb site, see what you can do from there, see if you can get things started. Just keep it simple in this final round, because the more complex spread out defaults, you're not finding anything. You're not winning the opening fights. Make sure you're in a position to trade and use that utility to try and scale. Nertz is pushed up middle.
Shush is in such a deadly angle. You almost surely get a kill here if you're Shush. Oh, almost is the key word, because Isaac overruns him, bursts through Palace, and a second kill comes in from the Swede. So much better here for Gamer Legion on the pounce out of Palace. But the bomb, it's going through T-spawn. Nertz is on the flank.
I think that's actually such a hard angle for Shush. Like, it feels like it should be strong, but if they don't walk around that corner, if they kind of swing the way Isaac did, it's really hard to contain that fight.
Oh no, though, that push into B has not worked out for Keo, so the numbers again are even. And remember, Nertz is on that flank through top middle. He's been on this pathway for a long time, and he wants impact out of it. He wants to step up and close this map. He had some massive moments versus Vitality yesterday, and he's looking for one here again to take out Gamer Legion. The Palace play is ready, and the execution onto multiple Gamer Legion players is up for grabs, and Nertz brings them down. Incredible play on the flank, and a scream of celebration as Heroic reopen the book of their story to the Spodek. It's all tied up in this series. We've got to decide it on Nuke of who is moving forward into that deciding game today.
It was all business when we saw Gamer Legion and Heroic face down in these two maps. They've each taken their pick, and we are going to map number 3. Just to remind you how this is going to work, the winner of this matchup is going to be facing off against the winner of G2 versus Monty. That is happening over on the A stream. I can confirm they have also gone to a third map, or will be going to a third map. So you can tell that all of these teams just going through the motions. They've picked their favorites. They know what they need to do. And we saw that here. It was very much the Heroic show from start to finish, much like on Overpass, the Gamer Legion show.
Yeah, I mean, I think we saw what we expected from Heroic. I think we see them as having a new team with a weak map pool, and I think it really showed on that Overpass. Like they're not able to play a BO3 against the good teams because they solely hasn't had enough time to just play the maps themselves.
Yeah, Mirage performance coming in right here from Heroic was splendid, to say it out loud. Again, massive performance coming out from some of the individuals. The way they were structured on the map, the way they were setting each other up again, constantly moving around and constantly making Gamer Legion feel like they were a team not on par with Heroic in this game. Again, another map, you know, for all the excitement that we want to put into an elimination game like this, at no point did I feel that Heroic were in any danger of not winning the map. It was a, to be honest, quite boring performance coming out of Gamer Legion. They never put up a fight, they never answered back, and Heroic, they were just cruising through it by some very, very solid counter.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but to me it kind of felt like Gamer Legion, from the way they were playing, was very much like, we know you're probably going to be stronger on Mirage, let's just take it to a third map. It felt uninspiring.
I think uninspiring is a fair way to say it. I think it also, you know, heats up for a potential third map right here, where we're coming into a common ground or middle ground for both the teams. But let's not beat around the bush. The first two maps have been very dominated by one side or the other. Gamer Legion looked great on Overpass. Heroic looked fantastic here in Mirage. So we have two teams who are definitely coming here to play. They've woken up now and should be good for a third map.
Babski, how did you feel about this? Let's break it down. Give us the big brain ex-pro play thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can see what Heroic is good as a team here. We spoke about it before the game. If we can go on the telestrator here, we said that middle is going to be an important area, but you can also do the opposite of just leaving mid and then taking something else. Just does a call here where he's taking the deep apps position, and Nico does is all of a sudden down here with the AWP holding connector as default. He gets that initial first kill. Once he gets that kill, he knows that it's the lurker, and that gives so much room for the guy on default, which Nico does here. He can just sit and play this position, not bothered to be traded from Palace, and he can isolate the duels between Connector and Slope. At this point right now, Shus hears them out Connector. He goes for the peak. It's just a very nice round where they realize we don't need to fight for mid, we can do something else. And I think Cadian on the old Heroic roster was so good at doing this, and it's just something they've brought along.
I had the same analysis yesterday. It does feel like when you're watching this iteration of Heroic play Mirage, they've adopted a lot of the style of the old Danish Heroic. They like to be proactive. As you said, go inside Palace, take some, I guess, map advantages away, take some positioning away, and then they always have a backup plan. That was the cool thing about Heroic. A lot of people didn't understand back in the days, at least that's what I felt, that once you have a plan A, right, and once you have a play where you push in Palace or you push B up, so you take away a certain part of the map, always have a plan B as a follow-up to that reaction, right? So if he's getting that kill inside Palace, he knows exactly what the reaction is going to be, where he's going to drop, where he's going to bait for the next mate. If he doesn't see anyone inside A Palace, well, he also has a reaction, and he now knows what to tell the teammate, and they know how to react according to that information. The follow-up, the second sentence, the second move is always more important than the first.
Do you think that was I mean, how do you think that decision was made to kind of use a lot of that old Heroic stuff? Does that come from Saul going, you know what, let's just keep what's working? Maybe from Kickstand saying, as an IGL, I think that it would help if I kind of adopted the style. Where do you think it came from?
From a player perspective, I think this is very much before the game. They look at how Gamer Legion is defaulting on this map, and they see, okay, they spend a lot of time, a lot of util, and a lot of things in middle. So when they are in the last phase of the round where they have to go up connector, they don't have as much, and they probably also have an idea. Does the guy like to lurk on ramp, or do Palace most? Shus here has an idea that he's going Palace. If he loses that duel, obviously the round is super different because he's going to run out and kill Nikodas in the side as well. But that first kill is break it or make it.
I want to look at the Heroic lineup, and we did this right at the start. We're going to do it all over again when we break down each of these players and what they've brought to the team. Is it pieces that when you start seeing them all together now, can Saw make them work, Pimp?
In all honesty, you can go through the lineup and you can say Tessus and Shus were two players who were very much influential in Heroic's success, where they at some point in the world were the best team in the world. Of course, they got quality. Shus may be the best in his role at certain points as well. Nerds, Rookie of the Year, did fantastically well in ends. Kixon, maybe in-game leader of the year, surprise sort of, you know, or emerging coming into it. That was also very interesting. So I think there's quality on every single player on the server. It's just whether or not they can mesh together. And how long is it going to take? I think we're seeing early signs right now. now that it's a great team, great potential, but as Bubsky said, map pool-wise, not quite yet.
So Pimp's broken them all down, but Bubsky, I'm curious from your side, if we had to do a United States Air Force Aim High player of the map, specifically for Mirage, who would you be picking?
I mean, we just had the round itself with the guy in the frame right shoes. I think he delivers what Isaac also does for Gamer Legion in some sense, and he does it just a little bit better on this map. I think he is, one of the most underrated players when it comes to the anchor position in the Danish scene. Obviously, he had a lot of praise in that online era where they had things running for them, but I still think he brings so much to the table, and he's just a very good teammate on the social side as well.
I think one of the things that we always speak about when it comes to shoes is that he doesn't make mistakes. You know, all players often have moments where they're being stressed, they're being caught off guard. It does feel like he's very good at keeping his calm. You said he's a great teammate. From the outside, at least, it looks like he's a player that doesn't cause too many troubles. He's never screaming, he's never stressing, he's never doing anything that would affect the mate next to him as well. So you can see the way he's calm on the server. He's also adopting that outside the server.
I love the way we did that. It didn't look like we had set it up at all, right? It's the way we just threw into that little sponsored post. Well done, Bubsky. Let's talk about the Nuke, the decider, the map that is going to make the decision here. I'm going to call it, I think Heroic's going to be stronger on Nuke. I think that a lot of the different pieces on different teams have worked really well on this map, and I think when you bring it all together, I think that they'll probably be able to take out Gamer Legion. But I am the host, and I have absolutely no knowledge, so let's check what the pro players have to say. That would be you two.
Oh, that's us? Okay.
Wow.
I thought we were diving into an interview, but from my point of view, it's going to be the most important part here for Heroic on the CT side is going to be the communication. I think we've talked about it a little bit. Tess has not really played on an international roster. You know it yourself. When do you do those outside smokes? Like, it needs to go fast. Like, who's going down vents? Are you jumping down from ramp? Who's taking ramp with control? Like, all these things needs to just balance out. I think Na'Vi in their prime was one of the best teams in the world. But I think it was just simple calling the shots because he could do whatever he wants. Who's going to beat on Heroic?
That's a good question. I think Nuke is a great middle ground. As said, we've seen two maps that has been heavily favored by one team and another. I think for Nuke, it's going to be a middle ground. It's going to be a close game. It's going to be a combat. I think A-Core is going to be a point of conversation as well. We haven't seen the ops much in this game so far. It's been a very rifle-centric game. So A-Core and Yard with the AWP on that CT side, maybe the counterpart in Nikodas can play up to par as well. I think we have a very close game on our hands, and I don't know, man. I have a feeling Heroic is going to win, but every time I say that, Gamer Legion does it, so who knows?
I'm going to say Heroic, which means I've probably just jinxed them, but there you go. When we get back, we are going to go to Nuke, and the winning team will continue to spend the rest of the day here because they'll be playing right at the end of the day for a spot in the Spodek. The other team is going home. Go get some refreshments. It's going to be one hell of a ride.
Colt's gonna jump across. Oh my God!
Fnatic are starting to crumble. What's going on? Nuke's looking great. He's looking to shine the brightest, and he does it. His first grand final. Let's get it on!
Reacts faster, twists. Oh, baby, what is that?
Tension getting higher, I see it in the face. It's time to do or die, yeah. To make or break. Fight fire with more fire. I watch the flames grow. You know I could break an empire in a single blow. This isn't finished, it's only begun. Nothing's unblemished, the damage done. Thought of us seen me coming, a weapon of mass destruction. And I won't give up until there's nothing. Hey, why would you think I'm bluffing? isn't finished, it's only begun. Nothing's unblemished, the damage done.
Both teams have won their map picks, and now we decide the fate of Heroic and Gamer Legion on Nuke, the third and final map of this first game of the day. Final day of the groups, Jason, and for the last time we get to commentate a map here in the Hall of Heroes.
Yeah, I mean, this is the day where all the pressure really sinks in. Elimination or the playoffs. For all of these teams, this is where it means the most to perform your best. And both teams have shown us good levels on their own map picks and not good levels on their opponent's map picks. It's been a beatdown in the first two maps one way or the other. And now Nuke, let's hope it's a close affair. Let's hope you really get the emotions running as these teams battle back and forth. Third and deciding map. One more series for the victor of this series today.
And that game between Monty and G2 has gone to 3 as well. So yet to be decided which teams will be battling it out in that deciding game later on for the last spot in the Spodek. Gamer Legion and Heroic on Nuke. Let's go. Let's see if Snaz can survive in Katowice, wanting to run it back and join his fellow Poles in the playoffs.
Gamer Legion going to be starting out on defense. They've got two players with dualies, Snacks and Isaac, wielding those weapons, and Heroic going to be attacking into it. Acor outside of the big garage has spotted nothing just yet, no information. Any little jiggle, though, would give it away, and there he sees Nikadaz. He's going to do a little bit more, feeling frisky, but not committing to the fight.
Acor, couple of shots going outside, but it's all about this push and ramp, and it's Heroic that have come out on top with the first 2 kills of the pistol round.
They're losing all these fights.
But he's got it.
Yeah, they're out of position now, though. Isaac better deliver something special if they want a chance to get back into this. Tessus and Kixon, though, they just say, screw it. We're not even going to bother with this, so we're just going to head to the upper bomb site. And Isaac's got to shift up the vents. They know his position, they know his location, and it's all over. It's a pistol round for Heroic. They continue where they left off on Mirage, which is strong victories.
Yeah, just cutting through Gamer Legion, who did not get into Mirage. So let's not beat around the bush. It was not pretty to watch whatsoever. And you can sometimes fall asleep at the wheel once you get bashed around that hard. You're not in the series, and Heroic are all fired up. Momentum is with them.
And this is an easy pistol round for the most part. Presence outside lures Snacks into an investigation towards trophy room. He gets picked off on the push. All the defense gets pushed off on their aggressive plays and just entirely shut down.
Outside smokes cross. Heroic move with them. It's Tessus clearing close positions at red. Not spotting anything, but Acor has found a bit of a gap in that smoke, and he's just come away off it just as it was about to prove useful. Kixan and Tessus get down secret.
And no one's shifted because Acor didn't get that information, hasn't heard footsteps. They're just kind of calling a bluff. They know the smoke wall was up. They know there's a chance somebody got the secret. But with light weaponry, diminished resources, they don't exactly think sending one player downstairs is going to do a whole lot. So choosing to take advantage and choosing to try and stop the second prong of the attack, which would come towards ramp room to join up in the lower bomb site. But Heroic's going in the other direction.
Yeah, there's lots of options available to Heroic with 45 seconds left, but if they do commit into the ramp room, this booby trap, it looks deadly. This looks like it could stop them and break apart multiple players for Heroic. So that's the first player down, but lose them into a false sense of security, and it's awkward here. Nades bouncing off your opponent's head, you walk right into the trap of multiple players, and it's worked out perfectly for Gamer Legion, just as they had hoped for. And now Tessus running back up that ramp. It's Acor that falls down, and a 2v2 established off the back of that as we head into the final 20 seconds. Heroic trying to get this one back, but it's not going to happen for them. Isaac and Bolt come swinging, and Gamer Legion, I love that ramp setup.
Yeah, what a beautiful round from them. It's helped out, obviously. A Molotov thrown by Heroic actually hits a teammate in the back and falls just in the pathing they'd like to take to wrap wide around those boxes. So it really restricts them coming out of ramp room. Everything went wrong. That Molotov right there. But certainly when you get that first kill, it's almost like a false sense of confidence. The two SMGs pounce after that, and the trap is laid and sprung perfect.
And now, off the back of that, Heroic are down to just pistols because they didn't get the bomb plant. They didn't get that extra cash.
Not just any pistols, Dinko. They're down to Glocks.
Yeah, the flock of Glocks return. And they're not going to do much. We've seen a couple of full USP rounds in this tournament, but yet to see the Glocks prevail. Maybe there's a first time for everything? Well, there certainly is a first time for everything, but not today. Not for these. And it's a difficult shot here for Acor to land, but he's going for it.
I hope Nerds wins that fight. just out of pure comedy.
Bang. Oh, gets away from that, actually.
Yeah, go back for more.
Keep going. Keep peppering him. Shake that Glock at him.
Nobody push.
Show him what you got.
Let the fight take its course.
My God, how long did it take to kill Nerds?
He's even looking up and giving him a smile. He's like, yeah, that was awkward for all
all right, cool. I'm glad that's over with.
Yeah, let's be done with that.
But the thing is, Heroic don't even have enough money for a goodbye off the back of a full eco. So they really have been kind of screwed over at the start of this half.
Yeah, descending to Galil's just for utility. Nikadals will likely go down to a Tech 9 or an SMG. A Deagle, excuse me. But not the prettiest thing in the world. Still, they have an AK-47 on Nerds, and we know that can be a deciding factor in any round.
Yeah, it can be enough. It can definitely be enough. And he's heading towards ramp. Utility stops him from continuing his run, so he'll stand behind that until it's disappeared. But here he goes. Nerds is looking to strike immediately, and it's worked out. Keo is off the top, ripped open by Nerds, and that's an opening down to that B bomb site. And Nerds is going to run with it. He's sprinting, breaking the windows. Isaac hears that and knows he has to position himself accordingly. But Heroic have not committed further into this. Snacks is at the double doors. Heroic, they are actually calling this off. They're going back up, leaving Nerds in the lower site and looking for a pathway to A instead.
And there's 3 players downstairs. Oh, when do they get the realization? It's coming in way too late. They're still committed. It's all Acor. And it's a scout. It's not up, and it's a first shot missed. Position given up. He gets the tag on the follow-up, but you're not going to get a second chance when Tessus is that close.
Yeah, a couple of tags there, but he really needs your teammates in a competitive position if they are to do anything about this. And Volt and Snacks were all the way over at Secret. No kit available on either of these two players, and Nerds is still down on B.
This is a horrifying round for Kiaz. He's going to feel terrible right now watching this go down. He didn't have the information of... he didn't realize Nerds was getting that close to him, so the smoke drop is absolutely worthless. But he knows that his death caused a mass over-rotation that puts them out of position to handle Heroic's attack. So if you're Kiaz and you're dead here, this last minute is just you've been the entire weight of responsibility of that failure on your shoulders that you have to consider as the round comes to a close.
But we said it at the start of the round. Often it can be enough to have an AK in Nerds' hands, and we just seen what he can do with it.
1 kill, and you cause such a rotation. And for good reason. I mean, they're committing. All signs say committing to the lower bomb site. Nerds is in deep. Utility is being used. Steps being made. Gamer Legion has no choice but to respect the fact that that over bomb site could have been overrun. They'll get another crack at it here. Kia's an identical buy.
Utility being tossed through those skylights. Heroic have put out that execute towards outside 2 with a smoke wall being created for TeSeS to work with. He's been getting space. Gamer Legion have not tried to disrupt him outside, so you're giving them the access point to Secret if they desire to take it. And Snax is just watching, making sure they don't come into the big garage. Follow-up smokes there too, so they're going to prolong the outside control, showing that this is the case for the smokes, and they get blown open, and Acor will blow away TeSeS.
That feature is so crazy.
I love it. It's made it very exciting.
Oh, so he's going to come through the smoke. Snax, wrong direction, wrong direction. Flashbang at the same time, and Snax is looking towards midi. Looking to help out towards upper and just gets trucked.
Yeah, it's now falling back here for Heroic. Under a minute left, the time is starting to run thin. And they haven't really got too far. That secret play from Kicksan.
Wait, but they have one more smoke on Nerds. Remember, they smoked wall, they did a smoke wall, and then they refreshed it as well. So there's a chance Acor can have impact. If he stays outside and they try and cross secret, he can actually handle this, especially considering Isaac and Volt are here as well.
But if they go A main, that's the double setup ready to deal with that. They could still dodge the crosshair of Acor, but it's the double setup in main that was set up, but that's been changed now. Isaac's going to play towards Unbreakable instead, and he's got a decent enough angle. It just comes down to timing on when Heroic decide to pounce, and now 3 players spotted. Volt readies himself and steadies for a double kill. Nikudo stepping up for Heroic in his stead, and with 13 seconds left, Acor will find impact in this round.
Just like the second round, it's a perfect defensive call for Gamer Legion. Opt to watch the cross, 2 towards mini. Even though Isaac goes down at credit with that peek, he gets information, and you'll never expect a second player in mini. Just a well put together round from everyone on Gamer Legion. The opening pick from Acor, and this from Volt. An important double kill, and Acor's in position to shut him down.
Yeah, nice shots from Acor. Gets into position in the dying embers. Mac-10 sprinting out towards Volt, who has to descend into the back of the bomb site. TeSeS overruns him, but it's strong from Isaac. He does not fall over. And this A side is not going to fall at the hands of the attack of Heroic. Speed was the name of the game, and unfortunately for Heroic, it's a quick finish to a round loss.
Yeah, a critical step through the smoke from Mini Garage as well. It's coming through because Volt had just gone down. No head armor. The Mac-10 took him out with ease. Snax holding the angle. Misses a chance and Kicksan had a couple cracks at it. Flashed, blinded, and Snax is going to escape.
Yep, screen filled with white. Kicksan is going to stay towards red. Oh, good change up in position. Even better headshot for Kicksan.
That was ruthless the way he hunted that down. That up bullet sizzles right past him through the wall. Acor's having himself a good start to this map. 5 and 3, but impact in the last 2.
Spotted now. Kicksan's got to deal with multiple different positions. First is Kios, and damn close, but headshot will land, and Gamer Legion will progress their scoreline to 4. How's the money looking, Jason, for Heroic?
It's not the prettiest thing in the world. Again, you could force up a Hero AK-47 if you're not going to force up on everyone else, and indeed TeSeS does buy that, buys all the way down. So I'm curious what the other players will come out with. It was TeSeS at like 4,000 something, and then everyone else sitting right around 2,000, so kind of a weird situation to be in.
So an AK for TeSeS it is, and a couple of pistols purchased around it. But Heroic are hoping for ramp success again. Kios.
Yeah, but remember, if you're Kios and you'd already failed once, you know you're going to get tested again at some point in this half. Heroic's going to see if you're having a bad game.
Well, let's see if he is. He's got help of Volt coming in. Kios changing position. I was mentioning before this series, he gets in his own head sometimes, and this is better from him. Good first kill. That AK passes into the hands of Shush, and Kios has done his job.
Yeah, Volt not even needed. They back away from that fight, want nothing to do with it. But again, no utility. You just have this AK-47. So there's really not a lot of options. At some point, it's just bait the pistols. See what you can do.
Well, the pistols are ready to pounce on the A bomb site. The goal here for Heroic, obviously, is to try and get a bomb plant. Whether or not they can get that is a different story. Acor, nice shot. Track Shush outside. That was the one AK-47 left, and this setup is so strong. A triangle of death. You go into this one, you go and disappear. 5-2. Gamer Legion looking good on the CT side.
And now they get to a point of comfort finally for Gamer Legion. They've been harassed a little bit by Heroic, losing the pistol but winning the second, losing the fourth round as well. They've had a couple rounds that have kind of kept them from getting this comfort, but they finally do have it, and that's the comfort of having money behind this buy, being able to buy 2 rounds in a row even if you lose. On the CT side, Nuke, plenty of utility. Everyone's got Molotovs, nades, and smokes, and all of a sudden, you start to feel a lot more confident to open up rounds as the defense.
I mean, this feels more the first time. This feels like the first time Gamer Legion would be confident and comfortable
since Overpass.
Since Overpass, yeah. It's like been a very long time since they've had any sort of foothold in this series.
Yeah, far less disparity here on Nuke. It's about a 50% win rate in the last 3 months for Heroic. For Gamer Legion, it's 40%, so pretty neck and neck to contend with in this third map.
Yeah, it's a perfect map to decide this matchup on. And it is going to be heartbreaking for whichever team comes out with a loss on Nuke. They're out of Katowice. The other will have another chance, the final chance, to make it into the Spodek for the playoffs, that storied arena here in Katowice. And Vault dives down into the hut. He's got a chance to take out the first player if he was to commit around that corner, and he might because his teammate's coming through ramp as well. It's a crunch, a lobby crunch in this round for Gamer Legion, and that's a 1-for-1.
Acor looking to break open that smoke again and find Tesses, who wisely steps back into cover.
The incendiary goes down, and that's actually going to hold Tessis behind it. And oh, he sticks around, and for good reason, because he catches Kios, and that gives Heroic the player advantage. And Tessis does not commit to Secret. He is going to move forward into the garage, and it's a change up for Tessis, and he's got space to play with.
Acor's not even considering garage.
Yeah, this could be an absolutely devastating move, but now he's considering it. Now he's going back. He's looking the right direction. Will Tesses walk into him? Timing! Oh, Acor looks back, but not enough time to react and get ready for Tesses. That headshot from the Dane has opened this round right up for Heroic, and they're looking to make their way out into the top hut. It's Shush coming out, sweeping away Isaac under the rug, and that'll be the round for Heroic.
Those legacy Heroic players still got some game. Shush and Tesses combined for all 4 kills in this round, and it's Tesses who cracks open the upper bomb site by getting kills outside, handling and controlling that part of the map, essentially in a 1v2. And he works some magic, it's just snacks. So Heroic get a 3rd round on the board. It's a dangerous game toying with those smokes, and that's the back and forth between Acor with the op, breaking smokes outside, trying to get a pick. Tesses peeking around the edge of it to find a player at the single box outside. That's a well-constructed round from Heroic. And they're within 2.
Nice clean shots from those legacy Heroic players, as you were mentioning, Jason. Taking over the round. 3 in for Heroic. Gamer Legion can continue to buy, and the AWP is out for Acor. M4's with it, plenty of utility. Second crack of the whip here. And again, the same smokes for Heroic sent out, and they cross in behind Red this time. Snatch has thrown a change up into it, but it's been detected. Tessis has seen it. He'll send that nade in and try and remove Snacks with utility.
Yeah, but it's good on Snacks to show presence. Ooh, Acor's up. They switch it over to ramp room. He's got to back away now. Missed the shot, and he knows they're going to press in. So ramp controlled by Heroic, and they're going to attack under heaven.
Oh, quickest rotation is Kios, and it's just 1 from hell. Oh, he would have liked more, but it's not going to happen. Nerds, how has he got that one? How does he have the conscious mind to look for that second kill? Snacks came back to look for him, and now Tess is trying to get through main. It's Isaac holding this, seeing the shadow, taking Tessis out of the round, but not ready for kickstand, already in the sight. An execution on the 2 defensive players inside of this A-bomb site, and Acor's at Secret with a big green, trying to come on up through it. But it's such a difficult round ahead of him. If he wanted to go for this, I just don't think he will.
Yeah, I think Acor is going to be frustrated he didn't hit that first shot. That was everything. That gave up so much ground. I don't think Snacks was prepared for that follow-up fight. I don't think there was a world in which he thought Nerds would be that aggressive and that fast about it. But you got to say, much like Mirage, where Heroic was just able to batter down the A bomb site each and every time they wanted to, this is just Heroic getting kills towards ramp, taking map control and ramp, taking control outside, finding kills outside, and then ending at the upper bomb site, just causing weakness in the defense by attacking elsewhere, and then just focusing everyone to split in towards upper. And Gamer Legion's having a really tough time. When these rounds aren't clean in their favor, when they're not getting the opening kill or a good advantage on the initial contact, they're having a real tough time holding on to the bomb site.
Yeah, once it gets into a bloody brawl, we haven't seen Gamer Legion be able to stand on their feet. Heroic, definitely the better and dirty fighting.
It's credit to Heroic. Individuals are doing a really good job playing off of each other's success. When someone's getting a kill in ramp room, when someone's getting it outside, like you could see it there. The mini player Isaac is able to get one kill on Tessa's working outside, but someone's already stepped through the door. Like while that's happening. So they know they can apply so much pressure to a mini player where Gamer Legion has put somebody most rounds in this half so far. So Heroic reading things really well and making the necessary plays to ensure that individuals can't multi-kill, can't claw themselves back into the round.
Yeah, and Gamer Legion have a difficult round ahead of them because it's not like they have all of the resources they would like. They've got some weaknesses here. In particular, the lack of utility across the board on this CT side. Some players have nothing.
This is what I mentioned, the comfort of having like nades and Molotovs and smokes to block off choke points, especially early in rounds to stop some kind of an upper bust. No longer have that comfort. You can see Gamer Legion as well dropping an HE grenade outside for Acor to use moving forward into the future, and it's a vent drop. Nerds is already down.
And it's super quiet too. A shift descent down that ladder. And you've got to realize if you're Gamer Legion, there's a possibility a player's got down that vent, so you must have that in the back of your mind. Whether or not they're going to be able to adapt to it is a different story because Nerds is down here alone. No one's made the rotation to chase after him. It would be a death sentence to go down that vent if he was standing around there, so Gamer Legion do not run the risk.
They've had some success towards ramp. That's some good damage through the hut. Shush less than pleased about that. Question now becomes, how do you join up with Nerds? He's like, guys,
he made it through.
He's like, it's chill down here. Everyone come join up.
Oh my goodness, he's made it all the way through decon.
There's 2 players in ramp.
Now again, like I said, they should realize there could be a player down here. You can see with that MP9, Kios is considering it, but when you're going up against one of the sharpest riflers in the world, and you've got an MP9, you better hope he's looking the wrong way. And that's exactly what happens. Kios gets that headshot. Now Acor watching that cross. Kios better not peek. Enough distractions set up, and it's a wonderful ramp hold between the 2 Gamer Legion players. Smoke goes down, and Nikodas cannot cross without worrying about bullets coming through that smoke. He sustained a lot of damage in his initial fight, and he's actually wrapped around. He's actually made it past, but look at this. Snacks is ever elusive. He comes around the backside, knocks out Nikodas, and Tessis is now left in a 1v4. He'll sprint, and not the prettiest spray from Isaac, but effective in the end.
It's the job done. Banger shot on Acor, though. Op is still recovered and passed over. Good defense over towards ramp. You can tell when a player's coming up ramp like that, you have to know that there's a second prong coming towards you as well. So Acor stays heads up. Good kill from Kiaz. Good follow-up as well. Simultaneous synchronized fragging over in ramp room. And Gamer Legion still nursing this lead. Still preserving it and keeping it.
But they're going to leave this half at least, at a minimum, tied up. But they want to go into the second with a lead. And they could grab 8 rounds out of this half. Tessa starts off round 11 with an opening on Snacks. Volt is quick to answer back to the death of his in-game leader, and he wants more. Volt up on top of the hut, gets another kill while blinded, but Tessis is too much to handle, so best leave that to Isaac.
It's a great flank, though.
This is fantastic, isn't it? Kio's got this going early, and here's the fight against Nikodas, who wasn't quite ready for it, and now Shoosh feels uncomfortable planting that bomb. And it will be the lead for Gamer Legion, but how much can they get out of this? Can they get all 8 rounds?
Another smoke break, and without that plant, they've got a good advantage to get 8 rounds in this, because the extra $800 would have gone a long way for Heroic. Only really 1 player feels like they can afford an AK-47. So this is going to be a test of what Heroic can bring out. Such an impressive run in Katowice for Heroic, even though they're still quite a ways away from the playoffs. The expectations for them were very, very low. A dominant play-in stage, huge upset over world #1 Vitality. And they've run into a hot Gamer Legion as well.
Heroic will have come into this competition with pragmatic expectations, but I think Nerds is ever confident, and he gave that interview where he said, I might be delusional, but I think we can make it to the Spodek. And they've still got that fighting chance today. They're going to be sitting back against the Gamer Legion they've got to feel like they can beat.
I mean, if it wasn't for a career day from m0NESY, they might already be in the Spodek. They
Isn't
might be
that crazy?
guaranteed
Yeah.
for a spot in the Spodek. An absolutely mental game from m0NESY on the opening day of the group stage.
One of the greatest performances on LAN in CS2 to date. So, yeah, you can't do too much about that one. One player's turning up.
None of that matters if Heroic can't win this one.
Yeah, Tech 9s, Mac 10s, and an AK-47 to boot in this last round of the first half. And Acor, he's got between many different thoughts here, and he's decided he'll focus on red. Testes goes early, and he goes down.
And that's a huge kill because Testes has been having the number outside. Testes has done great work for Heroic in this outer yard, but this time shut down with just the Tech 9. Nikaduz can still cross. He seems a little nervous. Molotov in towards Hut. Attack is going to come out Squeak Door. They can drop.
Yes, they can. They can get down that vent. Oh, a noise made for Nerds on the descent, running through. Oh, Kios. He knows once you make that much noise on the metal, he's coming after you. He's got the metal detector out. That AK-47 searching for more headshots. It's got a bit of potency to it, but Kickstand, he's got that Tech 9. He kicks into gear. Oh, nearly another inside of the connector, but it's Gamer Legion that lead the way. A dream here for Snacks is coming reality. If they can close this map, they've got the deciding matchup ready for them later today.
Well, it's been 8 years since Snax played inside the Spodek, 7 years since he played in front of a Polish crowd, and the last active member of the Polish Plow has his team 5 rounds away from the playoffs of IEM Katowice 2024. One last hurdle, one last half, and then he's got a contest later today to see if he can make it all the way.
What a journey it would be. Snax has given us so many moments throughout CSGO history, and now he's looking to kick off the first championship in Katowice in a brand new game, CS2, and it's underway for the second half. Heroic looking to spoil that Polish party and knock them out here and now. Smoke going out towards Mame. Door blown open. Nerf swinging out, and a headshot instantly brings down Snax.
That's why we hype up Snax, just so he can get his head ripped clean off. Good shot from Nertz. Kicks it up on top of the HUD's got a lot of pressure.
Good headshot from Kixan. This is fantastic. Heroic come in and assassinate Gamer Legion at the start of the second.
Let's not do this. Let's not have it back to Mirage where Gamer Legion don't even get to smell the bomb sites. They get stopped cold in each and every choke point. That is a clean and efficient pistol round powered by Nertz.
Yeah, and it's got to be Snax today on this T side too. He's got to finish this map strong with a good call. It's a new role for him. It's a new in-game leadership role inside of this Gamer Legion team. He's got to go up against the plucky new in-game leader in Kixan, who's been given a new project and a lot of weapons of destruction on his team too. And they've looked pretty sharp for Heroic, considering they are a brand new roster. And they're going up against full Glocks here, so you'll see them get 6 rounds. You mentioned that decider game later on. It's either against G2 or Monty the winner will play.
Looking like G2.
Definitely looking like G2. It's a big T half there on Anubis.
Gonna be honest with you. Looking like G2 at the moment. Maybe Monty's got something left in the tank. Okay, a little bit of chaos introduced in the round. Those Glocks, okay, they get shut down pretty much right as I get started. But could have gotten sketchy. Regardless, well handled from Heroic as they storm to the outer yard to shut things down. It's a 2-round lead as AK-47s come out for Gamer Legion.
Yeah, you can't be bad, the 2 kills going against you, but Gamer Legion going to be picking up AKs, as you mentioned, no AWP yet. So just rifles out across that board. And a big player, a big talking point from Mirage as to why Gamer Legion couldn't get anywhere was Shush. When he moves over to the CT side, man, he becomes a different beast. He can be so difficult to break apart. Gotta hope for a similar performance on Nuke.
Let's see what we're gonna get out of this T side first.
Quick approach from Snax, trying to dance with death as he peeks around the hut corner. Nothing found yet. And Tessis is the ramp player here for Heroic, and he's about to have a whole lot of action.
Yeah, very simplified round. Grouped up behind the smoke and ramp room, either crossing through it or letting it fade first. Deep flashbang so they can pull through. Tess is at the off angle, has to drop.
And Nikodos swings out from hell. Oh, good headshot. And he gets behind cover too. That's important for Nikodos to get going in the CT side. He's had a tough first half. And this rotation down to the lower bomb side, it kicks out towards decontamination, and he has been decontaminated. Acor with that headshot annihilates him completely. And Tessis has to do everything. That bomb goes into a risky position, but Volt comes out with it still intact. And now the rotation down towards Decon. He's planting in the open. Shush swings out and he denies that and takes the life away from Volt. Second kill from Shush. And just as I mentioned him, he moves to that CT side and he makes moves on Gamer Legion. It's just Isaac left. 1v3, and this clutch does not look realistic. He would have to make an incredible play to somehow separate these fights into 1v1s. And Heroic don't let these rounds slip often. You got Nikodos out ramp, Nertz just below. And inside of this site, the ever-present Shush.
You should never win this round. Although Isaac seems to have an idea of where a likely position is for
20
Nertz.
seconds, though.
Yeah, it hasn't made a move yet. It's the problem.
Gotta get a double really fast here, and there's the first chance, and he does not pass it. Shush hits that headshot, and a triple.
Shush is going to get the highlight reel, right? Nikodos is very fortunate with his late peek in ramp room to get 1 kill and survive, but it's the presence from Tessis over on control side that really stalls this out. The bomb has to go hunt him down. The bomb has to jump into the window right here to eliminate him, and that's about time for Shush to arrive, to use the defensive smoke deployed earlier by Kixan to wrap into the bomb site, where Gamer Legion simply can't stop him. Simply can't stop him because they don't have the manpower to watch everything.
Oh, bombardment of utility. Nice try on the vent dive. But Nikodos, even while blinded, can see right through you.
Yeah, imagine getting unblinded and be like, oh, I'll take a triple. That's exactly what I was hoping for. just as we designed it.
The game is tied. The game is completely tied, and Heroic have full momentum in the second half.
This is a very convincing CT side start as well. Got to be concerned for Gamer Legion. We saw them on Overpass able to work the map, able to find opening kills in such a large map. Isaac in positions to lurk aggressively towards a bomb site. Defense getting fooled as to where the ending was. You can throw a fake on one side, pull them over, and Isaac's got you set up on the other side of the map. Nuke is just so much more restricted than that. We'll see what Gamer Legion can adapt into, but their first gun round is just a 5-man hit towards ramp room. If they can't find success outside, I think they're going to have really tough defenses to break through.
Oh, Isaac. He's not got the easiest round ahead of him here. Maybe he can get one. That's about all I'll give him, and not even that. So, game is tied at 8 apiece. Money available for a rifle purchase out for Gamer Legion. But they've got to start winning rounds real soon. Otherwise, they could just give this on over to Heroic, who are looking fantastic on this CT side. Yeah, not much you can do about that.
No, nothing you can do about that. Nothing at all. Timeout taken from Gamer Legion, their second. Ash getting into the conversation with the boys, talking about how we want to play Nuke, what we can do moving forward. Thinking back to all the research last night, this morning. Coming up with some options for Snacks to roll through.
Yeah, he's looking through the pages there, Snacks. He's tossed that aside, ready to focus up yet again here on this CT, or rather TFR.
Former IEM Katowice champion. Responsibility of calling a good T-half to get them in contention for a playoff spot falls on his shoulders. He's already got his name engraved in the trophy once. Looking to have another crack at it.
And a banner above him in the Hall of Heroes. And he's looking to bring a bunch of these youngsters with him. But that's still a long way off. Still lots to do. And Nikodos, he's gone out towards red. It's a good early position here to disrupt Gamer Legion completely. If they commit around that corner, Nikodos could end it.
And Nertz is going to be in tandem.
Oh no. This does feel brutal, doesn't it, with this setup? Nertz is distracted about that pump through the doorway, and Snacks is the player that's done it. He's got through that smoke. Oh, Snacks, he appears. And it's always difficult to deal with him inside of those smokes, and that outside fight is set up because of Snacks' distraction, because of his kill, and now it's much better for Gamer Legion. They've come to play in this T round, but Kickstand seizes his chance with that as an AK-47 upgraded. 2v3, let's not count them out of this just yet.
I love that. Vintage Snacks in that round. Using a smoke in a very different way, disappearing, reappearing on the other side where Nertz would never expect it. Good setup, good assistance outside. Kicks in. Uh-oh, they're lined up a little bit. Gets the first headshot immediately, traded off. Now it's all about finding Tesses.
Yeah, he sees everybody. He absolutely sees everything that's coming his way, and Tessis is just trying to figure out what is the best move he can make. He can hear them coming towards him. He can hear them in the ramp room, and now Tessis could end this round right here. Tessis on the double! Devastation from the Dane!
What was it? Why did they lose their composure? Footsteps, running, moving so fast. Tessis got all the information that he needed. This round was put together so well. This backstab from Snacks. Molly forces Nikodos out in the open. Kios does work in lobby. Gamer Legion had this in control. And just right at the end gets so flustered. And speed things up to a point where they can't react to Tesses.
Oh my God, that is such a heartbreaker. That is a backbreaker.
I think that's why we're seeing this third time out. That can tilt you off the face of the earth.
Oh, it's so tough to swallow if you're Gamer Legion after such a good start to the round. You had it. You had that round in the palm of your hand.
A little bit of inexperience showing right at the end of it in the 2v1.
But man, it's experience for Tessis, isn't it? Staying composed when you hear those steps coming towards you, realizing I can get into a position here to get a multi-kill.
Yeah, how nice. They're coming right at me.
Oh, and he will remember last year. He will remember that grand final showing inside of the Spodek. A loss to G2, as many a final Heroic were unable to pick up. And he would love the chance to return to the playoffs.
Smokes outside. Molotov to delay the cross. Doors blown open. I wonder if they spotted Nikodos. It looked like they might have been there fast enough to see him.
Well, after that, Gamer Legion are put down to MAC-10s and a Tech-9 alongside two AK-47s. And that play is not going to net you a kill, but what is happening inside of Squeaky? It's absolute chaos, pandemonium inside of the site at the moment. And this is Heroic looking good, though. One player up, but that's drawn back. Important kill for Volt to connect on Nerds. But both of those remaining Gamer Legion players are damaged goods, right? They've taken so much damage in this round, and Tessus is in the lobby again.
This is a critical fight. Volt didn't see him cross over, so Tessus has found some standing. Bomb is dropped. Is it in the vent? At the vent?
It's just outside. Alrighty, let's see how Gamer Legion work this clutch back. It's on them to find the pathway back to that bomb and to get it into their hands yet again. And Tessus' position is so advanced, so aggressive to get into the lobby. He could be the absolute madman that could unravel it all again.
It's the HP that's the concern for the Gamer Legion guys. Like, you have to know exactly what you're going into. Isaac is on the investigative mission with that low HP. He can be a warning system. Yeah, they're okay for now still. 20 seconds, about to not be okay.
Yeah, because they're going to have to grab that bomb and get to the bomb site. They've done a very good job, actually, avoiding Tessus. They make some noise. Weapons being dropped in the vents. That's going to alert Tessus. That gets him activated. That gets him on the move. 7 seconds. He knows he can try and deny this. There's the kill. And surely he gets this second shortly. Isaac is so low on health. 6 HP, and he's not going to do it. Tessus is breaking them time and time again.
Isaac had to turn that corner. He had to go for that fight. It's the only fight you know about, and you have no HP, so had to find that one quick and just so difficult to do. But you're exactly right. Tess is working these guys in the clutch situations. Good kill from Kixon. That was funny to me for some reason.
It was just so awkward.
But Shush handling business as well, and even though Volt's putting together some good frags, Heroic play that 2v2 just about perfect.
Double figures for Heroic.
Oh, this is sad for one of the most impressive factors of Gamer Legion through this run has been their T-sides, how well it's been called, how well they've played tactically, and at the moment, they have 0 rounds on this offensive half.
Despite coming so close to winning one, and that is Snacks trying to maneuver to get over the top of main, and it does not work out. They just lose him. And now their in-game leader must sit back and watch the 4 remaining screens of his teammates who are still alive. And Isaac is well. He's got himself that kill. Nerds could do nothing. Has to just fall away, but Tessus is still around that corner, and he's doing so much for Heroic right now. Kixan could even be the elusive factor through the smoke. They don't predict this move, and Kixan kicks into gear yet again. Volt and A-Core kick to the side of the curb, and Kios has got his way through. They haven't detected him. This has to be a masterful clutch, and he assassinates both as they do not detect him. It's a sneaky play. He uses his stealth, but needs much more than that.
Yeah, but Tessus is still alive.
That's very true. And he hasn't made a mistake yet. He hasn't overstepped, and he's not even needed. Nikodos brings Kios down, and Heroic are walking towards that deciding matchup later today.
A dominant CT side showing. If Gamer Legion can't establish any success outside, they're in trouble. Heroic has shown they could put a stop to these grouped up tactics towards ramp room, towards the upper bomb site. If you can't find some way to alleviate that pressure by getting kills in the outer yard, you're screwed. And from what we've seen so far, Gamer Legion really struggling in this disorganized chaos outside of smokes, Molotovs, and nades of the different positions that they can't find it. 3 rounds back now, it feels so much further away.
They're struggling to find anything that works. Any opening maneuver. They've had a couple of different looks, and none of them have found success here for Gamer Legion. The round that did start well did not finish in a fashion they'll be happy with. At the end of today, it might be Tessus that is in their nightmares. Kixan crosses into main. He'll hold that position for the time being. But Gamer Legion, you can see, so tentative. They don't want to give up that early player. And Nikodos is starving for information, so he's taking position towards Secret. And he'll pop his head up behind those smokes and gather what he can.
I like this, though. This is a little bit slower from Gamer Legion, so they've dodged all the early utility. Look at Nikodos. They didn't expect it.
Oh.
So many liberties being taken by Heroic, and they're coming out on top of all of them.
Yeah, they're so confident right now, and for good reason. They're winning every single fight. Gamer Legion have disappeared. And Snacks is coming back in, but it's got to be a massive clutch, and he just doesn't have it in him. It's so sad to see Gamer Legion fall this flat in the second half. Heroic up to map and series point. They're about to knock Gamer Legion out of the competition.
That's Spodek disappearing from view for Gamer Legion.
And it's disappeared so quickly, Jason.
So convincingly as well. This has been such a dominant CT side from Heroic, and Gamer Legion started doing so well in this event that they likely built up some hope out of nowhere that they could make it to the playoffs. And this is a bucket of cold water splashed on their face. Haven't been able to get anything done on this T side of Nuke.
Crossing over through the smokes towards Secret. Snax is on the sprints, past Unbreakable, and he's got that kill on Nerds. Is there any more for Snax? Flicks on down, the answer is no, but his teammates step it up this time. Even trading, in fact, better than that. Heroic are a player up, a player ahead, and this map's done. Any dreams of seeing Snax in the Spodek are completely gone. He came close, he gave us a good showing, but it's Heroic that continue the Cinderella run. With limited expectations coming into the competition, they take out world #1, they now take out Gamer Legion, and the Spodek sweetheart is out of there. Just Acor steps away. A couple of players left on the other side are low.
This is. I mean, look, with the HP, it's kind of winnable, but the fact that he's so far away from the bomb, yeah, might be able to find Tess's here. Oh, just baiting out the shot, and there it is. Heroic closes out Gamer Legion, 13-8. Gamer Legion eliminated. Heroic moving on to play G2 later today, the winner of G2, Monty.
And this Heroic team are looking exciting. Many people wrote them off, but the firepower, the tools that they've been given are looking solid, but unfortunately no spotting of Snax in the future in the playoffs. Positive signs for Gamer Legion, certainly improvements in this competition, but they just wanted that so bad. It's a Polish reunion in the Spodek, and it will be without Snax.
A solid start here for a very important day for Heroic. And Shush, let's just start on this. You both trade each other's maps, right? We see it come down to Nuke, and it looks bad after that first half. But then your CT side was on absolute lockdown. What was going on?
Yeah, I felt like on Overpass we weren't really on the same page. It was more like one guy doing one thing, and I said like we need to change Smoke Monster. We didn't change Smoke Monster at all. So it's like we didn't really listen to each other. So we had so many ideas of what to do, but we didn't really like act on it. And I felt like on Mirage we were good at like all the small things, like offering that one extra flash or just saying that extra word. It, like makes the whole difference.
Do you think that a little kick down on the first map though helped you? Like it was good to have it at that point, and then you could fight back and say, okay, look, we need to fix this.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it was really like clear what went wrong. It was because of the communication, and too much communication sometimes, and not much listening.
And you guys definitely came back alive, because even in the first map it was very quiet, it was kind of somber compared to what we'd seen. Did you maybe take them a bit too easy on the first map as well?
I don't think so. I mean, we talked a lot about not underestimating them, because they are a really good team, and we're not fully there yet. So we shouldn't be overconfident, but we should have confidence, and I think we had that.
Now, you've still got one more game to go for you today, and G2 have just finished up winning theirs. How on earth do you try and reset, get ready, and prepare for that? Did you already prepare from last night?
I mean, we had an idea of what it's going to be G2, most likely. And last time, we felt like we should have won it. But Montage, live game, plus 50. There's not much to do. I think people also noticed that we were the better team in that match. But Montage was a crazy beast, so credits to him.
So you just said life game. That means that was a one-off thing. It won't happen today?
I hope not. I mean, we saw yesterday he didn't have the same game.
He didn't have the same game. Well, they got to hope he doesn't have the same game going to the next one. But I'm going to let these guys get some rest because it's a long day to that Spodek for the guys here. We'll go back to the desk.
Thanks so much, Banks. I got 2 happy Danes on my desk because obviously Heroic has lived to see not another day, but another game. It's going to be happening a little bit later. Like you heard, they will be playing G2 in the last game of the day to determine who will be going to the Spodek. And it was very much, if you take a look at the whole series, Pimp, the first 2 maps, kind of uninspiring Counter-Strike. I actually learned that word from you, and I just keep using it all the time now.
Yeah.
But when we head to Nuke, far more entertaining, but Heroic at the end of the day just far more dominant towards the end.
Yeah, I'd say so. We finally got a map that deserved, you know, the pedigree of the map, the pedigree of the game. We're in an elimination game. It's very important, obviously, for both teams to get that shot at making it to the Spodek. So after watching map 1, watching map 2, we were left with a feeling that, come on, give us a good close match. And we got that here in Nuke. Gamer Legion came out to play. A great first half, in all things considered. They were the one dominating. They were the one step ahead. But once we got into that second half, we were even standing behind the Heroic players here at the very last round. You could just hear the focus, the communication, the energy coming out of those players. They were the better team today. They had the better individuals, but it was a relatively close game here in Nuke.
Yeah, I also think from what we've seen at Heroic from this tournament, I think we can actually start considering they've won against some pretty amazing teams at this point. Astralis, Vitality, and now all of a sudden Gamer Legion. They have already, quote-unquote, deserved a shot at Spodek Arena by those results alone, but they're going to have that game later today by G2. And he mentioned in the interview as well, the live game of Montage, I wouldn't maybe say it was a live game, but it was one of his better, right? We can agree on that. But he's going to be so crucial later this day. If he's not able to do that in the same extent, Heroic got a real chance.
And that is the cool storyline, right? It's a rematch. It's a rematch between G2 and Heroic for a spot at the Spodek. Obviously, G2 being the household name, being the ones who can field players like Nico, like Montage, they probably earn more than the entirety of Heroic together at that point, right, in terms of the financials of the situation. So that game in itself is going to be great. A rematch, as Schuss said, last time around, it felt like Heroic were the better team, but G2 had the better individuals, and I think we're going to see something along those lines for the storyline taking part tonight.
Did you ever imagine a world at the end of last year where you'd be standing here, Vitality would be gone?
Nope.
Heroic without Cadian would be fighting against G2 in the lower bracket for a spot at the Spodek. What the hell is going on?
It's a good question. What the hell is going on? It's a constant balance of, do we think certain teams are underperforming, certain of the favorites?
No, I don't think they're underperforming. I think some teams are just lifting the bench a bit.
I would agree with that to some extent. I think the overall level in Counter-Strike is just incredible high. You know, if you're a top 20 European team, you play Counter-Strike at an incredible high level. I'd even argue that if you're top 30 in Europe, you're probably the best in NA, right? So the field of teams, the pool of teams we have to offer within European Counter-Strike right now is just incredible high. I am, however, surprised that teams like Heroic, teams like ENCE for that matter as well, and newly formed teams are coming together so quickly. It takes time to build up synergy. It takes time to build up understanding in between each other, communication, you name it. So fact of the matter is, I would be lying, and I think everyone else would be too as well, if they weren't surprised by the way Heroic is playing right now.
I just love that Counter-Strike has gotten to a point where we actually see every game is competitive. I remember back in 2016, Astralis would go up in the lower bracket or in the upper bracket against Tyloo or some shit, and they would lose 16-2, 16-1, and then be like, yeah, we're going to the playoffs, right? For today, I think we're actually seeing every single team has the financials, the resources, and the management behind them to actually deliver results where we can be like, wow, that's an incredible thing. It was such an easy thing for those with money back in the day to just get the best players, because other teams was like on part-time and being delivery drivers on their side to make it work, right? So now we have all these teams full-time, and I just think it shows.
There's a reason he's benched and I'm no longer playing. You have to be good nowadays in order to be a great Counter-Strike player, and obviously we're not.
I like the fact that you're just throwing yourself under the bus and I didn't have to do it. I get to be the nice one today. We are just waiting because we'd like to hear from Gamer Legion. They just look devastated though at the end of that.
Yeah.
And they've played so well throughout this event. I think to go home cannot be easy. And as I say that, we actually do have an opportunity to hear from Isaac now as we say goodbye.
Game Legion will bow out here and the Spodek will not be theirs this time around. But Isaac, we got to look at, there's a lot of positives to this, and let's start with the overpass. It's a great map for you guys in general, but it looked like you couldn't do any wrong on it. Do you feel like you just were a step ahead of Heroic the whole time?
Yeah, I think we had a pretty good prep and game plan coming into overpass and this nuke, but it didn't go our way as on the T side, but you know, it happens. They played well.
Mirage, though, has been a tough map for you guys in general, right? We haven't seen you play it too much this year, and you're going through all these changes. You've told me about the positives, but why did it feel like you guys were just not even on the same page? It looked like they were able to read you guys like a book, and you guys weren't willing to fight.
I mean, I think we came into the game with a with a game plan and they just kind of counter it. And we haven't been playing that much Mirage on Prague, so I mean it's kind of like a 50-50 for us. Either it goes good, either it goes bad. But we've been playing pretty bad on it. But definitely things to work on there.
Well, yeah, at least you know what to work on right ahead of future events for it. But this Nuke, a great start in terms of the 8-4. Even you lose the pistol, then you force up, you manage to take them down on it, and you think, okay, this is going to be something they can run with and roll with. Your T-sides this whole event have really been good as well. Where was it Nuke when it mattered most?
Yeah, that's kind of tough to say. Hard to say right now, but I think they had some nice individual kills, like multi-kills and stuff, and we used it in trade and do the stuff we're supposed to.
Did it feel though like, because when I was watching, there was sometimes where you were just kind of going in and it felt like you guys had lost or run out of ideas at times?
No, I don't feel like we run out of ideas. I think we were kind of like unsynced and not really on the same page in some rounds. So I think it mainly came down to that.
And what would you want to say about your whole Katowice experience? Because we have seen progression compared to what we saw at the end of last year to where you're at now. This must be a good sign in some ways?
Yeah, definitely. It was very fun being here for the first time. Obviously, pretty sad we didn't make it to Spodek for snacks, but you know there's more opportunities to come, and I think we're actually pretty happy with how we've done here. We've shown progression not only in game, but like how we're working as a team, how we're communicating and stuff. So I think we have a lot of positives to take here, and we know what to work on.
I completely agree. There's a lot of positive around Game Legion right now. Let's see how they do at further events. But here is the end of the road at Katowice.
One of the most emotional moments now is at the end of this game, and while that loser's interview was taking place, we got to see Snacks walk past, his head down, looking devastated, and one of our heroes not making it to the Spodek. It's going to hit him harder than most.
It will. However, I will say for Gamer Legion coming into this tournament, I don't think anyone realistically expected them to be in a position where they would qualify for the Spodek. I think the way they've been addressing these games, the way this squad have been performing so far at Katowice has been great, you know. I have seen them play a lot, and I think every single time the story is the same for Gamer Legion. They don't have the best individuals. They don't have the star players within their region, but every single time they turn up for a big tournament, they deliver and they exceed our expectations. This time around, it wasn't great enough to be in the Spodek. I will say, though, that I think they should be proud of their performance, and I think Snacks can, regardless of making it to the Spodek, or not, still hold his head up, because he's been making a great return into professional Counter-Strike.
I think for Babski's sake, I've been saying that they keep punching above their weights. I'm going to stop saying that. I think they've proven that they're in the same weight class as a lot of the teams here, and it's been enough tournaments now. Gamer Legion deserves their spot. We say goodbye to them, though. Heroic will fight it out a little bit later here at IEM Katowice. Let's take a look at the bracket, though. Like we mentioned earlier, they will be facing off against G2. There is still a spot in the Spodek available, Babski. It is going to be Falcons up against Na'Vi. That is going to be happening very soon.
Yeah, there's quite a storyline between those two. It was formerly the matchup between Blade and Sonic, but all of a sudden it's two different teams. We have Falcons on the side of the lesser prominent team, I would say. For now, Na'Vi seems like the clear favorites, and that's not a thing Sonic is normally used to being.
It's a banger.
It's a banger. There we go. Pimp's not giving away any of the secrets because we're going to all be back for that one in a bit. And then also FaZe is going to be facing off against Spirit for a semi-final spot. And I've been told by Babski that they won't be showing all their cards, neither of those teams, Pimp. So even though it'll be exciting, we won't be able to see what they actually will look like when they go head-to-head potentially in the Spodek. Babski wants to correct me. Correct me.
Let's go ahead. I think in the moment they will be motivated, obviously, to get into the semifinals. But if they lose that game, we're not going to see the crazy emotions.
No.
The difference between making it or not has already been cleared out. It's just the simple fact they're going to be played semi or the quarters.
If anything, for me, it's Spirit taking on FaZe Clan and us getting to know even more about Spirit. You know, is it a potential winner of the tournament, or is Spirit just a team right now who have done well but have their limitations?
Curious question that we'll just throw out there before we go to the break. Do you think, though, that FaZe is going to show everything they've got right now, knowing that there is a very good chance they will see Spirit later on in this event?
Nope.
Nope. Babski?
Nope.
They got told by production they weren't allowed to say much more, so there you go. We're going to the break. When we get back, it's Falcons up against Na'Vi.
Welcome, my friends, to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike!
Elevated, never low, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys want it tall, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now.
smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple, that's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Go ahead and tell me what you've got on your mind. We can solve your problems tonight. Take another hit and rendezvous in the sky. Ooh, we got places to be. See some things you won't believe. Ignoring all them calls on your phone. Baby, tell me how you feel when you're standing next to me. Even though you got somebody at home. Keep this between us. Ain't nobody have to know. Give me a reason. Why is it so hard to let go? Take a chance, touch the sky, and you might just like what you find. Let's risk it all, put it on the line. Go and spread your wings. Let's find out if you fly. Let's find out if you fly.
The only thing you want when you get to Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is a spot at the Spodek, and now 2 teams get to battle it out to try and claim said spot. It is the Falcons, a team that had so much gossip and story around them, a team that's the stories about all sorts of things, like the money being thrown at them and their business class flights. Topics about who would join this prestigious lineup has continued, and now they have had to arrive and perform based on all of those rumors. They are here, fighting it out against Navi, who's now gone international. It's a complete change here. And they have benched, I suppose, or he has stepped down, their superstar, one of the heroes in our hall, Simple, no longer there. The young Wonderful has had to fill those shoes. Can you even fill Simple's shoes, actually?
No, you cannot. But if you're Wonderful, you've been trying and you've been doing a pretty good job, I'd say. I think his return or coming back to Navi, coming into Navi has been looking great. I think most people expected him to be all right, but I don't think people expected him to be a difference maker within Navi, which I think he has been in certain occasions. I still like a bit of consistency coming out of Wonderful. There's certain maps I think he does incredibly well on, and then there's certain maps where I feel like he's falling out of the game. But for Wonderful to come in and replace a player like Simple, imagine that pressure, imagine that tenacity, imagine the pressure from the fans out there as well. All things considered, I think he's done well.
And he's also from the same region, right? So people see him as the one-to-one replacement. I think it means a lot for him. And also looking at him, I think he's been adding consistency to a lineup where there's been no potential improvement from IEM and JL for a long time, and all of a sudden he comes into the team and he also steps up. I also think it was a needed change. I think Simple towards the end, he looked drained. He didn't look like he was motivated. I think that it's great that they initially just find Orba and Sprout that is able to be picked up and ready to go into Tier 1.
One of the things that I would like to see a bit more from Wonderful is him taking charge of the game. He is a player that is a little bit, I wouldn't call him Jame-like, but he's inspired, I guess, by that style of Counter-Strike. He doesn't really take charge of a game. He's not the Monacy that is forcing the duels, almost taking the Orb and sticking it down the throat of the opponents. Not that kind of aggressive player on the server yet. He's been adding layers to his game. It's getting better, I would argue, but I still want to see Wonderful dictate the game a little bit more with the Orb before I'm willing to call him, you know, a difference maker per se.
That was also the issue in Spirit. Like, he had the statistics when he was in Spirit. When he played on that roster, he was actually doing really well. You can go back and look at the numbers. But when you looked at the eye test with him, he was so passive. He didn't have any impact in many of the games. He had the kills, but he just saved and like didn't really make the games. And I think Blade is going to be making him into a player that can potentially, I'm not saying he's the next Monacy, but he could very much improve into another aspect of his career.
It's getting better.
My gosh, how hard is it as a player to have to carry all of that on your shoulders, though? You step into
to replace
Navi.
Simple? Yeah, that's pretty hard.
Yeah,
I've been there. Tried that myself, huh?
How did that go?
Well, all right, I think, you know.
Oh, no, it did not. No, let's actually hear from. Let's just hear from Wonderful.
One game away, and Na'Vi could be making it through to the Spodek. And Wonderful, I want to touch on your individual performance so far. In the Na'Vi jersey, this is your best LAN event that we've seen. How are you feeling in the team, in the system now? It's been a little while.
Actually, like, feeling in team really good, like, and in tournament and LANs, like, from game to game, I'm just feeling more confidence and comfortable, like, and that's why, like, I'm playing better and better. I hope I will not stop progression, I will progress more and more.
You got a smile on your face. I think you will progress very well with this. Now, you've been to Katowice before. You did it with Spirit, where you came 9th to 12th. This time, if you win, you'll get further than before, and you'll get to the Spodek. How much do you want that?
Super much. Like, actually, like, on every tournament, I want to play on stage because, like, I didn't play a lot of on stages, and for me, it's the main motivation I have, like, something like this, yeah.
Okay, so highly motivated for this one. Now, you're going up against Falcons today, who is an interesting team for sure. What has Blade told you about? What's the preparation look like?
We didn't play a lot of, like, maps. We didn't play, like, all of us their maps, and, like, we will just play our game. Like, of course, we, like, watch some of us their demos. We, like, have a good preparation, but, like, we will see how is it. And I think we will not do some stupid mistakes as yesterday, and everything will be fine.
It's funny, you say stupid mistakes, yet you still win, right? But you guys always want to be better. Falcons, though, they don't look so good. So are you extra confident against them?
Yeah, always confidence.
Always confidence, a smile on his face. Let's see if they can get it done against the Falcons and find themselves in the Spodek. Hey, looked up.
You can hear Banks in the end there getting friendly with his Na'Vi boys. Obviously, I think the conversation has to turn towards the two men standing behind these two teams.
Yes.
Because in their own right, they are both. We talk about the Hall of Heroes. To me, both of them are heroes as coaches. The things that they've done, the players that they have mentored, I suppose, is always the thing that you have to look at and be impressed by.
I think these two guys on your screen right now deserve to be talked about. From the outside, it's always very hard to quantify how much does a coach affect a team, how much does a coach have to say within a team, and how much is it down to the coach how well the team is playing. I think it's proven for these two that within Astralis, of course, for Sonic winning all these majors, and Vitality for that matter, and Blade and Na'Vi creating that super team in 21 that just dominated the scene. They are two of the most well-known coaches and two of the most well-respected coaches. However, there's only one of them who could be in the Spodek. There's only one who could win this game. I don't know about you, Bobski. You worked a bit with Sonic as well, but they are two of the guys that you really want to play for, I guess, if you're a player as well. You believe they can make you a better Counter-Strike player?
For sure. They are objectively the two best coaches in the world, I think, from what we've seen on paper, and also with the continuity of always being at the top, right? I think they bring something different to the table. I think Blade is the very old school, very harsh, very tactical approach to the game, while Sonic is more an authority. He gets the team together. He's a motivational coach. I'm not saying he's not bringing anything tactical, because he's very much so. But like that year when the Astralis guys traveled so much and all these issues was coming up all the time, he was the main reason why everybody just didn't fall apart, right? He could gather the troops, and if he's able to do that with the Falcons lineup, I think he's going to be having an equally successful period.
And that's the cool thing about the two, right? The contrast between them, as you say. Sonic, more of a motivational speaker, more of a dad for the team almost, you know, a guy you can rely on, a guy who can cry on his shoulders, etc. Whereas Blade, you see him in interviews, you see him calling out his own players right now. He's expecting excellence from his players. He's very hardcore. He's very down to the book, creating stretch, you know, going into the detail, a big, massive nerd of the game in the best possible way. So the contrast between the two are also staggering.
Contrast between the two, but the one thing that I would say is similar in both of them is what they're really good at is finding young talent,
sure,
molding it into superstars, and then managing those superstars and getting the best out of them, which is why with this Falcons lineup and with the Na'Vi lineup, I don't think when these two rosters, obviously the Na'Vi a little bit earlier than Falcons, were put together, a lot of people went, oh, that's not what I like. And maybe it wasn't what the coaches wanted to begin with, but I think both of them have got stuff together that works on both sides, whether it be Falcons or Na'Vi. It seems to be that those gents have been able to find the glue that makes this stick.
For my money, it's a massive job for Sonic. He has to coach new players. He has to coach a new talent. One of them being Boas on your screen right here. I think him himself is a great talking point for this Falcons lineup. Again, we speak about the rest of the players. This is the guy, though, who is the outsider, so to speak. This is the guy that we're not quite sure whether or not he's going to stick around, whether or not he's the right fit for the team. But it's up to Sonic to make sure that this guy performs. He has been coming alive. He has been looking better and better throughout the tournament, but I'm still not sold on the whole Boros thing yet. Snappy even said it, it's a talent we're trying to mold, and we'll see how it goes.
I also think he is the make it or break it. If he doesn't evolve into that superstar, I simply don't think they have enough quality in terms of firepower to match other teams. He's going to have to come alive. I also think, from discussing rumors earlier, he was potentially the guy to be swapped out for Nico, right? One of the best rifles in the entire world. So I think it says a lot about what is being expected from him. But obviously, you can't expect that to come out from him now. But the question is, does Sonic see that in the foreseeable future?
The thing is, like, that when we started here at IEM, I think it was one of the first games Falcons played, Boros looked absolutely terrible. And we all stood here and said, well, you know, I think that he's hearing everyone saying, oh, there's...
Oh, he's one of the best players on the roster right now. That's the most confusing
He's improved,
part.
I was going to say, but in the beginning, we were all going, oh, you're not playing very well. And he didn't play very well. And we said, oh, you're going to be in trouble. Like, you're going to get knocked out here. You're the one that's going to be replaced. And in the last few games, he's stood up and he's performed. And he has been one of the best players. Wow, Sam.
Sure,
but there
sure.
you go. So I feel like he's obviously hearing it. He can cope well with pressure.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It's just a realization of his position within the team. There's no doubt about it. It's not like the other guys are trying to hide it from him as well. Sonic have said it in a couple of interviews. Snappy have said it as well. Boros is a player that is very... He's a rough diamond, so to speak. And sometimes you can get a really cool diamond out of it. And sometimes it's a project that may not work out. We're just being realistic. I think Boros so far in this tournament have made a great argument for why they picked him in the first place. But as Bobski said, being average within Falcons for Boros is not enough. He has to be a superstar delivery, otherwise it's not going to be enough.
I also had Magic on the interview desk here yesterday, and I think he just gave a quick praise to Boros for like remembering strats. I think that says a lot about what he was beforehand and what he's evolved into, because Boros needs to get the tactical aspect of it, because his aim is on the superstar level.
Okay, you've seen the veto, and we are actually heading straight into games. So we don't even know how these two analysts favor this to play out. Oh, there we go, very quickly. Babsky, you might as well throw your opinion in there. One word, give me the team. He won't talk. It's your job. You've got one job. Okay, we're going to get into game because you know what? This is it. There is a spot in the Spodek up for grabs. It is time to etch your names in history. That is what these players want, and it is what they are fighting for, a chance to lift that trophy. It only makes sense that two legends and two heroes themselves will take us into game. It is Machine and Sponge.
Yes, indeed. Legacy on the line. Na'Vi and Falcons going to be duking it out, and it's already game time. We're into the pistol. Red is smoked. And we've got the dual Berettas. Not going to be tested immediately. They're charging to test Alexi. He just falls off. JL reacting. Alexi, ooh, actually banging. Takes Madden out of the equation, and more from Wonderful. These dual Berettas rain down hellfire. 3 down, and you thought you had the call, but you get nothing done. Falcons falter.
When you make a play like that, as JL's going to let out a roar immediately off the back of the pistol and even give him a nod, so the eyes lighten up on either sides of the Hall of Heroes today. But that's a fortunate one from Alexi onto Madden to get his anger started early. But when you're going for that play, you're hoping, right, that the B players are going to push as well as the A player, that the red player is going to expect you to be going through donut towards A, and Alexi calls the bluff, and they lock it down. But Falcons, well, with the way Snappy likes to approach Counter-Strike, of course, we're going to see a force spy heading over towards B. They've opted for a Heaven Smoke. That's going to stop anybody jumping up mid as they set up for a B execute. But Na'Vi have started 3B. They've got the pieces in the right place to lock this down. Smoke and flashes, here they go.
Wonderful. He's got vision. He hears them coming. Ready's his aim. Ready's the SMG. Another multi-kill for Wonderful. It's a triple right out of the gates. This man is fragging. He's toe tagging and body bagging. Magisk, next one on his naughty list, finishing it with a dual Berettas. Ime will steal it away. That's a dream start for the Na'Vi boys.
Yeah, 1 kill in the first 2 rounds of play, and Magisk, the difference, he's the only one to pick it up. And that's going to be stumping Falcons. We're going to see them head into the eco. And as I said, they had 3 towards B. They were ready for this type of a pop. And I think it's telling as well when that Heaven Smoke comes into play that it is likely to be pressure towards that B lane. But huge multi-kills from Wonderful in back-to-back rounds. 320 ADR as we see him lob out that elbow smoke. And that is going to be a big conversation point for us as this one does land. Some of the key issues for Na'Vi has been missing Yuta. We saw it on Nuke. We've seen it on this very map of Ancient against Spirit, where Donk was able to stand and deliver behind the double mollies that weren't deep enough. Madden would love to find an opening pick with a Deagle towards main. They're searching out, they're forcing the util, applying pressure, and Bit feels it.
Yeah, he's handled the first with class. Trying to get ahead of the util was Madden, taking a risk in just what is essentially a Deagle round. Pushing for info on towards B ramp. No one home. Smoke doors. And yeah, they're going to call it clear momentarily.
Great response. Right, so pressure towards A main. Very quiet towards B. Soak up all that room. And now rerouting towards middle. Falcons would have had a chance to search. Smoke lands at a perfect timing. And Falcons will have to go knocking on another door. So this round, we'll likely see the clock sink right down before its finish. It may even can re-smoke. Look at this, perfect. Beautiful. Just a frustrating round for Falcons. Everywhere you go, you're smoked off. You can't get in. But you need to go down to get that loss bonus piping through. 2,900 going into the next.
A couple of kills would be nice as well, just to remind yourself what that feels like.
Yeah, you want to get off the goose egg early. You don't want that haunting you for too long. Here they come. Will it be a mow down?
IEM and Bit looking to combine their forces. And it's beautiful from the both of them. Just some pious. Nice find from Bit. Controls the A site on his first test.
And they're going to hold on to 2 SMGs. One for Bit, one for Alexi. That'll be the Famous in the mix as well. Interested to see if they want to opt to do something aggressive with those pocket rockets. SMGs don't have good A spawns, but they do have good B spawns. Unfortunately, Bit is the A anchor. So, if you had a good A main spawn, why would it push in to subvert that expectation of teams who like to go A early on the T side gun rounds? Because a lot of the CTs, they go for that mid press, the B lane control. As the U2 has landed. So, continue to highlight. Good stuff from Jay. We're looking at those little details. They harass middle. The red smoke missed from Falcons. They're trying to reroute towards B quite quickly. So crowd control U2 has subsided. No damage done. And they're going to start to make their way through the doors with the bigger guns.
Alexi spots him out. Gives the warning to Wonderful and JL on this B defense. Util sails through. Counter incendiary. A little bit of a gap he can work with. He can manufacture through spray, and look at their health. They're forced forwards. Flashes in, and this is some team play right now out of Na'Vi. Oh, Alexi. Nearly didn't catch the snappy push through the smoke, and it's still Sunpires making it awkward. Magisk as well with a response. A 2 versus 4 quickly made level, and that wallbang has put Alexi down in combination with the nade. Alexi from the grave on the nade, and now it's in a 1v1. Holds down the spray. What a recovery.
Well, intense round, and I'm going to say, where is this Na'Vi being? U2 landing, the protocols are there, but that one was a back and forth slobber knocker of a round.
The combination of the wallbang and the molly spread as well. That's a gangster way to get a kill. Never mind the nade from Alexi actually finding it as well. That's a cool round of counter.
And of course, it's Magisk to close this down. And they're leering through the smoke, Snappy knowing he has to take that risk with all the action towards B. Magisk, this was impact to get the first round on the board. Beautiful stuff from the Dane. Him and Zonic pairing up again under a new organization.
And you want to talk about minor details in Counter-Strike. If he finds that Snappy walk through the smoke clean, he might not be dying to that Molotov wallbang. It's, you know what, he got put on 45 through that push from Snappy's damage. But yeah, attack timeout used immediately. And I mean, Chad, if you're on the mic there, you've got to give him some props. Like you said, it felt like that CT side was shaping up nicely for the B defense.
I didn't think it was a bad round at all, but I think the reason that Blade wants to take it now is their finances can be broken if they lose this. So, all right, let's just settle ourselves with the 30 seconds, and let's respond immediately, so at least we can stay in the guns. Boris is lining up an insta window. Let's see if it lands this time round. There's a Mac 10 in the hands of Snappy. Where will he spring to life? Heavy towards middle, the U2. Landing, all right. That's what you want to see. Deep molly in place. And the harassment of U2, they're throwing this out to soften up the mid players and immediately rerouting towards B. But they have to be careful through the water. If you look at the radar, you can see that they were walking back to not give away too many sound cues. And they want to set up for another pounce, but this time, deep lane control taken. So does Snappy have a retake lane setup where they can maybe smoke off cave, molly the top of the ramp? Well, we're about to find out.
Restraint.
And rotation as well. Look at the radar. It's just 2 players towards B right now from Na'Vi. They feel somewhat fortified.
JL pulls the panic, throws out the nade and tucks into the side, looking to play crossfires with Alexi. Pressure on. It's a good from Alexi, finds the head of Boros. IEM from long side as well, keeps the head above water. Good ding through the boards, but maybe Snappy and Sunpius are not done yet. Look at the shots being hit. Fake plant, 2-on-2. Snappy on a shoestring of health. And Sunpius combined with the nade and wallbang. He's been doing his homework. Wonderful will close so intense for the first 5 rounds of counter.
And Alexi did all of his hard work that round through the spam from Cave. He got smoked off. It was another one of these B pounces from Falcons. And this time, Alexi, yeah, I'd have a grin on my face too. Killed one, got a dink, killed another. So the in-game leader, the Finn, just lighting them up through the boards. And we even get a highlight of that. Boros is going to be feeling very hard done by. And this is essentially Falcon saying, let's explode onto B and just hope that we can trade out, because the response time of Na'Vi, all the bodies are there, quick, smart. This is a change-up. Donut smoke. Oh, they're out. It's going to be fast A.
Yeah, look at Madden. He's already knocking on Donut door. Bit spotted him out. Quick, smart, out a main, a long-range duel. Imme commits to the spray, and it's a long-range Galil out of Snappy.
Must hear the steps. They know he's in red.
Most definitely. Alexi's even trying to find him on this exit through the smoke. Good find, good awareness. But the bomb now ticking. Falcons, they've broken through into the A site.
Hard retake.
They've locked those Temple players in. This boost, though, favors some Pius, and the smokes could have a big role to play. Running out of players, though. Bit spotted out on that elevated position. Sun Pius has brought him low. And you said it's a hard retake. The shots, however, have been hit by Bit, and wonderful. One more would have been great, but no time and no players. Wonderful force to save.
And Falcons has got this typical Snappy signature style stamped all over them. Fast, in your face, explosive counter-strike.
I'm not going to lie, it's very different to the counter we've been casting up until this point. This is our first Falcons game chat, and it's already got a unique flavor.
Well, this is the key. We had the Eternal Fire versus Na'Vi game yesterday. Bit of a heartbreaker for Eternal Fire, but that was very slow. That was defaulted, that was spread them out, but that was a lot of fakes called out from Madja, and then the round sibbered into these 1v1 duels that if won or lost could send the round either way. This is really Counter-Strike that is going to knock your socks off.
For real.
Well, behind the safe door, they can bring out one M4 on Bit. The rest going to upgrade in with some powerful pistols and SMGs. The U2 is in the mix, and back towards B we go. So same U2, red smoke. I think it missed again. And the CT elbow smoke, missing the mark as well.
But this is such a direct approach.
At least the AWP is here on Wonderful, but if they knock him off.
Nice work. Wonderful. He's hit the shot necessary. If he finds Madden, it's over for Magisk. And he's done it. Just the one man now, up against 3. And Magisk gives him the fight, covered by Bit. Na'Vi, they weather the storm of a 5-man B assault.
I love how quick this is, just throwing, trading blows, both teams backing the individuals. But one individual the desk was highlighting and actually gave me a bit of a giggle before we were able to head into game. Bubsky talking about Boros and being praised that he's remembering strategies. We're talking top-tier professional Counter-Strike, and that's a highlight. So we know he's an aim star, right? We know that he can definitely lock onto the heads, but maybe some of the finer details like the nades, like remembering the strats, the details of being a professional player, not completely there, but he's currently sitting at 0 and 6, so not achieving anything at the moment as Madden raised the flames.
Yeah, he's gone down.
Aye.
Well handled.
See how strong that util is. You get that lane molly in, the HE, the mid players are through because you can't harass. If you're trying that from Madden, it's a Hail Mary attempt.
Erecting a boost, Magisk not going to be able to do too much as that smoke arrives at the same time.
Kind of removing the comms issue from Na'Vi as well, aren't you? If you just run at them.
That's true too, yeah. It makes him look a whole lot sharper, more coordinated. Now, ooh, Alexi going to try and get his smoke out. He's going to get run down. Commits to a jump spray. Double kill out of Alexi. Triple in the round.
He's already up to 11, matching Wonderful.
He's having a good game.
And he's playing a very key part of the map. Right, Cave, you're going to be tested. Lots of information available. You need to stall that position out.
Very well played. I mean, even from the wall bangs to this, you know, you can see how many different types of duels you're going to be encountering. Tight angle held by Imme. Doesn't nail the shot. Has to acknowledge the slip.
Reject the setup completely, so they are worried about the leak towards A.
Boros. Is he still? Yeah, 0-7.
Secret agent.
Nothing here for Magisk, but it gives us an opportunity to talk a little bit about this man and what he has achieved, joining Falcons, leaving what seemed to be a winning recipe. You know, it was a bit of an eyebrow raiser. Magisk and Zonic departing the green pastures for what they hoped to be even greener.
Yeah, and so far this team has only been about two and a half months. We did have the tournament break over Christmas where I assume not too much practice was going down. This is still very early stages of the roster, and a lot of people will be quick to say, oh yeah, but it's the Ents core, right? They've got Madden, they've got Sampayas, they have Snappy. They should just be picking up where that team left off. But every team is different, right? You're going to have to now assimilate with the way Zonic and Magisk want to play, and those two individuals are hugely successful. So I'm sure that Snappy and Co are more than happy to listen to their approach because it's a winning approach. It's one that's won a cabinet full of majors. You go to Magisk's profile on Steam, and he's just got those trophies displayed proudly. And you can understand why. He joined that Astralis roster, and he was part of that dynasty. He is a difference maker alongside of the coach who he has a lot of faith in.
Yeah, difference maker, catalyst. I mean, upon his arrival from Magisk Boy to Magisk Man and that win streak, it was, it was legendary. And that's a word I try and keep out of my mouth as often as possible, but that it's justified for the history of Magisk and his arrival in Danish Counter-Strike.
There's only other Danes that have a cabinet that looks like his.
I can't believe we're here already, Chad. Round 9. It's been a quick one.
I think Imma's... hold up. Oh, in-game leader's locking horns again.
Yeah, that's a big find from Snappy. He's actually, for the first time, taken down the Cave player in the opening. Aggressive from Boros. Finds his first onto Bit, trying to fight for the ledge control. Immet standing his ground for one. It's Snappy leaping to action. Maintains an advantage, and now there's a lot of gaps. JL and Wonderful trying to work this one out. He heard Snappy nearby. Oh, beautiful from JL just on the last few bullets. Snappy, though, committing to that spray.
That's what happens when you're spamming in smokes these days, right? You're definitely going to give away not just with the traces, but the massive holes in the smoke of where those shots are coming from. Winnable round now.
Can't disrupt the plant. May want to wait for his teammate. Wonderful's on his way with the kit and a smoke. Well, and an AWP.
I was hearing steps. Madden will have heard that. Sampayas is actually going to come through Cave as well. I thought maybe this flash would be an element to help Madden peek, but no, they're going to fight together.
Spots him out, deletes him. Good awareness, and now you're smoked off. You better know your wallbangs here, Sampayas. They're thinking about ramp. And they're testing, now they know. Wonderful gonna hold it with that kit. You better know your wall bangs, and the round slips away. A 7th on the CT side for Na'Vi.
Yeah, and that one felt like it was getting out of control due to the heroics of Snappy. That fight against Alexi, running down Imma, Bit getting caught off guard at ledge between that mid-crunch. And they were using that smoke to deny the double mollies, and we saw Apex with that, but Imma got the better of them to start, and he should be used to it because, well, that's what Jacob was attempting to do just a couple of days ago. So something that Na'Vi have had the opportunity to practice against in recent time. JL not going to worry about trying to bang back, takes the fight to him, stunts Sampayas, and, well, this is already quite a commanding CT side. One way to deal with the Legend Cave push. Post your AWP at doors, but spam down. Alexi continues to do so much damage through the boards. He's got that on lock.
He's got a comprehensive list of moves for his Cave play.
Might get caught off guard here.
Yeah, could have. He's actually nailed the nade right down the gullet of Snappy. So again, good chip damage. It's like the opposite of that Anubis game where you had 1 kill and a whole lot of damage. This time it's a lot of kills and damage.
So Boris has just heard a player running into Donut, but what does that mean? It's just information to pipe through to Snappy.
He's flirting with this idea.
They're pushing.
Snappy.
Didn't catch him.
Oh, and he's been caught off guard. Punishes the reload with some aggression now, Alexi, keeping it dynamic.
Snappy's going to be very unhappy. He thought he jump peeked.
Ooh, dink exchange. Madden's gun's better.
I'm really worried about this round. They have to go A because where the bomb is.
Yeah, and this is where Bit just has to catch the right moment. Just like that, the double kill. Sampayas could not get his eye to the scope in time, and it just disintegrates before our very eyes.
Na'Vi are owning them. This is 8 secure. Madden with 17 seconds left. He had to pick the bomb up outside the B doors. He was even spotted by that aggression down the B ramp of JL as he was tucking tail. And now with 10 seconds, I think he just wants to hold on to this investment. Of course, the max loss bonus is going to be in play for the next. And he will be able to retain the AK-47, but feels like a bit of a non-starter at this juncture. Very flat from the Falcons. But Alexi, he's dialed in right now. Every decision that he's making seems to be the right one. And that's what we thought yesterday against EF as well, that he had his finger on the pulse, especially on Nuke. He was reading the rotations, he was playing ahead, he was finding impact, but the rest of the team a little bit more scattered. Right now, Na'Vi are coming together and at the right time. This is a team with individuals, some who we've seen have high highs, the likes of Bit, we know what he's possible of. Others, well, I so throw Immer into that mix as well. Others like Wonderful, well, we've definitely been seeing this trend and how good he can be, but the bigger games is where we want to see more of it. And right now, in a match that will take them to the Spodek, one for the future, I'd love to get to see Wonderful in the mix up against Monacy, right? Those two young AWPers, right? Obviously, the next generation is where we are setting our sights.
You talk about big game. I'd always put Sunpius in that category for a big game player. Right now, absent. Ouch! Oh, Snappy and Magis, there is a ringing.
It's just brute force that Snappy's hoping to get away with, and today the utility is on point for Na'Vi. That couldn't come at a worse time for the Falcons.
I mean, this is your moment. This is where you can make a half out of it, right? It's 2-8. It has to be now. It's now or never.
But look at how much util they dumped towards mid. The smokes are starting to fade, but they had 2 smokes to extinguish. They had the red smoke to help them get out. They had a lot of flashes, and they got absolutely no room. If anything, they've just given up all of their util and taken a chunk of damage. 2 players, the Danes, limping around the server, as they might just have to try and pincer this contact into B. But here's Alexi again.
Can he pass another test on the cave position? Slides into the angle, ready for some Pius, nearly 2. Madden down now, good teamwork, but maybe Snappy catches him, not to be. Good awareness from JL Magisk. Don't forget the damage he took early. Makes it even more difficult in a number disadvantage, a 1 versus 3. You can hear some movement.
Cave, how do you get this back?
There should be no way. It's just locked down. I mean, you've got JL as the canary in the coal mine. He'll report back on his investigations here. Bomb grabbed. JL's surely gonna, oh, he didn't. So Magisk is allowed to retrieve the bomb at the bare minimum. I think they've spotted now that it's disappeared. Takes it out. Here's those cave steps, brings the fight, and yeah, Immer's trained on that position for a 9th. Na'Vi, damn.
JL couldn't quite believe that the bomb got snatched under his nose. Hey, yeah, all right.
Like a heist.
It did get pulled out from under you there, JL, but not planted, and Alexi again stalls them out for enough damage that JL can slide in, denying the space, even takes down Snappy, who's peeking into that low on HP. And then Magisk, he couldn't get the bomb down for the extra cash, but again, the money is there for the Falcons considering the nature of this half, and when in doubt, rush B.
Okay. A pace change. But you've got to go, oh, Immer, yeah, oh, it's destruction. The combination, nade, molly, smoke, spray, Boros 1 back. Smoke on ramp from JL trying to stop them committing to the site, but they're up. And JL puts Boros down. Alexi doesn't have to take this engagement just yet. Does swing out to try and find him. A swift adjustment from Madden. 2-on-2. Madden bravely steps into the line of fire. Puts it onto Sunpius. Just to recover this half. Just to have something to celebrate coming into the second half of a Team Falcons pick. There's the first. Up to Wonderful in the clutch. Will he concede his second death of the half? Yes, he will. Sunpius just gives them something to sink their Falcon talons into, trying to hold on to Ancient. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we continue this adventure. The Spodek, a fabled and legacy performance for the boys of Falcons and Na'Vi. Only one of them gets a chance to be there and play in front of that crowd. And we've got Heroic and G2 as well later on today. These are the 2 spots and 4 teams that are battling it out to secure it at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2024. Ancient second half, let's get it going. Na'Vi have certainly got the juices flowing. Alexi up to 13 frags. The whole team seemed present and correct today, Chad.
Yeah, a great half. Wonderful with 12 kills. He got 6 of those in the first 2 rounds of play.
That's right.
And Falcons just kept throwing knockout blows and not too many of them landed. So deflected by Na'Vi. I've gotten them a 6-round lead, and with this pistol, they'll be sitting pretty jail. Spotted one towards long. The util flying out. A set piece from Na'Vi into round number 13.
Magisk is playing ahead of this. Maybe he wants to
they've been
throw
denied by the smoke. They're going to have to go through with the flash, Alex.
Ooh, or not.
Cave instead.
Yeah, he's giving it a look here, and he's cleared his close corners. There's only 3 of them here to receive them, and Magisk just can flatten. Sampaya still in the cubby. Needs a headshot. Oh, so many targets. Couldn't find a head. Bomb now down. Pushing for long control is Bit. Does have support in Wonderful. Hits his headshot. Now Wonderful's turn, and Boros is their next victim. Flat from Falcons.
Flat from Boros, only 2 kills. And desperate from Madden. What's he meant to do in a 1-on-4 situation like that? There's hardly any damage being done from Falcons whatsoever. And that reroute from Na'Vi. So the one smoke that drops as the execute comes in, you're thinking, oh, they're going to have to pop through this with a flash. But no, we'll just go through cave. Plenty of ways to take this site. Say Na'Vi, and now up to double digits. 3 players up to 13 frags. Wonderful, Alexi and Bit. And this one, Falcons are opting to force by a scout for Sampayas. Pistol upgrades with smokes for the rest, but fast out mid, Emma and Wonderful to take the room. Nothing Sampayas can do through that smoke. Boros, the next to be tested over the donut if they want to continue to pressure mid.
Na'Vi in no hurry. Snappy with the intention to delay. If he spots anything on this jiggle.
I'm wondering if Emma's waiting for Jail to feel safe enough to come for the double peek. Right? You can see Jail over towards pocket. But there's been no reaggress just yet, so Stoic with the smokes. Alexi really want this cave space. All right, well, Molly in. Snappy and Madden both playing the block.
Smoke exchanged. Good nade. Wow, JL. Eats that one. Passes off the AK to a healthier member. And they've delayed them successfully. Look how many smokes are currently up. 30 seconds. It's getting a bit sketchy for Na'Vi. They need someone to bail them out on the push. Flashes up. Alexi in. Using that Mag-10, more bullets connecting, still no lethality. It's big from Snappy. And now the Deagle into Alexi. 15 seconds. Bit, you got the bomb. He's taking fights, lost the bomb. And surely they've lost the round. It's only Wonderful here. What can he do with 9 seconds left? He's getting shot in the back of the head. Grabs a Mag-10, just trying to run away, trying to stop the retrieval. Takes down Magisk. Wonderful. He passes off the AK for a Mag-10. Chad, over to you to break that down.
Yeah, I think just hoping to fight his way out of that. He at least survived. But that is all about stall tactics. Falcons just blocking them, denying that clock, delaying for as long as humanly possible. And you can see these kills only start to come in when there's about 12 seconds left on the clock. So this is all, I suppose, a consolation because they didn't win the prize. Falcons, finally.
I mean, yeah, that essentially says we have a bit of a game here.
Last day, they're testing Boros.
What's he got for us? They're running at you, back turned to the oncoming onslaught, and Wonderful. He's run them down.
With that save, Mag-10.
Yeah, he's made great use of it. Fortunately for Boros, Magisk and Snappy have arrived on the scene quick. Bit gonna give it a go on the plant. Some pious, well-placed bullets straight through the smoke. And a change of pace from Na'Vi. They come up empty-handed.
I feel like when you were in for Na'Vi, you had to get that bomb down. Holding onto the site was going to be always difficult. JL seems to be noted with those bullets just behind. That's a juicy one.
Ooh, there was a world where Snappy loses his head there. Giving it a go. Slips on out. And that takes the head of Snappy as well. There should be nothing here for JL. God, he's getting chances. Sunpius crouching under the box's side. Great angle selection from Sunpius and heavy contributions from the Spaniard. A double kill short, but holding on to that round. And considering Boros was the first to fall, they handled that well.
Needs to be highlighted. He got them the final round as we were heading into that halftime break, and now some impact in a couple of these rounds. And it's very important. He was a big player, and I thought a big game player for ENCE, but his light has been very dim in CS2. He hasn't been performing to the caliber that we've expected. The hope of Spain has been feeling a little bit of pain in recent times, and he's acknowledged it the other day that hasn't been up to snuff with his performances. Knows that he needs to turn it around, and the team demands that of him. Have to wonder, is this Falcons investment one of a long-term variety, or is it something that they're hoping pays dividends quite quickly? If they can turn this around, if they can pick this series up, it doesn't matter how. I would say it's paid off within the early stages. 2.5 months of the team forming. We've known about the Magist acquisition for some time. Zonic with Lars, that pairing.
Right. I mean, it strikes you as a bit of a dream team when you look at all of the staff as well behind them.
If you're going for those two pieces, and Magisk as well, you're trying to form a team to contend for major titles.
Yeah.
And now, we all know Counter-Strike teams do take a bit of time to come together, so we're not expecting it overnight. But I think because of the investment, because of the names, people are wanting to see results early. And this tournament for them so far has felt laboured. You know, they played against Complexity yesterday. It was a game where both teams were showing their struggles. Even against Falcons and Rebels wasn't the easiest of matchup for them. So going through teething issues. Everybody getting some of the eeks. One for Magist, one for Sunpius. Snappy's grabbed one.
Yeah, spread them out. Let everyone have one. And Magist gets greedy. He'll finish him off. Extra 3 for his kill tally. And that gap will close by virtue of a nice eco bash.
Yeah, just 4 rounds the difference now. And if they pick up this next gun round, they can tighten that up even more so. So Falcons, they started with speed and were quite ferocious looking for fights. And now they're the ones on the CT side standing and delivering, all 5 staying alive, helping the bit of residual cash. What will Alexi B call? Got a donut smoke as well as a red smoke. Do they want to go out quickly? Racing with a HE. Oh, coming through. Emma's going to burn down.
Flashes are good. Boros flashed out as well. 3 CTs fighting for mid control and winning it out. Sunpius, that's impact again.
All comes down to the timing of when they've decided to push through the smoke. Okay, we know the T's are going to be out on this. Our flash will come through. We pop through together. That could all fall apart if the timing's bad. The flash doesn't land. But Falcons, 2-man to the good. That is a great start. A very good mid defense. It's one where they didn't even lock them down in the choke point. They actually allowed them to swell out a little bit deeper. So very well handled.
Snappy does lose out on that duel head-to-head with an AK-47, so JL claws one back. Molotov on the pillar will force the site players to back away.
2 more smokes, so short and long smoke could be perfect. They can get in and plant.
Smoked off. Molly and push. Whoa, they're not ready for that bit. That is avant-garde, and it's beautiful. Na'Vi holding on to this one. Bit tries his luck again. This time Sunpius is ready for him.
The double dip.
Felt so good the first time. Maybe Boros and Sunpius have got a retake in them. Started so brilliantly for Falcons. Bit and JL, they've forged a path back into the round. This is Alexi B finding another impact frag. He takes down Boros. Nothing here for Sunpius anymore. Needed a teammate. And they haven't got the time for this. Just playing with their food here. JL does go down. Sunpius, though, just watching that bomb tick away. Alexi will collect 11 for Na'Vi.
Yeah, the caveman, Alexi B, the Finn, beats his chest and does more impact from his home. And that right there, yeah, maybe got a little bit oversourced with the second push, but the first brilliant I was loving the mid-take here. It was great from Falcons. They stalled out the space that Na'Vi were looking for, but this one back JL onto the in-game leader. Bit with an audacious play, but you have to take some risks. Calculated from Bit, and they close it down to get their 11th. Beautiful work from Na'Vi to bounce back into that one.
You can see Madden's reaction to it as well, because he did, you know, he beat the expectation of Madden. Sees the molly through the smoke, you're assuming one thing, Bit gives you the other. Very cool, second timeout. You talk about Zonic, you know, we have to talk about Blade, as the desk did as well, discussing the history of these coaches. Standing behind the Na'Vi boys, and this, a new challenge. It's different to any challenge he's faced before. And just trying to kind of polish this into something that gleams.
Potential's there. It's about getting the players online. They picked up names off of form, and that isn't always there. They're going at mid again.
Yeah, this time Wonderful gives it a good go. Nails Magisk. Lives to tell the tale. This is interesting for Boros.
Yeah.
Forward position for the A anchor.
Oh,
JL just beheads him. Nice work from Pius. Back it away. Does not pay the ultimate price. Instead, it's Madden that covers him. What a shot! Alexi goes jumping, gets one between the eyes. Wow. I mean, Boros has got to be sitting there going, my teammates are sick. I mean, you've made a couple of oopsies, and every time the Falcons swoop in and bail him out of trouble, Son Pius's AWP feels the feed again.
Yeah, it must be nice. Boros has the best seat in the house at the moment.
Wow. Yeah, that's got to feel good. I mean, you feel a bit silly, but you just can't help but appreciate your teammates' prowess.
Well, this is the Son Pius we know and love. The one that hit in the flary shots, making the big plays when the team needs it most. And this was after Wonderful walked out mid and found the opening. So far in the last 2 rounds, the team that won the mid control has ended up losing the round.
Backwards.
How much damage can Imma find? If he grabs another, and he might catch a snappy as he mantles up. The B bomb site open, but they'll beat him on rotation. And I think Imma is aware of that. So do they stay together or do they split up? A main denied with the gray screen. There's 25 seconds. So unless Imma's going to save, he will just have to brave through this. You take the plant.
I mean, it does look like there's an opportunity for it. Madden stuck around Red Room, and it is starting to hedge his bets back towards the A site.
Oh, he's crept out.
Gets caught out. Nice awareness from Madden. They handle that with class. And it's just the two of them there. That's Madden and Son Pius with 5 kills between them in defense of the A site. Spring into action. It was Madden that saved Son Pius that facilitated this crazy flick. So you'll see this first one. He's getting run down. This shot here from Madden saves his hide. And then this shot from Son Pius wins the round. It's mad. And XEB's Quiff just poking up on the jump.
This one just has a whole different flavor to it to what Na'Vi were used to from yesterday's matchup against EF, and even the same for Apex. Apex were very wormy. They'd cause chaos across the map. Then they'd play out these 3v3s, constantly lurking, pushing, pulling, playing the seesaw very well. You also had a lot of fake attempts from EF, right? Also trying to cause chaos for Na'Vi and the communications and having them in these weird rotations, which managed to work on Nuke, right? It felt like it was quite stop-start. This has been a whole lot more heads-up Counter-Strike in your face. And the Na'Vi individuals, all of which are in double digits, have been able to deal with that. Falcons players are starting to come online now. Son Pius, right? Madden chipping in. Magisk, he's had a clutch early. If he can start finding a bit more CT-sided impact as well, and this game could have a few more twists and turns as we're currently looking at a full eco.
How many is he getting?
2.
Getting run at. Snappy and Madden combining. Needed the second. It's not to be. JL with that D. Oh, nearly lost control of the spray there. Magisk tracks out on Alexi. If you only lose the MP9 in a round like this, you're going to be pretty damn happy with that.
He didn't get 2, though, Alex.
He didn't.
No.
It would have been nice.
1.5.
1.5 is close enough. And they'll take the round all the same. You saw JL's dig. He's definitely hitting some shots with it, but Boros rotates through. He's got control of the ramp walk up.
It shouldn't be much to say, but if he can get another kill, that's great. You can see the finances left-hand side of your screen don't really exist for Falcons and Boros. Yeah, you have to hit those. 4 kills now. For, I guess we can call him the franchise player. He's the one who's been kept across from the more recent team. You know, the MBKs, the Bodies. We have Lonks.
Yeah. Got a very different look.
MHL. Now we have Snappy, Sampaius, and Madden.
Well, it's definitely.
Alongside a multi-major winning in-game leader, sorry, not in-game leader, coach. And Magis, who joined Astralis and became that difference for the team.
4-time.
Yeah. Well, and Vitality too, so. Boros is deep in main by virtue of Sampaius' AWP, which is well highlighted there as a nade chunks JL down. But if there is too much pressure elsewhere on the map, Boros can be called upon to push and grab some room. Oh, actually, he thinks better of it, so he's backed off. That's a powerful position to give up.
He's left it, yeah. So they're now flying blind on potential aim. Is he going back?
Yeah, I don't like this. He really should never have left.
Yeah, okay.
I don't think they have the confidence in the Boros right now, to be completely honest. If they've just smoked in front of him while he's jiggling, I think it's, hey, mate, can you just not die?
Chill. Chill your beans. They are starting to set up for this. And JL, he's confirmed that there is still presence, so it denies the push and clear of lane.
CT smoke being thrown right now. Boros will get pressure, needs to delay with his molly. Isn't going to.
Turns the flash, just holds his angle. Now he gets the incendiary down. Swinging on out, finding that boosted player, built into, flashed into, and now cancels plans for aggression. Trying to hold on to that man advantage. Nice elevated angle from Magis, catches out Alexi.
Time.
Really sensitive, 19 seconds. Still not a frag to their name in this one for Na'Vi. Wonderful, gives it a nice first. He's not going to get into the site, though, with 8 seconds left. It has to be now. Na'Vi, another clock-determined round for them. Some good shooting out of Wonderful. He gets 4.
Oh!
Dead after time. 1,250 is all he has for the next round.
Oh, this is getting to the business end. Only 2 rounds the difference. Wonderful going down after time. Everybody around the 3K mark for Na'Vi. It was max loss bonus into the next. If they just take some partial investments, they can all get the goodies out. But if they want to facilitate the Wonderful AWP, someone will need to be dropping him that in the next. And I think right now it's about getting themselves into these sites and not hemorrhaging so much damage in players. Falcons were going for these late B pops where they could at least get in and trade and try and plant that bomb. Na'Vi, it just feels so late. The timer is well against them.
Yeah, it's just making it extra difficult for yourself.
Trying to channel them towards red. You can see that defensive smoke that Magis just dropped, saying, hey, come on through, the water's warm, or take the route up towards Sampaius' AWP. Redeploy over red smoke says something different is on the agenda.
Magis, he hears that flash and he's ready for the first exchange. It's Immer that brings him down. So rifle retrieved, and they're applying pressure. They want Boros, supported by Sampaius. And it's all Sampaius keeping this ace site on lock. Misses one of his chances. Those Tech 9s are pesky. JL fakes it out, trying to find another. And can't finish off Snappy, just 3 HP. I can't quite believe how convincing this CT half has been. Na'Vi, they got the pistol. I thought, okay, this is going to be similar to that first half. It was at that 9-3 scoreline on the half. Make it 10-3 after the pistol.
Something that's just, you know, crossed my mind is the fact that Magis was part of, well, Anzonic were part of Vitality, who didn't play Ancient.
Also, okay.
So I was thinking, when was the last time I saw Magis play Ancient?
You haven't.
So the fact is, in this Falcons jersey, green, and same as the map. So for him, it's a bit of foreign territory as well, but that's not the state for the core, which I said you couldn't just base the whole conversation of the team around, but at least confidence and comfort in the type of fights. But that was the Na'Vi third and final tactical timeout. And as the coaches of stature lock mental horns, who's going to come out on top of the last 30 seconds? Elbow smoke lined up, thrown out by the Orpa, who has found himself at 20 kills. Sampaius right on time. The most important match of their Katowice campaign so far. And this is the form you want to see from such a flary player and Orpa, who Snappy says he does his best work on the big stages.
Oh, Snappy, that's incredibly aggressive, and they'll have heard it. He just pre-fires. Oh, Snappy! A monstrous spray! They knew he was there, and it doesn't make a difference. Snappy has given Falcons an opportunity to tie this up. Legs 11.
Both of these in-game leaders with a lot of impact over towards B in these CT halves. Alexi has cooled in the second half of play, but he was an absolute monster towards Cave, and Snappy doing his best to find similar impact.
Very impressive.
Well, they have lost a round in similar fashion this half, Alex.
Snappy's been gifted the AWP on the low HP. Pius can play more active in the Cave side.
They're just walking in. If Snappy misses a shot,
it's not an easy one to hit for Snappy.
He's going to get swung on, I'm sure.
Yeah. It's just toes. Bit. Catches him. Orpa exposed. Madden rotates through ahead of the flame. Ime, ready for that duel, spots him out. 35 and counting as they look to get the bomb down, and it's Madden that extends that disadvantage once more. Trapped in a box is Ime, and wonderful. They have to hit every shot they take, but Magisk is there. A double on the spray. And it's another Falcon round. I mean, Snappy started off convincingly. They still got tested. But Falcons have managed to make this a completely even game.
There were definitely worries for Falcon, right? They've already lost a 3-on-5 number advantage situation so far in this second half. You could see Snappy quite uncomfortable with that angle, with how deep he was holding it, so surprised by that. Not known to be an AWPer is Snappy, but Bogdan's Law, it plays in as Magisk makes the difference with the spam at range, and the frustrations for Na'Vi mounting. That first half looked brilliant. The CT side, the util was landing. They had good contingencies in play. Some good team Counter-Strike as well. And now they've been battered and bruised. Not into submission. Still have enough to battle once more.
Scott wonderful on that rifle. And there's been moments, but it's always been when the round is already lost that he starts hitting all these insane shots. It's something perhaps we could look forward to seeing if Na'Vi just want a hope or a prayer that they can find a 12.
How do you execute with one smoke, two mollies, a couple of flashes,
You
Alex,
don't.
right? So this is the thing. And the rounds where Wonderful's finding impact is once they're in the sights, there's more chip damage done. Snappy harassing through the smoke. Someone get the cops on the line.
Oh, Boros, he was responsible for holding the mid-side. The timing's brilliant from Ime. Could have been two. Magis quickly gets his crosshair onto the money. Looking for Madden, they're up B. It's quite isolated here, and JL's not clear in his corners. A messy spray, wonderful trade. Snappy activates to make it a 1 versus 3.
It is wonderful.
It is wonderful. We were talking about him. And now this site is his. He gets the bomb down. Can he defend it? Isolates the duel robotically, snapping into Snappy, and he does find Magis, but there's some good spacing there from Pius. And he'll post his 21st as Falcon seize the lead. Na'Vi, they have gone dry. 6-round run from Falcons right to the finish line.
And let's go back to the pistol that fell in the favor of Na'Vi. It was that force buy into the second, the stall tactics from Falcons, delaying them onto the B bomb site, chipping away through the smokes with the Deagles that has gotten the party started. And if they close this out now, the confidence as we head into map number 2 is going to be through the roof. Mirage up next, and with Sampaius in this type of form, Falcons could look to do it in 2.
Yeah, this is going to be a huge confidence boost. To face a 9-3 half and to finish in regulation with the win is incredible. But not yet theirs. Let's see what round 24 has in store for us today.
So confident from Falcons, not expecting the A play out the gates. They started 2-3, so nobody tending with A and just continuing to harass Boros. There we go, only his 6th kill, but the opening incision.
JL now forced to watch between his fingers. That's his opening death. Could mark the end of Ancient. Madden and Snappy playing Cave together. Na'Vi setting their sights on the second letter of the alphabet.
Good info play, staying active on the CT side. Magisk with Boros in tail. Able to soak up a lot of room. Magisk will keep looking. Boros can park on the site. And if they decide to go donut to A, oh, Magisk might even get a wonderful timing here. Pardon the pun. Wonderful's at the back of the pack.
Yeah, this is beautifully timed from Magisk. Whether or not there's trigger discipline involved remains to be seen. Here's them now. Communicating and flanking. Boros holding his ground. He couldn't find anything there, but it's Magis from behind. Goes for the committed spray. And with Madden's help, they are 2 frags away. Na'Vi, what have you got for us? Bit and Alexi trying to hold on to this map. And now it's just Bit. Doesn't have the health for this. Gets the first shot, but from behind he's found. It's Magis with the double. And it's Falcons with the map. From down 3 rounds to 9. They turn it around with a defense to be proud of. Individuals firing on all cylinders, and a map away now from the Spodek. Na'Vi, they've got to respond in kind.
Let's not even beat around the bush. The straightforward, right there question is, gents, how the hell did Na'Vi lose this one?
That's a very good question, because Na'Vi were looking in control. I'm not going to lie, I've just had my mind blown off completely by other things, and then I was watching this game as well, and that kind of topped that in a way. For Na'Vi to lose out when you're leading 10-3 on Ancient in the fashion they were, you're in control, you've been looking great, Wonderful is firing on all cylinders, everything is going your way, and then all of a sudden you lose one deagle round to, I think it was Snappy Madden, someone put up a nice little round right there, Bobski. From that point and onwards, no one from Na'Vi showed up. It was like an entire team who just got a mental collapse within one round.
Yeah, but I think it kind of ended up in the situation that they weren't able to default. We saw constantly them trying to go for the B default, like the 4-1, where they tried to get in that cave position, but they were just getting the Molotovs, the nades in the face. They weren't able to like come with a solid answer for what Falcons has prepared. But yeah, obviously it's on Alex B's cape for some reason not to be able to default against this. I feel like he's the one coming up with the way of doing things, and it didn't look good on the T side.
And how out of character is that Na'Vi with Alexi B and Blade, who we praised for the past couple of months, have been trending upwards. They're getting better and better. They're getting gelled together. They're finding synergy in between each other. Cannot run a default T side Ancient, who are one of the maps right now where you have a pretty good chance of winning a lot of rounds just by defaulting. It felt like a complete whitewash. It felt like a game that were not supposed to happen for Na'Vi, and the consequence was that they ended up losing a map they already won within the first 12 rounds.
Blew my mind. It was like watching a vehicle. If you've ever driven a vehicle where it just starts losing power and just like slows right down, that to me was what happened with Na'Vi. It's like maybe I mean, I don't know. I don't actually know what happened. What I do know that on the side of the Falcons, what did happen was that Sampai's popped off. He is, in fact, our US Air Force Aim High player of the map, because with Na'Vi slowing right down, he could get to work and do what he does best.
That makes me very happy, right, Bobski? Because we spoke about Sampai's. He was, last year, one of the best AWP players in the world. He placed very high on the HLTV top 20 ranking, maybe a bit too high for someone's taste, but he was a great Counter-Strike player. He was doing a fantastic job. In CS2, it's been very much hit and miss. I was not impressed with his latest stint within ENCE, obviously knowing that he was going to Falcons, maybe motivation wasn't as high. His beginning in Falcons has also been very inconsistent, but this game was a Sampai's 101. That's a reference game for him, and we need to see more of that.
I think Magisk also came on the desk yesterday saying a little bit about how Sampai's has been focusing too much on trying to get that teamwork into the team instead of just focusing on what he's good at. He's been inconsistent in the start of Falcons, but this is the first time where I see Sampai's, also yesterday, where he's taking over the games in the same fashion that he did at the ENCE roster. So it's very nice to see that he's just focusing on his own game, because we did see some slip-ups from Boris and just taking over the game.
Massive win condition on that CT side. The way he was showing up with the AWP, the way he was being in different positions as well. We spoke about it. When you have a CT side AWP presence, you install a fear into your opponents. He was a big part of the reason why Alexi and why Na'Vi was not able to default their way out of this game.
Let's just circle back. I hate that saying because they always use it in business emails, but circle back to just before this map where we spoke about two specific players, and I want to go back to them. Okay. Boris didn't pitch up in the beginning. Didn't matter because they won the map, but didn't look good.
I mean, it's a luxury if your star player on paper is not delivering and you're still winning against a team like Na'Vi. So if they can get Boris rolling, this team all of a sudden looks super scary. But we have kind of seen that before. We know Magisk, Snappy and Sampai's is a really strong trio. It's just the likes of what will Madden and Boris bring to the table long term.
Underperformance by far. You see the statistical context on your screen right now, where Boris in the group stage so far has delivered somewhat decent numbers, especially the last couple of games. This map in isolation obviously looks very rough on him, a 0.59 rating, but I agree with Bobski. If you can put up a 0.59 rating from one of your star players, one of the players that was put in a lot of situations where you're supposed to get a lot of kills and you still end up winning, it's a get out of jail free card for Boris right now. He had a horrible game. Now he can go into map 2 and then maybe he can be the difference maker.
If Na'Vi hadn't fallen off the face of the planet, this would have been a very different conversation about this player. So he should probably go and give him a high five, because I think that they saved him from a lot of...
That's what nice friends do. They save each other, right? They got each other's back.
Yeah, there we go. But then on the other side, we had Wonderful, who we talked about him filling those big shoes of Simple, and he did come in. He did a good job, just not good enough, unfortunately.
Yeah,
it's hard to do much better, huh?
Yeah, and that's also the thing with him. We spoke about it before the game, that he was not the difference maker in spirit. He was the statistical... I'm also having problems saying it. But he had issues in spirit, like taking over games. I felt like he did it on the CT side, but on the T side, he became irrelevant. Like all those good stats that he had in this game came from the side of the CT. He didn't do much on the T side, and he was really needed. Like, we need to see just one round where you go through the smoke with the AWP, like try to get an initial opening. We didn't see much of that.
So glad we did the pre-segment we did, speaking about Wonderful the way we did, because I agree with you. CT side, fantastic. T side, completely out of the game. He needs that second layer to his play. He needs that second ability to go out there, dictate the game, take charge of the game. When you're feeling that LXB is defaulting, when you're feeling the teammates around you are not getting the job done, you as an AWP player holding the most expensive gun in the weapon, the most dangerous gun in the weapon as well, you need to take charge of your team sometimes, and Wonderful is not doing that enough for my taste.
I mean, to be fair, was there any player in the second half on Na'Vi who was actually really doing anything?
No, and that's the thing I would have loved for Wonderful, just to say one round, okay, I have a play, please let me go out middle and try to get that opening. But it just felt like they're going back to the ABC, where they default and they try to do this quote-unquote smart thing. And that was the thing with Simple, right? He took over games because he just would say at some point to Boomich, I don't care what you want to call right now, I will go out mid and just have a timing where, because I have good spawn for middle. I don't see the same thing in Wonderful. On the CT side, he's a fantastic, but on the T side, I would love to see just 10-20% more.
It's a little bit of confidence, though, as well, right? You're not going to come into the lineup and start saying, well, I'm actually going to do this.
He needs to.
He needs to, right? And
he needs to, but I don't know if this lineup allows him the luxury of having that freedom.
And that's a good point, but again, it depends on who you are. I think it's I wouldn't say lack of character. Wonderful is still new, and he's still doing a great job. Let's not take anything away from him. The way he was playing on map 1 was fantastic, but if you want to be a top-tier echelon AWP player, if you want to be the Monacies of the world, the Device of the world, the Simple of the world, you need to develop a character. And maybe he can do that over time, but we didn't see it here on map 1.
Right, we're going to Mirage after this. This is Na'Vi's map pick. Do they change this up? Are they able to figure out what the hell just happened?
I mean, they're going to comfort themselves going out in that break and say that was not our map. We didn't expect to win it. We had a good chance, and obviously we made it close. So now we're going to go into our map. We know what we have prepared. They don't know what we are going to come with. I know Blade is always looking into the small details, changing up stuff from day to day. So I think we're going to be looking at the small things from Na'Vi.
I agree with that. I think Na'Vi had a golden opportunity to close this game 2-0. However, now we got a game on our hands. Mirage, look at that in isolation. Na'Vi is by far the better team here on this map. I think Falcons have played it a couple of times. It's been a little bit shaky. There's no consistency to the way they approach the map. Whereas for Na'Vi, it's a stronghold. It's a map they like to play. It's a map they play to a high level. So I personally would be super surprised if we don't go into a third.
I like how Bubsky said they're outside going, oh, well, it wasn't our map pick. We didn't expect to win. Come on. At halftime, they were going, we've got this in the bag. So I think that there's going to be a very different conversation. Let's just say that.
Yeah, obviously I also just heard when they walked out, like they were discussing rounds. Oh, I didn't call B that round, like, you know, those type of things. So in their mind, as you said, they had won that game, but before stepping up to the PCs today, they didn't really expect to go 2-0, I think.
Fair enough, fair enough. All right, we are going on to Na'Vi's map pick. This is the game that is going to determine which team is going to the Spodek. Falcons or Na'Vi?
Holt's gonna jump across. Oh my God!
Atlantic are starting to crumble. What's going on? Nuke's looking. Breaks Snowy's back. Looking to shine the brightest, and he does it. His first grand final. Let's get it on!
Reacts faster twists. Oh, baby, what is that?
We're going to be playing a game of Guess the Price. Now, Harry, I know you know your skins, and Chad, I know you don't. So we put you together.
We've got this. I've got full faith in us.
All right, let's do it.
All right, give him no help. No help, Hugo.
No help, Hugo. That's a PP Bison.
Yeah. This one, actually, I think is pretty good.
Well done.
I'm going to go like $1.10.
I like that. That sounds really good, $1.10.
Yeah.
Is this one like the Aquamarine?
Aquamarine, yes. This one is a fairly pricier skin. I think you're going to look at about, it's minimal wear, I'm going to say $25.
$25.
That Scout.
I'm really liking what you're doing, Harry. It's got yellow on it.
Yeah, it does. I can't remember what Scout this is, which is really bad. I'm just going to say like $1.2. We go kind of mid for that.
Yeah, let's undershoot it.
And then this is a cheap old UMP. This is like 16. No, this is like 8 cents.
8 cents.
Yeah.
I was going to say
that's the P250 Supernova, Chad. We all know that.
Of course we do.
And so I would say that there is $2.40.
$2.40. Yeah. I was going to say $2.41, but $2.40 sounds pretty
done well here.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, it was feeling so good. Yeah, okay, so I didn't know the Scout. It meant that it was
it's $109.
So what this means is this will be a trade-up item, and that'll be one that is loved for that reason.
I think it's an Anubis collection, so I think it's
it said souvenir.
later skin. Oh, souvenir.
That's what I
missed the souvenir.
You were supposed to be reading.
Yeah, it's all good.
Souvenir and Stat Track do hold water here.
Great.
Okay, so 1937 to beat for us, Hughes.
I think we can beat that.
Okay.
Deep breath.
Here we go.
I hate it.
Start the game.
All
right, what we got?
I go low immediately, but it's
I go sub 3. What are you saying?
Yeah. Let's go.
Okay, let's go 250.
Yeah. P250. P90 chopper or something.
Field tested.
I own this. I'm going to go low. I'm going to go low
Take
again.
it.
$3.
Yep. Like that. What we
I
got
don't know
here?
the
Well-worn Stat Track. I don't recognize the.
Well worn, but let's not undershoot. Let's not undershoot on a good skin. AK skins are classic.
Don't be helping.
Yeah. Well-worn Stat Track.
Multiple dollars at least.
Would you go double digits or under?
Oh, good question.
Like 11?
Single digits.
Okay, 8.
Yeah.
To me, that's just
Deagle
a blur,
Stat
and
Track
I know
field
what it
tested.
is.
I think this is at least $15.
Okay, yeah, I don't mind that.
Field tested though.
Me in the middle with me, 13?
Yeah, $13.
And the
Factory
last one,
new. I also don't know that AK. Factory new.
Yeah, but it doesn't look like it's pretty ugly.
You don't know that AK
Sorry?
either?
$30?
30?
Or you want to go higher or lower?
I'd go lower.
Go lower. $25.
$25.
Lock that in. 3 seconds.
Oh dear.
We win.
Ladies
we
and
beat them. That's all that
gentlemen.
matters.
So the AKs, I think that's the rat rod by the looks of things, and then the one on the right is the safety net. Two nice skins.
Can you name the deagle as well? Because I feel like it's called Conspiracy, but I also don't know.
I think that is a conspiracy.
Well,
yeah, dead on.
And if you wanted to play as well, real easy. Well, like we said, white.market/ESL. Sign in through Steam and you can play, get yourself some cash prizes. And 30 random participants also get a cheeky prize. So if you sign in, have a go, you might get yourself something nice.
I can still win by doing nothing.
Yeah.
Yay!
Yay!
Here we are then, folks. We're heading into map 2. One hell of a first map. It looks like it was going one way and then a little bit of a flipperoo. We saw it go all of the rounds. Falcons turning it around on their CT side, and we find ourselves now heading into map 2. On Machine, I got Sponge with me to break down all of the action. Is there an expectation for this to go the distance, Chad? Mirage up next. I don't know what to expect anymore. I thought Na'Vi were in full control, and then the Falcons struck.
Yeah, Mirage is unknown territory that we're about to dive into here for the Falcons. So anything is possible, but something that we've noted with Na'Vi, they're trying to make this their home map. When we head over to Mirage, Imma looks awfully comfortable playing that connected position. Wonderful, can turn this into his playground. And Alexi has a decent time calling his squad around the map. That wasn't to be the case on Ancient, even after they had really changed their fate on a map where they had struggled with utility and the basics. It was looking good, but the T-side had let them down. And this is do or die. We've spoken about this plenty of damn times before, but the final game for the group for a spot in the Spodek, and there's some names looking to return to the UFO. Snappy been there before, 2017 with Heroic. That's ancient history at this point. And well, Magisk, he's lifted a trophy here before, a major trophy, mind you, one of the many he has in his cabinet. So some good memories for the young Dane, now 25 years of age, still has plenty of high-level years of Counter-Strike ahead of him.
Yeah, he has got quite the CV. I mean, when you take a look at the achievements, accolades of Magisk, and now setting his sights on doing it again with a very different roster. You can see Madden playing alongside him as well. Haven't seen him on the Spodek stage.
Neither Sampaius or, of course, Boros, who the Dusk was just highlighting, had a rough showing on Ancient. The team still got across the line, but that isn't reflective of his games so far throughout the group stages of Katowice. And he comes online here in a bit of an aimer's playground. Maybe, just maybe, the big investment from Falcons will be paying dividends early. Let's get this one underway. Na'Vi on the attack, Falcons to defend. And this is where they just did their better work. How confident are they feeling on the CT side? Well, they've started with 5 sets of Kevlar. It is going to be a P250 in the hands of Jo and Wonderful. Alexi with 1 flash, so no smoke or mollies. And
Yeah, Magisk has just pushed Palace and 1-tap JL out of the round.
Feeling confident then?
Yeah, most definitely. He wants this done. He wants another trip to the Spodek. He doesn't come to Katowice, so he doesn't get out of bed for anything less than playoffs. Bit, though, I like this opportunity. So does Sampaius, and every click of these USPs so far straight to the dome. Na'Vi, they got no hopes here. I mean, you put a P250 in his hands for a reason. It's good in these long-range engagements, and Alexi, ooh, he's actually got a little bit of a window of opportunity. Takes down Snappy, now up to Wonderful. He had to survive. Instead, it's Boros getting off to a good start here on our second map. Some good parkour and a headshot on top. Alexi B nails Boros. A stylish couple of frags. But up against the whole squad. With 40 seconds, he's in absolutely no hurry. Next port of call would be Madden, playing it passive. Sampaius Delpan, you can see the long-range angles and crossfire if he steps too far out of line. Coming for Madden, nails the shot. Alexi's hitting every single shot he takes. Sampaius hiding in plain sight. 15 seconds. Can't even pick up the bomb now. It's such a valiant attempt from Alexi B. Take a bow. It was close. It was threatening. But the Falcons, they did so much of the heavy lifting to start.
Yeah, well, decent shooting from Alexi B, sure, but no bomb down. So you have to ask questions about how Na'Vi are going to proceed. And with Falcons, right, we spoke about the fact this is uncharted territory. They haven't been together for a long time, this roster. Sure, the core of Enter resides, but the 5-man unit are yet to have an official on Mirage. They've played Overpass, Nuke, Ancient, Vertigo, Anubis, and of course Inferno being the ban. I thought maybe, just maybe, Alexi might want to drop a hero AK, put that into the hands of an Imma, see if they could be threatening into a round like this, because he did get enough kills to warrant that, but he's just going to chip in with a Deagle. Bit's going to get himself into a P250. And they're going to allow the CTs to steadily progress with their utility. Congregating all 5 over towards the B apartments. The tail of this is JL, just worried about a mid push. And well, if we look at the radar, we can see it is quite a forward stance in middle at the moment. You've got Madden worried about the underpass, the most far forward. Sampaius overseeing business from window. Boros on the jiggle. Snappy currently on his own. As soon as he takes contact from this passive position, Boros will need to snap into action. So the Dane, the vet, having the young gun under his wing as this B duo.
Yeah, and Snappy has got Boros right there in the nick of time. And they do combine for a clean defense up against the Na'Vi Eco.
Oh, come on, JL. Make your way in. This one has its logical conclusion as Boros unloads. Throw in an extra weapon. Yeah, we'll get it done. We'll like the kill reward of that one, won't we? So quick thinking. Some might say snappy thinking right there as a 2-0 start for Falcons as the rifle's about to be donned by Na'Vi. But this is exactly how you want to kick things off if you are this new international super squad.
Staying focused, staying vigilant, Falcons. Can't quite believe it's their first Mirage official. That is interesting. I mean, it shows how in development they are.
It's only 2.5 months since the roster came together. 16th of December was when Madden and Sampaius officially joined the ranks. Snappy was there, Magisk was rumored, Boros, the remnants. As an opening pick already. Na'Vi, this is feeling quite sour.
It's a bleak start. Hamstrung with the loss of Alexi B. Combination of nade and spam. Imma, ooh, hit by the smoke, but aggressing nonetheless. He spots the tip of the head and will think twice about continuing his push.
That pressure has left a massive gap towards middle, so a very site-centric hold at the moment for Falcons.
Oh, his legs have been spotted out from that elevated ticket position. Magisk the one to do the damage.
I think Magisk and Madden together is an interesting partnership because the two of them are happy to take risks. They're like players, right? They're the type of guys who aren't going to bait you. They're going to make the right call in that moment. So the two of them in tandem could be quite a potent duo. Snappy caught on the slip, 40 seconds. I don't think they're going to reroute, but it has forced a massive rotation because Madden's calling it clear.
Massive misinformation from Madden's push. They're just walking in. Magisk has thought twice about it. He's aware.
Window.
It's a little suspicious, and he's caught Imma on sandwich. They've got to go. 25. Again, the clock could be Na'Vi's greatest adversary in this round. We've got a flank coming in. Wonderful's got the bomb. You need to get a wiggle on. You need to be getting that bomb planted because now the Madden flank is already arriving. 15 seconds as he starts to punch in the code. It's all too easy. Falcons have got them right where they want them. JL bails them out, but it's just for survival at this point. There is absolutely no time, and this is, yeah, as you said, sour for Na'Vi.
New look Na'Vi, same Na'Vi flavor as Bit. If he goes down after time, that is going to be miserable. This is the Na'Vi of old with Zeus in the roster, everything going down to the final 15-20 seconds with the hit. It either goes perfectly or everybody starts raging.
Pear-shaped. How much can he see here? Look, without the X-ray, you can see just those eagle eyes, or I should say falcon eyes of Magisk. Nails it. And 3-0 start. Falcons. I mean, don't forget, we are MR12. Every round means so much more.
Look at this. The buy is coming together so late out of spawn. They're still here.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, they are unraveling. Falcons have gotten under the skin of Na'Vi.
I think that Ancient, yeah, it's still living rent-free.
Ah, dear.
Oh, missing nades, leaving spawn late. Falcons are in full control. Full control, my friend.
And it all goes back to the second round of the second half. Na'Vi win the pistol. It looks like they're going to close Ancient down in dominant fashion, ragdolling Falcons, saying, huh?
They hear a scout shot through the red smoke. They're like, oh, they could have a buy.
But this is the thing. If you're Na'Vi yesterday and you're going up against EF, yeah, defaulting makes a lot of sense, right? You know the way that they were approaching those rounds. EF have been very, very potent throughout the tournament on those second rounds. I think they've been one of the most efficient teams, or at least it's felt that way. But against Falcons, you take too long. They hold on to their smokes. They deny the space. Then you have to push through, and pushing again. Magic's gone to jail in the apps once more.
He's having a nightmare with this aggression. And it's just working perfectly. Sunpius one by one, just picking them apart. Alexi B and Vic go down. JL's going to be thinking twice about pushing Palace as Magic's taking him down from the pistol.
Well, this is the biggest name that Falcons have tussled with so far in Katowice. They lost to EF to start their campaign, and it's had to be all victories since then.
All three mappers, you know, if they can tidy it up and finish it in 2.
3 mappers in the wins, yeah. Right, a 2-1 against Rebels, a 2-1 against Complexity. Both of those are must-beats if you want to have a deep run at an event like this. But to take down Na'Vi, a team that is packed with potential, this one will build the confidence. And as I mentioned before, Sunpius, the man just on your screen, right next to in-game leader Snappy. Snappy says that it feels like an individual like Sunpius gets like a surge of performance on a stage. He likes to be in that spotlight. And his performances have been, I want to say hit or miss, it's just been miss. So the fact that we're seeing a turning of a corner now, it feels like someone's grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and had a good hard talk to him, because he's needed. He was instrumental in Ence's successes.
Ooh, they've actually missed the molly. It does give a bit more freedom. And with the only rifle on him, you're going to hope and pray that he can make something work with that half HP.
Just the worst pattern of rounds to start the game for Na'Vi. Here he is, Alex, the man you mentioned.
Giving it a go. Spotted out by Madden. Forces a smoke. Snappy decides to turn tail on the apartment hold.
Very weak bomb site right now, isn't it?
Could be exploited. They're worried about middle.
Still nobody heading over to help Snappy. I say that, here he comes. Right on time.
Just in the nick of time. 55 seconds now. The Na'Vi hit comes through. Well, if you got Snappy empty-handed, it's Wonderful's Deeg that draws blood. Now Sunpius reveals himself. He needs the multi. It's bit good for the first headshot. Madden for the multi now. Gives it a good go. Combines with Boros. The site clear. Falcons keep this streak alive. 5-0. Running out of options are Na'Vi. It was just the one rifle. They managed to find that pick into the site, but well handled.
And Boros now has more kills on map number 2 than he did on map number 1, and we're only 5 rounds deep. Snappy gets caught, but the rotation, it was on the way. Sunpius holds them at the door, allows Madden and Boros to jump through the wide open window and shut things down before it gets out of control. Happy with the response time, and Sunpius making some noise. Blade hunched over, having a word.
Doesn't look like the most comfortable of seats, does it?
No, but I tell you, it's probably the best way to watch Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I bet. Well, with those 5 POVs in front of you.
Played with a bit of a shake of the head. It has been a worrisome start, and you can see the Spodek slipping further and further away as your suitcase in the hotel. You wonder how much it's already packed.
Can't have those thoughts now. I mean, Falcons, their play has been dominant. Can't have Ancient rattling around your skull when you've got another map to play right here, right now. You need to get off the starting mark.
And so does Imma, 0 and 5. Only 1 kill for Wonderful.
He's trying again.
They're coming for him.
Oh, there's 2 of them. JL gives it a go. Is he ready for 2? He looked for Boros, but it will be an equivalent exchange.
Oh, Molly top mid's just flushed 2 out of position. Gonna have to change their plans on this mid progress. So a 4-on-4 as both teams looking to reset. Window smoke gives Madden something to look over. The bomb picked up from Alexi now. Imma will be returning to the underpass crawl. Not taking heads-up fights of Falcons. Allowing them to take some space. And Madden could be good for a few. Sunpius' AWP towards B might also be perfectly placed.
Yeah. Through mid now. Madden and Boros have a crossfire for the boost. Boros going to tend to this stairs. Occupation. I say that as, yeah, Alexi B was covering. They find them. 2 frags to the good. Is this the first round for Na'Vi? Madden doesn't think so. Onto Ime, bomb now down. Hard retake ahead. Sampires, don't forget, we discussed he was over towards the B apartments. Do they even have a look in? Or have they done enough on the entries?
Now, if they came up short, it would have been a great little setup, but it was just that awkward timing.
He just looked away.
And then Snappy gets caught. And it should be the save. Madden in towards spawn looking for some damage. Sampires with his connector position locked down. Wonderful will have to start moving. So the AWP could be removed from play in a second's time. Wonderful gets the better of him.
Okay, it's one of the ways you can have an AWP head-to-head. And Wonderful, he wins it.
All right, well, there's residual cash on a fair few members of the Falcons, so they should be able to drop the rifles across. Bomb goes off. Na'Vi get there first. And Ime gets his first kill as well.
Really trying times for JL's Palace hold. Boros taking him down there for his 9th frag.
He's being exploited at the moment, isn't he?
Yeah. It limits your options. I feel like they've kind of got your number. This was Alexi's great cover onto Ime as he found Snappy through the boards.
And that was the double that completely opened up the site. So very important kills in the 4-on-4, because at that point, it's still up for conversation. JL, yeah, what am I meant to do? They just keep coming for me, boss man. Sampires, aggressive.
Giving it a go. He wants to be the one dictating the pace with this AWP, but look at Wonderful, he's ready for it. Staring at it. Oh, but Alexi goes first.
Strafed in front of the big green of Wonderful.
It's a nice pick from Sampires. He's rewarded for his aggressions. Takes the wind straight out of their sails. Leader down. Alexi watching from the sidelines as they try and string together 2 consecutive. Trying to get a firm grasp on this T-half, this must-win map.
Alexi's been having a rough go of the mid-control, so we've had a handful of gun rounds now. He's given up the opening pick in 2 of them. One, I think, naded and spammed through the smoke, now just completely pipped at the post with the AWP. But they'll stay to the plan and get this mid-control regardless.
Madden up to the plate. Pius does manage to distract. Hits Wonderful. Both of them low, and Aima the same. Madden does not finish his first frag. Magisk will. He obliges. Spots on the stairs. It's bit, and it's Wonderful nailing shots right now. As expected from the young gun. Good work from Boros. Would love a second, and it's provided by Snappy. Only JL remains. Takes the first head cleanly. Stands to throw a couple of bullets down range while flash. 20 seconds. Nade doesn't hit, and the bullets do. Nails the second of the clutch. Only Snappy remains as he got it in him. Can JL give Na'Vi something to celebrate? It's all about rounds like this. To get your team back into Mirage. Back with a chance for the playoff. Snappy duking it out. Swaps to the AK. JL starts to play the time. Opts for a fresh magazine. Didn't finish it. 7 bullets. Has to be precise. No smoke, but a kit. Snappy's just going to give it a fake. JL doesn't finish. We needed 1 more bullet. Snappy's trying to punish, and he's got him. He runs him down. JL robbed of the 1 versus 3. It's Snappy, baby, for 6.
Yeah, you couldn't have highlighted it better there, could you? The fact he didn't get that reload through, the pressure was on, only 7 bullets, and couldn't finish it off. And after being harassed in rounds of Palace time and time again, that was his to win up against the in-game leader. I think individually speaking, JL should have him every day of the week, but it was this kill right here from Boros that I believe was the difference maker. The fact that Madden already died on short, they weren't expecting another player to surge forward from that position and got a freebie, making things interesting. JL made it close. He got the bomb down a 1-on-1, but couldn't get it across the line for Na'Vi's second.
He's going to be replaying that reload, that quick switch. If this does not go Na'Vi's way, here's Alexi. Tries his luck out mid, finds Madden as an opening. That's a gift.
Finally something going his way for this mid-control Alexi. That's going to feel good. Now that he can operate as a member in the server and getting that pick, should make his life of calling the team into position much easier. His intuition of what to expect, how to rotate, has felt on point. He was having a very good showing of things on the CT side of Ancient. So now that he remains as a piece on the board, oh, look at this gamble call from Falcons. So Snappy towards B, Boros is over, and Sampires in the market as well with the AWP.
Just playing this bumper angle.
saw Alexi doing this yesterday.
Yeah, how effective is it? Now you've been spotted, that's enough, that's info. He has Sampayas' support, but not anymore. Jumping past, missed shot, Bit. Pulls a punch, gets one back. 3-on-3, into the side, run down by Bit. That is a big round out of the young rifler. Gets himself a double entry into the side. What a gift for Na'Vi.
Yeah, the save call immediately. Can Sampayas getting out of there. Magisk was nowhere to be seen. Still over towards that A bomb site. They will need to pick it up, and they will, but just being diligent that nobody's hanging around to spring a trap. And again, it was Boros, the sleeper agent, activating late, that if he had gotten that second kill, it was on like Donkey Kong. But they will break through, and you understand why Falcons need to save. That previous round coming down to a one-on-one. The funds aren't there. Lost bonus, bottom of the barrel, only 1,400 going into the next. And Na'Vi, oh, you will need another round like this to completely break the Falcons. Sampayas, with that lost bonus, will be able to drop a rifle, so they will have at least 3, probably 2 SMGs to complement the saves. If they exit towards the B halls, how deep are they going to press? Maybe, just maybe, that just gets company and goes down.
Yeah, he could have at least one here. He does nearly find the AWP as well. Alexi brings it through to the next. A little bit of extra damage, a twist of the knife in some regard. Look at this from Bit. He knew what he needed to do, taking the space.
But now that changes the conversation a bit about this buy. I'm having a look. It is still coming together, but it won't be an M4 for Magis. So does he want to go with a FAMAS or an SMG of his own? So not the end of the world, but definitely not as strong of a round, as it will be the second tactical timeout. And even though we have Zonic on the screen doing an awful lot of talking, it's been called by this man right here, Blade. So as he paces back and forth, was he happy with how that round just played out? Is he looking for something different? I think the problem is when you're going up against Falcons and you don't know what the Mirage looks like, it's harder to play Counter-Strike by the names, right? A lot of the teams at the top level are like, okay, well, this guy plays here, this is what we're expecting, and that can catch you off guard. So you need to have that extra layer of caution as you're approaching these sites, because if Snappy keeps calling these 2-player pushes, or one player that you think is the A holder and then they've still got one under Shadow that's a B defender, that could definitely be the banana peel you could be slipping up on.
Spawn smoke sails, and it's good.
Might just be going into an A executor, an A split of some variety. The bomb's been left on the ground, so could even get fakey with it. They do the up-down smokes. That usually buys space for your mid players to crawl, because as you can see there, it draws the attention of the connector/stairs players to have to worry about A. And if you look at the blue dots on the radar, 4 of them seem relatively close in fashion to defend the A bomb site off the back of that U-turn, but they've completely rerouted. Sampayas, you like to be in the spotlight.
Yeah, get your hands back on the mouse and keyboard, because you are about to be tested. His teammates about now maybe relaying information. He readies himself for a must-hit shot, tracks the jump of Bit. First found, and the second is beautiful. A sequence from Sampayas. Defends the commitment. JL next victim. The AWP has done it all, and it seems a 7th imminent. As he repels the invaders, there's no way in.
Oh, this is the Sampayas Falcons paid for.
Yeah.
Oh, Snappy's got a freebie right here. 1 HP and dead. I'll take an AK. Thank you very much. As Wonderful might have other plans. This is the tip of the dome. Snappy spots him out before he can get his grubby mitts on the upgrade. But now it's about running and hiding. Wonderful wanting to retain his investment as well. We go back and forth in the finance department for these teams, but that is 7 now for the Falcons on the CT side of Na'Vi's map choice.
Yeah, Wonderful. Could get caught here. Madden does go down to the AWP. He hit a bullet, but...
Imagine if he just hightailed it into the site, hit a quick flick onto Sampayas, punched in the digits, an SMG and Magic, so he's against the Danes. He powers up.
Yeah, okay.
And then hits 2 no-scopes consecutively. 360s.
Or imagine somehow Snappy starts running now, leaps off. Oh, no. Okay, and doesn't kill the AWP, so everything's fine. 7 though, I mean, you know, Zonic's raising his voice for a very good reason. He can feel that Spodek getting ever closer.
Great sequence though, isn't it? And the angles that he picks, catches Alexi trying to run down the space, assuming that Sampayas is either going to re-peek, but just takes every single one of these with poise and grace. And the pressure was on, as it was quite a heavy CT setup from the Falcons towards A. So a great round from Sampayas.
Yeah, and it's already started poorly for Madden. Goes aggressive towards the underpass. It was Imez Deagle that's found him, and another one in the feed from Wonderful. I was about to start singing the praises of Boros and the game he's having, but now it's Magis that has to be the hero here on ramp side. That's a transfer! One hell of a double kill to equalize. That was the bomb as well. Just when it's starting to look like things were aligning for an RV third, Magis lets them know it's not a guarantee. Imma hitting a banger dig, Wonderful on the AWP, but then Magisk. Where you see that experience demonstrated through that spray prowess. He's now activating for a deep palace push. He's ahead of the play. Does he keep pushing? Yes, he does. Umpire so far forward. Would you expect the AWPer towards the shadow position?
Snappy's also pushing. Is he going to play first? Now the sound cue's heard.
Oh, Magisk. Woof.
They're not ready for this.
There's no way they're ready for this. Look at this from Snappy. 1 is great. 2 can win the round. Forced away. 14 HP, 30 seconds. This is so uncomfortable for Na'Vi.
Trying to chase him down. Sampais is already heading towards B. Yeah. He's going to be set up with the AWP. Ready to fight like a gladiator, the Spaniard.
There's no way in. There is no way into this. You have to somehow just bang him out with a deagle, but that's perfect from Sampais. What are you supposed to do now? Wonderful. Trying to do the impossible. A 10-second 1 versus 2. And no scope for good measure. And Magisk and Sampais are proving themselves right here, right now, in pursuit of playoffs.
Oh, they're having a good time. The chuckle, because that is robbery of a round. The way that one starts, the impact that Magisk can have, and then just getting thrown for a loop. Check this one out. The second is beautiful. You're dealing with a flank apps. Snappy's also in spawn. You think you have a gap. Sampais says no. And the Spodek feeling ever closer now as they are getting fired up.
Oh, and quite the opposite for Na'Vi. That is a tease. That's a real tease. You felt like that round was right there for the taking. And individuals from Falcons just deny you at the door. Timeout to compose themselves. They wanted to leave with every round possible here in the second map of this series. Some real narrow, close rounds for Na'Vi.
Feels like they've almost done enough, doesn't it? This is massive, massive work. Rounds of not consecutive fashion for Na'Vi either. It would have to be 2 now to change that conversation going into the halftime break. If they want to walk away with 4, that's the best that they can muster. And you wonder the remnants of Jail being harassed over towards Palace, what that's done to the setup. Because Bit also over towards A ramp, so if they're worried about a lot of A pushes to exploit that side of the map, well, having to put a lot of resources on Na'Vi to tend with that. Alexi does get out towards mid, Emma working out through the underpass, so they're going through the paces to get this map control. A window smoke now deployed. Boros on short. Madden was towards Connect. It looks like he's tucking in towards Sandwich. No, even want to transition closer towards ramp, so continuing to play for information. The bomb starting to head back over towards A, so A split on the agenda now for Na'Vi.
They're going to push. Bit. Is he ready? No, he's not. Unprepared for Madden. This proactive defense is working wonders for Falcons. These openings, they keep on coming. Now crunching. Sampais is here as well. Imma's running out of health, and the in-game leader stands tall. Gets 1 back. They need a whole lot more than that. It's just as easy as that. The round collapses. Wonderful. A 1 versus 4, presenting his back to Snappy and Boros. Madden takes him down. 9. Chad, yeah, it does already feel in just this first half that they may have done enough.
It looks like it's flowing very well. That the decisions that they keep making, it's not always just out the gate. And the key, one of the desks, during the desk, they highlighted the fact that, yeah, Boros wasn't going to be quiet 2 maps in a row. He's shown up. He's had impact on the pistol, had a couple of big rounds. He's been that sleeper in certain scenarios, getting kills from behind when not expecting it. 11 kills for him, 13 for Sampais. And the breakthrough that this team may have needed. The confidence that you take from a win like this, heading into arena matches where this fast, explosive, in-your-face, rock'em sock'em style of Counter-Strike, oh, it can play.
Oh, Boros caught off. Imma and Bit combined with JL, they've got a whole lot of opening exchanges going well. Hold on. Madden, yeah, caught out by Alexi, had way too much on his plate there. And Snappy, he will go down. So a little consolation round at the end. It might throw them off kilter, but Na'Vi, they have got a marathon ahead of them if they want to force a map 3.
It's fine.
The tenacious Falcon, 9 to the good as we swap sides map 2. Running out of chances are Na'Vi. They've looked impressive at times, they've looked discombobulated at others, and myself, Machine, and Chatty B are here to witness the Falcons pursuing that playoff spot. The last spot available for Group A is just these two, duking it out, and right now, Falcons, they have the edge. You heard just before the break, they know they're playing some fantastic Counter-Strike. We know, and so do Na'Vi. Can they turn the tide of battle now, or is it all too little, too late? Heading A. Na'Vi on the receiving end. Ime's been hitting some shots. Snappy trying to forge a path. First man in. Nade from Ime trying to slow them down. It's a great one from Boros. Just running them down with Snappy by his side. Cut down one, but look at this. It's just a flurry of Glock frags. Triple from Boros. Make it a quad kill, and look how good that must feel. Single-handedly, essentially securing double digits and practically condemning Na'Vi to elimination.
That's why Boros is in this team. That's exactly what you want to see. The quickest way to victory, a straight line, and that's what they did. Ran one all the way into jungle window and taking these heads-up fights, just locking horns with Na'Vi. A deep connector smoke, some flashes, and the Glocks on the run as look at that roar. That must feel good.
You can see almost relief from Adjus, because like, oh, I don't think I'm going to have to work too hard now.
3 new names to the Spodek playoffs.
Yeah.
Sampaius, Boros, and Madden will be joining the likes of Magisk and Snappy, who have been there before. Magisk, plenty of times before. We were having a look. He's been there 6 times, currently with 3 different organizations: North, Astralis, and Vitality last year in the quarterfinals. This would be his 4th organization and making the playoffs of such a prestigious event.
Damn.
We like to call him the difference. Well, there's a reason that he was the first member in this team, maybe unofficially. He's stuck with Zonic as coming unstuck in mid as Boros, but it's an awful lot of information. They can now waltz into an open A bomb site, punch in the digits, set up their post plant, and hopefully not get spammed through the smoke.
Trying to slip out is Alexi with that recovered AK-47. As the 11th looms. No way back in for this one. Molly at least forces into the open, but covered nicely too. Ready to swing. And with no armor, he is bested. So an 11th round for Falcons and the conversion of their pistol win. Nothing to be celebrated here for Bit. He'll try and recover something, but it's only a bullet in the face. It just looks like business is running as usual for Falcons here.
Well, as we're coming to the close in our very important matchup, one for seeding, maybe a bit of a grand finals taste tester, a preview of what the playoffs may have in store, is currently going down on the A stream with Scrawny and Launders. We have FaZe versus Spirit. And no spoilers, but we'll just say Donk is continuing to put teams and players in his pocket.
Yeah, he's donking on them.
Well, timeout called, this one, actually, from Team Falcons. So wanting to make sure they have their ducks in a row.
Right, you want a clean finish right now. You've got the red carpet rolled out. You are 2 rounds away from the playoffs. For the first, for some, Boros and Sampaius on your screens. Looking to get there into this, legendary stadium. You can see Sampaius is almost, from body language, expressing everyone can just be cool, stay relaxed. It's coming our way.
Still some form of a conversation being had, but freeze time ticking down. As long as everybody's happy to do battle.
And for Na'Vi, a woeful finish to their campaign.
It has been wobbly. Individuals have been called into question. Approach with utility, the blade system keeping them afloat at times. Oh, and 3 out Palace with util.
Interesting.
Famus. I don't love a call like this, but if they can stick the landing, it doesn't matter.
They might go ahead of this. Imer readies a spray, and the FAMAS comes to play. Audacious call. And it has been received well by Na'Vi.
I just fundamentally have an issue with that. You have a full gun round. You're not running with MAC-10s. You have so much utility, and you're hoping that your standard pressure across the map falls them into 1 anchor on each site and 3 players gravitating towards middle, maybe aggression, connector, short, window, that type of setup. And you're trying to exploit the gap on that A defender, right? Because the A defender is tasked with worrying about ramp and apps, and if your mid player's attention, your connector player's attention is drawn towards middle, then there might be a timing window. But I just look at that and I go, you have so many nades, you have all the utility, you're going up against a team who we're talking about the 1900 and the 2400 loss bonus, plus whatever kills they get. So they're never going to be fully strapped with util or weaponry. They have to make a choice between the two. And then you go for an all-in play and you get stumped.
My, oh my. Can't quite believe him has found a 3rd there, but it guarantees the round and it will keep 4 alive. Certainly helping a bit of a cash injection for the Na'Vi attempt at a comeback. I mean, I can't believe that word's coming out of my mouth at 11-3, but Na'Vi have managed to find a CT round early enough.
Yeah, but look at the cash on Madden and Snappy. They have nothing to work with into the next. The loss bonus, Magisk will just be in that range. Sampaius will be able to drop something. Boros could get a Galil.
It is an interesting call to make so early into your T-half.
Right, this is the thing. I understand as in-game leader, you're looking to exploit some tendencies, right? And you think if it's Poppy and that could just get the site and you win the round. Pacey calls as well. And I've been there before myself, and I used to like doing a lot more aggressive plays, and I like to get away with like pattern calling. But it just feels like at this top level where you have so many advantages and you have such a lead, it feels like you're throwing away a lot in a round like that. But who am I to question Snappy?
Yeah, well, yeah, watch this. This is where we can see the power of some of these smaller guns. The Tech 9, the MAC-10, they're drawing my eye.
Well, both of those weapons you just highlighted over towards B. Madden and Snappy down through the underpass. Emma would really have to come alive in this second half. He's a key player on the CT side for Na'Vi. This feels like if Falcons get it done, holding Na'Vi to single digits, there's a bit of information. That'd be the most impressive victory for them yet.
Yeah, without a doubt. Nade has done good damage, softens them up as Imet going wide off the flash from Bit. Oh, Madden, he didn't manage to push through. He actually ended up slipping off. He had the opportunity for a trade there. Slips by the wayside. Magisk has clawed one back onto the EMF frag. And now it's up to Wonderful. Ooh, 27 HP. He finds Madden. JL controlling connector as well.
Magisk.
The nade finishes the job.
That's from Apps.
Setting Falcons up. Long range duels. Heavy contributions from Magisk.
Well, Bit wasn't able to do anything with this towards Ticket. So he's got 2 kills from Apps, 1 towards Connector, 1 towards Jungle. Now he's looking for more space. The Dane, this experience, flourishing to get them 12.
So scary. Oh, he did make a sound cue. The element of surprise now squandered. Trying to clear towards the ramp position. Bit focused up. Fade soon. And he's gone. Vanished. No idea. Now, Magisk gets another. This is ridiculous. The experience, the 4-time, he does it to him. As many kills as he has majors, Magisk puts 12 on the board for the Falcons.
Oh, you can see the logic that he's going through. Okay, so I was able to fight the jungle player and the connector player, and the A guy couldn't do anything about it. He has to be close ramp, sure. So the smoke keeps him under lock. He comes back around. Bit still gets the jump, but Magisk gets the frag and completely wins the round single-handedly. And this is when the chips were down. The buy was bad. Na'Vi had just won a big round in the previous, and now they are in the dumps. 12-4, 1 more needed.
What a beast. He's so good. I mean, you know why he was such a headline signing. You know why Falcons were looking for him. He brings a whole lot to the roster, and in this one, he may have just done it. That was the opportunity, the window back in for Na'Vi. Now in the dirt.
Well, this Falcons team is going to be one that people love to hate.
Yeah, for sure.
For a plethora of different reasons, but when you get the W's, right, that's what this is about. You're going to shut everybody up if you can win. And, you know, an investment like this, if it can pay dividends early, 2.5 months of being together, getting yourself already in an arena, that's going to get some people paying attention.
And Boros, straight out of the ramp. He knows no molly to hold him back. He just wants to take a fight, take a biff. Gave it a look. Madden working middle as well. It's Imet. Steps up, delivers. Lurk smoke dropped by Boros. Silence falls upon Mirage. Wonderful's going to be... Oh, thought that was head in default. It does actually hit the shadow position. Magisk coming in now, crawling through, losing bodies, losing their chances as Na'Vi collapse on the A defense. And Falcons are 2 frags away from finishing it with style and composure. Alexi down after 1. Boros secures it for his 21st. He's fragging up a storm. And why not finish it with a tap to the head? There it is! A roster built for trophies. And Falcons soaring to the Spodek 2 months in.
Oh, look at the smiles on the faces here. These players are all taking a risk with joining this org. You have the Ents core. Snappy left first for somewhere that could have been greener pastures, but that was a question mark. Was he making the right choice? Ents is where Snappy had found the tippy top of his career and moving to a new team alongside Zonic and Magisk, other storied names, but it didn't start great for this team. It's only been 2024 since we've seen them playing Counter-Strike, and it's been wobbly. The teams they've gone throughout this group stage, sure, not the biggest of names, Na'Vi being the top of the pops, but their most class Counter-Strike has come now.
Yeah, a lower bracket run. You know, you get pushed into the dirt upon a rival in Katowice, but they fight tooth and nail. Best of 3 of the best of 3, all the way to that fabled Spodek arena. And on the other side of that server stood Na'Vi. Ups and downs. but mostly downs here in this Mirage game. Second map, and they have nothing to show for it.
Yeah, pounced on their map choice. I want to say pantsed, actually, not pounced, because pouncing was the Falcons. You've got this Na'Vi roster who have shown glimpses, but if the individuals aren't firing, they have some real problems, even just with the fundamentals. So back to the drawing board for now, not fit for the stadium just yet. But we're going to have a couple of new names gracing that Spodek stage.
Madden, Sunpius, and Boros stepping onto the Spodek for the first time. It's going to be one hell of a feeling.
And for Snappy, the first time in a very long time. It might feel like the first time again. Heroic in 2017 was the last time he had the opportunity. Magis knows what it feels like all too well. And maybe, just maybe, if he can keep up that type of impact, they can continue this run. We're going to head down to the sideline with James for a winner's interview.
Snappy, this has been one hell of a journey in this Falcons jersey already. The last time you were here was 2017, and now you've just taken your fresh team where it started off so badly. What can you say?
I mean, I think people always overreact a little bit. People keep saying all of this stuff like, Snappy without Saw, and then they say all of these other things that ends whatever. Like I think that both Ins, Heroic, and us in Falcons are new teams that need some time. I think that Saw is amazing. I think I am amazing, and I also think that Pavel Dyha and Ins is amazing. And I think we can all be good in our own new paths. So I'm very happy for them, but I'm also very happy for us because I feel like every game we're progressing, we're getting more and more data, and it feels good. It feels good to prove a lot of the haters wrong, because I feel like as soon as you fall down a little bit in the CS world, people will instantly attack you from left, right, and center. So it feels really good to finally have a good game with this Falcons lineup. I think we played amazing on Mirage. We did a really good comeback on the CT half of Ancient. So just feeling good.
And just how helpful was it actually to lose your first game and drop down? Because it seems like more games have just benefited you guys.
No, but I think the thing is, as a new team, and I think it's the same, like there's a lot of overreaction to all of these new teams, and the reason why I'm using our examples like Ins, Heroic, and ourselves is because like Ins had some troubles online in the online qualifiers. They're already in Spodek. Now we are in Spodek, and you see Heroic also every game they're building. When you're a new team, every single official match, you get more data, you get to fix mistakes, the small details you can tweak, and you need to play games in order to find these things. You cannot just practice those, because in practice you're kind of blind, but every single time we play an official, we have the VOD, we can review it and fix a lot of stuff, and that is why we are getting better game by game, I think.
Well, you booked your spot into the quarterfinals, mate. Congratulations on getting the job done. We're going to go from Snappy, though, to Zonic and the desk.
This is awesome for me because I'm a big fan. Congratulations on going back to the Spodek, a familiar place for you. I want to go into something Snappy said there, and we'll get the boys to do the heavy lifting in a bit about the game itself. But what I want to talk about is this Falcons lineup. There were so many stories around it, and a lot of negativity, right? People saying, oh, you know, these massive salaries, and you mentioned business class tickets, and I use it in every desk, and this is a lot of pressure on a team now. How have you been able to get this group of players together to perform here at IEM and to potentially block out all of that noise?
I think kind of the same recipe as we have been doing in Vitality and also way back to Astralis. We set the structure, set a plan, create a dream for the players, and obviously the main goal for this team is to qualify for the major, which will be the first time for Falcons, and we are here to gain data about ourselves and obviously try and make it as far as possible, because that will also help our journey towards the RMR. But I think the way that we have been working, everyone has been working extremely hard ever since we started. It's paying off, because it's not always been pretty, but we are moving one step at a time, and today was a really good day, though.
It was a good day. You moved all the way into the Spodek.
Yeah, today was a really good day. I think Marcus said it as well. Today everything came to fruition. You played a picture-perfect game almost, especially the comeback on Ancient was beautiful. Your performance on Mirage was beautiful. You're working with these boys on a day-to-day basis. You see them in practice. You see them when you're working with them. Us from the outside, we have very limited data to go through as well. Have you seen some of this promise in practice as well? Or is this a bit of a surprise to you that you're already now able to perform at this level?
I've seen glimpses of it, but it's not always been perfect in practice. But that's also where I, as a coach, tell them to play retake 4 or 5 rounds in a row, because we need to nail that. But But no, I think this was by far our best game today. Also, when it comes to all our scrims, we played really good today, and there was a good synergy. There was a level of confidence, and we didn't really get frustrated with. We have been losing some really crazy rounds, and I think it just happens because you don't. You also have the end score, and then you have Emil from our time in Vitality, and you have Boris who probably didn't have that many structure in his previous team. So how you play the different situations when you're 4-on-1. Do you peak? What's with the communication? That is just something that takes time.
Players get a lot of praise for it. You get a lot of praise for it as well. You're working with Lars Ruppel as well. You brought him into this lineup. Try to put a few words on what he's helping with as well in order to facilitate this whole project.
Then I need to spend a lot of time. I mean, he is by far the best right hand I could have as a head coach. The way that we facilitate, motivate the players, keep building, making the dream for the players, keeping the structure. We tried our biggest task last year with Vitality, not having that good results, but then keep believing even though we lost, here to Liquid in the quarterfinals and where we threw away the game.
That's rough, yeah.
Yes. And then still keep coming back and believing when you come into that Paris major. And I think we are really good. We are a really good couple, I think, and I couldn't do it without him, and I hope he feels the same.
I just had a question. I think there's no doubt that you had many offers going into the offspring of the late Vitality season. Like, how difficult has it been for you to step into an entirely new project and basically build it from scratch? You came into Vitality and there was a couple of pieces you had to use, obviously. How has it been different from every time you've been coaching?
This time it has been difficult because I came in first guy on the ship, and before the major cycle, who can we get, who can't we get, and then last minute, then we had a team, then we didn't have a team, and then we could finally get the end score. So it has been a bit roller coaster, and I think I've been privileged working with Device, Saivu, and now Alvaro. So it's a tough task, and by far the toughest task I've had, because normally you come into a system and you have a core, but this time it has been a bit different.
You've had success very fast, though. A final question, though, before we let you go off to celebrate. They're playing right now. He is the talk of Intel Extreme Masters. I'm just curious, how do you feel about Donk and his play style?
I mean,
keeps you up at night.
I think it's a big talking point also on our team, and I think during, when we have seen Spirit at lunch, I can see some of my players are looking, okay, what is he eating? And I mean, he's amazing, and I think he to come in, and now we're gonna see if he also performs on the stage. I mean, and it's by far the biggest talent since Saivu.
Sky's the limit.
There we go. The sky's the limit. We're going to pull up a bracket real quick as we say goodbye to Zonic. He needs to go and celebrate. You'll get to see him and his boys in the Spoda, because that is where they are going. They took down Na'Vi convincingly to guarantee their spot. And how incredibly exciting that is. All these new teams, all these shakeups, and they're all going to be in the Spodek. But we do have to talk about Na'Vi, because they are a fan favorite. They're a team that I think a lot of people put their hopes and dreams on. And I'll say personally shocked by what I saw. That was not the Na'Vi we saw at Blast. That's not the Na'Vi we saw in the play. We haven't seen that Na'Vi. What happened?
It's a bit disappointing. It's a bit disheartening in a way, because I think the main storyline for Na'Vi the past couple of months have been that they've been trending upwards. They've been getting better and better and better. We haven't had a breakthrough from Na'Vi yet. It's not like they won a tournament or they've been playing and firing on all cylinders. But I had the sentiment that every time they came into a tournament, they would get slightly better. They would learn something. They would come back to the next one, get slightly better. I feel this is the first step backwards. I feel like this is the first one where this performance against Falcons, losing in this fashion, that's going to be a massive step back for this lineup. So I'm very curious to see how they reflect on that, how they react to that, especially coming into the Armor.
I think we also have positives on the individual side from Na'Vi. I think it was not even that they were not delivering. I think we see IEM, Jail, and also Wonderful all delivering in some rounds, but it's just the tactical side of things that doesn't look too good. And I'm so disappointed when I'm looking at a roster with Alex B, one of the most experienced IGLs for considering his age, and then you also have Blade, potentially the most tactical coach. You're not able to get that 1-2 rounds on a T side on an Ancient. That is unacceptable, and they had no answers to all the things that they came with, and I just think it's a mess at times.
And that's my issue here as well, right? Because statistically speaking, I think Na'Vi have been one of the better T-side teams out there the past couple of months. CT sides have been struggling, but now you're coming into this tournament, you're coming into this game, and you can't get the couple of rounds you need on the T-side. When it matters the most, they couldn't do it. So that's why I feel like it's a bit of a sucker punch almost in the body of Na'Vi. It's a step backwards, but I'm curious to see if they can shake that off and come back to the positive ways that we've been seeing the past couple of months heading into the AMA.
They're going to be feeling very down about that performance. I do not think it was a showcase of what Na'Vi is capable of. Alexi B is with James right now.
Na'Vi's journey will end here, but they fought hard in most of the way. But I'm going to say on this game, it felt like you had them completely in the first half. Everything was going your way, even starting off well on H in second half. And then we saw some crumbling happen from your side. What did you notice?
I think past 3 best of 3s, or maybe 2 if I'm not mistaken. I think we are really shaky on the first map. Even yesterday, we completely... Like we're forgetting parts of our game plan. Like I feel like we kind of throw the nervousness away after the first map, and it's just unfortunate. Like we kept hesitating a lot. We kept failing our utility. We failed 2 strats from freeze time, like mistakenly buying something wrong, or somebody forgets something, and then when you start to lose those rounds, people get a lot in their heads. And after that, we went outside. I tried to tell everyone, like, we've played now 2 best of 3s before this, the same way, losing first map, and we can still make it. Like, it's just another game. The score is 0-0 now. We can do it, but yeah, I felt like Falcons obviously played really good. They kept the momentum on Mirage. We kept playing really terrible T-side. It's just no cigar.
And for that T-side I want to touch on, because we've been looking at your T-sides being so strong, and Mirage has been your wheelhouse, right? You had so much confidence on it. Do you think this was not just down to like individual calls, but also maybe the mentality of the team coming into this one?
I think for sure. Like, I think the first 3 gun rounds or something, I felt like nobody wanted to take a duel. Like,
too scared.
We kept throwing smokes middle or whatever we wanted to do. It just felt like we were on the back foot, never on the driving stance. Then like 5-0 in, we just like strafed middle, got the entry and got us into the board. But it's just really bad if we, go into the second map still scared to play the game. Like, you cannot play like that. And I don't know how we managed to always reset on the other games we had and not today. But yeah, we were really nervous at first, and maybe we took it for granted that now that we made it this far on the lower bracket, that it's just one game, we're going to be on the stage, blah, blah, blah. But you live and you learn, and we have a really important RMR coming up, which is not going to be easy either, and it's going to be best of 1. So we just need to somehow throw the nervousness away and qualify for the major and go from there.
That's certainly what it's all about. Lastly, I want to ask you around, Katowice obviously holds some special place in your heart for different reasons, right? And the success you've had there. What does this one sting more that you didn't make it when you were so close?
Yeah, I mean, when we lost the opener game, I told everyone that, with ENCE, we were losing 0-2 on the Legends stage. We made the final. With G2, we lost the opener game, went through the lower bracket into the final. Yeah. And I told them that you just lost a life and now you have 1 more left. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, we would be just as disappointed if we make it to quarters from upper bracket and then lose on quarters, Like, but that's just the name of the game. Like, the double elimination saved us, and we had the chance in our hands to make it, and we just didn't.
Alexi, thank you very much for your words. Good luck going into the RMRs as well, but that's the end of the road for Na'Vi here.
A team with so much potential, an incredible coach behind them, and they looked like they were on the up and up. However, it is unfortunately not the Spodek for Na'Vi. As they go home, they are out of the competition.
Again, very reflective coming in from Alexi B here. I think he's done a tremendous work within Na'Vi. I think what he has to work with in terms of player material, in terms of integrating all these new players into a team that's gone international, you see them on your screen right here. It's not an easy task at all. I still have full faith in Alexi B's in-game leading abilities. I still have full faith in Blade's coaching abilities. I am, however, unsure whether or not this 5-man roster has enough firepower in order to break their way into top 6 going into the Spodek and potentially being a contender for the major. I just don't see it right now.
Yeah, and the big talking point for me is also a bit, he was one of the best aimers in the world at some point. He was the dunk of his era, right? He came into the scene storming everybody behind, and now he's just irrelevant at times. Like, he comes into this event, brings in 0.99 rating. Like, it's not good enough for him to consider what role he has in Navi now. He has a lot more experience, he has a lot more tactical knowledge than what he had beforehand, and he's just not delivering on the same level. It massively impacts the level that Navi is able to show once you have that safe anchor who's not able to do the numbers that he's used to.
It's inconsistency. We saw him in Copenhagen play fantastic. We saw Bit firing on all cylinders. You're coming in a week after at Katowice, you're not hitting anything. If you're LXB, if you're Blade, how are you going to work with that when your players are showing up so inconsistent every single time? Incredible tough for LXB, incredible tough for Navi. I will say, you know, they didn't play a bad tournament. We also have to admit that top 6 makes it to the Spodek. Only 6 teams out of everyone participating. It's not an easy feast. It's not an easy task. And Navi this time around weren't great enough.
Navi goes, but we do get a chance to see Falcons in the Spodek. They have guaranteed their spots in the playoffs. It's getting really hot in here. It's getting really excited, and very soon we're going to know who the final teams are that will be making the playoffs for Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. So make sure that you stick around, and also if you want to find out who is going to be starting in the semi-finals, then up next right here on the stream with Darth Mike, Ents is going to be facing off against Maz. Let's see how far this Polish roster can go. I have made the Dane Polish as well. And that's it from this group on the desk. It's a happy day because I got happy Danes next to me. So we're going to head on off, and Darth Mike's going to keep you company for the rest of the evening. Good night.
Bye.
Welcome, my friends, to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike! Elevated, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys want it tall, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts.
Smokes. You see a double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that? Never miss a play again.
Simple, that's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally. With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
They keep on selling us dreams to get this higher. It's in the energy all around us. But it's divine. There's a million shining stars, and I don't wanna be alone tonight in this darkness. There's a million shining stars, and but it's divine. They keep on selling us dreams. This is the energy all around us. All around us. All around us.
Everybody just wants a little love. Wake up to the sun of another day, but all we see called. Wake up to the same thing as yesterday, wondering what we're gonna do now. I get the feeling we all feel the same, trying to hide the pain. Stand tall, act tough, it'll go away, but it never does, it never does. And baby, it's not complicated. Everybody just wants a I'm in another world, out of body. No one around, but I'm not lonely. My heart's racing, I don't know how to feel calm. Life's a hard pill to swallow, but there's always tomorrow. It'll all make sense someday. This is what I gotta do, this is what I gotta do to feel alive. Even if I don't understand it all the time, I gotta let myself feel everything, even if it hurts. Sweep it underneath the rug, will only make it worse. This is what I gotta do, this is what I gotta do to feel alive. Ignorance is bliss, I live like this, oh what a mistake. I guess it was better to feel numb than to be wide awake. Wide awake. Life's a hard pill to swallow, but there's always tomorrow. It'll all make sense someday. This is what I gotta do, this is what I gotta do to feel alive. Even if I don't understand it all the time, I gotta let myself feel everything, even if it hurts. Sweep it underneath the rug, will only make it worse. This is what I gotta do, this is what I gotta do to feel alive. honestly, I wouldn't use them against you unless I thought it'd be fun. So I sit at home alone in your t-shirt. I'm wondering where it went wrong when you always said it, how you liked me better than anyone. We cannot talk, we cannot just shrug or dust it off, or is that thought? 'Cause I cannot pretend I am your friend, I am your nothing. I don't feel bad, I don't feel anything. I don't feel anything. I don't feel anything. I don't feel bad, I don't feel sad, I don't get mad, 'cause I don't feel anything. And you're sending texts like you are writing up your thesis. I don't have the faintest idea why you would be hung up on me when you were the one who said it, that we had to end it. We cannot talk, we cannot just shrug or dust it off, or is that thought? 'Cause I cannot pretend I am your friend, I am your nothing. I don't feel bad, I don't feel anything. I don't know what you want, I don't know why you call. We've been here before, so go on back to her before you wake up in the morning regretting all the texts you're sending. Heard other lines before, I roll my eyes when I see that you're typing. So go on back to her before you wake up in the morning, 'cause this is just getting boring. I don't feel anything. I don't feel anything. When I see you, I can't help but fall back into my emotions. 'Cause all the good times that we had is flooding like an ocean. Sometimes I wish we made it through the summer. I never thought I'd lose my homie, love, a friend, but it's over. I'm falling in the deep end. I cannot swim. I'm falling fast, falling in the deep end. I cannot swim. I'm falling fast, falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end. When I see you, I can't help but fall back into my emotions. 'Cause all the good times that we had is flooding like an ocean. Sometimes I wish we made it through the summer. I never thought I'd lose my homie, love, a friend, but it's over. I'm falling in the deep end.
Becoming the brain of your team when your previous style was running around doing all sorts of crazy stuff is not a career path I ever would have imagined Apex taking.
But I didn't think he would have it in himself to change as a person. Paris comes as a reward for an incredible amount of work, and you could see it on his face how much it meant to win here in front of his crowd.
Unlock the young guns around you.
He will never let you down, no matter what. You have more confidence to make the plays, and that's why I was performing like this.
Oh, guys! Have you ever seen anything like it?
I know it for a fact. He wants it more than anyone. And now he's moved to Falcons, and he has unfinished business.
Prove that your approach is gospel.
It was almost impossible to see Jane winning that major in Rio. I think outsiders seized an opportunity that nobody ever saw coming.
Redeemed heroes know better than anyone else that complacency kills. Not every fairy tale has to have a happy ending.
The clock is ticking for Alexi B. I think he is severely underrated still. He's had his opportunities. He obviously had ends where he did guards work. I think that's one of the most remarkable in-game leader performances I've ever seen. You cannot fail another project, because then you look back and you say, OG wasn't that great for the vast majority of the time. G2 never really worked out, and now Na'Vi couldn't get fixed either.
Even those who have forever etched their name into our hall of heroes. Not letting a changing of the guard put an end to their story.
Players who have been achieving big things in the past, having this winner's mentality, they are just missing some success, and something else than winning is not for them.
So, how do you want to be remembered?
I think Nafany has been one of the most polarizing and criticized figure, and the question is now, can he redeem himself? When I think about Glaive and his situation now, I'm torn between an incredible respect and a thought of, is he crazy?
Why would he care about that? Why would he care about what the community thinks or doesn't think of him? He could have stopped with CSGO. He would have gone down as one of the greatest in-game leaders, if not the greatest in-game leader of all time. If he wants to play Counter-Strike, if he wants to give it another go, then go for it.
Because no one ever truly beats this game. So, why let it beat you?
Becoming the brain of your team when your previous style was...
No one ever does truly beat this game, Freya, except, well, maybe Donk? He might be the first. He might be the first. We got our teams arriving in studio today, and these are two teams that have already confirmed their spot in the Spodek here at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. ENCE, the hometown heroes, the Polish squad that no one expected to go this far, and now they got a chance to go straight. Oh, who are those guys? Oh, they look familiar.
Yo, what's up, ESL? Yo, what's good? Oh, that's you, Mike.
That might be me. That might be me. I'm not going to be in the Spodek, but these two teams will indeed. And one of them has a chance to skip straight through to the semi-final, depending on this matchup today. ENCE on one side, Maus on the other. What do we make of this date for top four?
Bit surprising, as you have already mentioned, Mike, the fact that we've got an ENCE who are really just putting things together right in front of our very eyes versus a Maus where there has already been a bit of a proof of concept, winning the most recent ESL Pro League, but having to obviously substitute Brolin in for Frozen's stead, and yet they are making it very convincing in terms of how they're taking teams down and the level of cohesion that has come so quickly between them all.
Yeah, the only thing I'm going to say today, I'm not going to downplay the importance of the match itself, but those teams have already won in their mind. They are already in the Spodek arena. They are, for whatever reason they came to Poland, they have achieved that, right? Now it's just that cherry on top. Who's going to be able to get that little bit of an advantage going into the playoffs?
Well, to find out if it might be the ENCE side, James Banks caught up with Glaive ahead of the game. Let's give it a listen.
Of the game under a very different name, and he's continuing to make a mark here in Katowice. I'm going to try and cast your mind back, and I know it might be hard for you, but on the media day when we first got here, you said to me, I don't really know what to expect with this team. I don't know what's going to go on. What's changed?
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused as well, I must admit. I mean, something has changed definitely, because when we played practices before this tournament, it didn't look like this. So I can tell you that for sure. But you know, in practice, me and Kubin, we are trying to add new stuff all the time, and can be really hard to remember. But when we go into these games, we have a set game plan. So we're talking before the game, like which rounds are we going to do. So I think maybe that's why it's a bit easier for the guys to now understand how we are playing.
And it's definitely working. I'm glad you said about what you and Cuban are adding to the game, because I'm seeing CT setups, I'm seeing timed nades, I'm seeing some great synergy, which I didn't expect. I thought it'd be a bit more chaotic at times. Has it been going better than you expected in terms of like how much they're able to follow and do?
I think so, yeah. I mean, we've only been playing for about like 3-4 weeks now, and yeah, thing has been clicking pretty good from the beginning, but I didn't expect us to do this good thus fast, I would say. But I'm really happy, and I'm really proud of the guys, and I'm also really proud of me and Kubin and the work we have put in together.
And you and Cuban, when I first spoke to you about it, you were both saying, okay, we've got different ideas, but is it coming together? Have you started to agree on some things?
Yeah, of course we are. I think he's trying to understand how I think, and I'm trying to understand how he thinks, and we're trying to mix things up. So, and it's good for us to not have like a simple play style where we're only doing like set executes or really structured, but we also have some rounds where we are playing a bit more spread CS and letting the guys like take their own decisions and not only me deciding, right? So it's a bit of mix of things, and I think it's working out pretty good. And we also have our performance coach helping us with these kind of things, and also outside of the game, right?
And in terms of what you saw after you guys qualified to the Spodek, how much did you kind of get surprised by just the emotions and what you saw from the team?
I mean, I've been in a Spodek a few times, but for me it's been a long time since I've been in an arena as well. So of course I was happy for myself, but when I saw the guys, I saw it meant something really huge to them. So of course it was important to me, but I've been there before. But for some of them, actually almost all of them, I think it's the first time in Spodek. And I'm really happy that I'm able to be there with them, and hopefully we can do some damage there as well.
Well, if they keep playing like they've been playing, they definitely can do some damage. Ents now looking for a semi-final spot.
Truly a special moment. Truly a special moment there for Lukasz and the squad. Look, I mean, it was an interesting marriage. Glaive and Kubin coming together. They originally thought they were going to be leading a very different Ents team. They wind up with this squad, this roster, and what some might have thought to be a motley crew, and they've done something incredible.
Absolutely. You can't take anything away from what Glaive has done. Obviously talking about and referencing his own time in the Spodek prior, the fact that he was the major champion in 2019, lifting the trophy actually against Ents when he was playing for Astralis. So that's such an interesting little tidbit right there. But yeah, the way that Glaive has actually put together this roster in a way that it was looking kind of disastrous. When he was first joining this Ents team, you know, he had Nerds, he had Modern, he had Sun Pius, he had D-Haw, of course, who's still sitting to his right-hand side. But those players were all kind of scattering. It felt like things weren't coming together, and it was looking like maybe Ents would just have to get a little bit desperate, just have to find some pieces, some diamonds in the rough. Oh my God, are they diamonds?
I also think when Glaive signed under the contract for Ents, I don't think he expected to play with 4 Polish people, not taking anything away from them, but he got the names, I'm not saying debated, but he got told in that contract negotiation, hey, we have Sun Pius on the roster, we have Nerds. He already said in an interview that he didn't expect that many people to leave. Maybe 1 or 2 could have left, right? But he still would have thought it would have been an international team. But all of a sudden, he's had to change his passport to a Polish team. And I think there's an angle also for the players. What it means to them to be here is that they can invite their family, their friends. It's going to be a once-in-a-lifetime experience. I remember, like, I qualified for Royal Arena. I didn't get to play it because that's a different thing, right? But the players, they're gonna like talk to friends. Hey, you want to come over? Like, let's go watch me. Like my family, if you have a girlfriend, like all these sorts of things. You get so few chances at your career to get that possibility, and now they have it.
It does feel a little bit like the perfect moment. And I mean, you said 4 Polish teammates. Well, there's a 5th one as well. Kubin, the coach, man. This guy is, I mean, an absolute legend. Part of that Virtus Pro roster that won the hearts and minds of so many, and a guy who's just been at a high level so many times in the past here, Maui.
You look at his his coaching achievements. And by the way, just for clarification's sake, these are all playoff appearances at majors. He has many first place trophies across the board, but you look at some of these late round finishes, and it's actually with different teams too. The fact that at actually the Blast Paris major where he was top 4, that was with an Apex roster. He came in 2nd place. That was actually losing to Glaive in Atlanta. And all in all, Cuban, I feel like he is actually almost too modest sometimes, because he has shown time and time again that he is worthy of building and being a part of championship contending rosters.
And it also is kind of the definition of Polish CS, like what it once was, right? All those late playoff runs with the Virtus Pro guys back in the day. He is a very privileged man to be in the Counter-Strike scene with such a strong scene, but it's been a downwards trajectory since 2017, but now we're finally at a stage where we can actually positively say and objectively say that we have a Polish scene in thriving force.
Indeed. And I mean, you can look no further than the team on the other side as well to see another thriving Polish scene member, Shuhei, coming through, developing as an in-game leader, showing stronger and stronger form as time goes on, developing this young roster. He's another piece of the legacy of the Polish CS circuit.
Yeah, playing for Isaaco Boars before Mao's NXT. Shuhei right now is probably carrying the torch for, in my eyes, the best Polish in-game leader right now. Obviously, people want to meme that Glaive is, but you know, it's funny.
Lukash, my guy.
It's a nice little, it's a nice little tongue-in-cheek joke. But in reality, Shuhei is kind of on that new edge of what's coming out of Poland, what's coming out of sort of that, I'd say, EU mix FPL era that we're in right now. And yeah, he's leading the way for Mao's. So either way, there is going to be a Polish victor on one side or the other.
And the thing is that he's been too good for the Polish scene. I'm not trying to take anything away from them, but for the 9 core that is mainly the end roster now, right, he was better than them, right? He was on a higher level. He was projected to be the next big thing. So he had to abandon his quote-unquote roots and go international. Now he's standing on a roster with a lot of young, talented players, and they have such a bright future if they can keep it in the mental aspect, if they can keep it in check and like just focus on the game. These guys have at least 3 to 4 years together if they just want to continue.
Talking about that 9 roster that you just mentioned, Bubsky, they were obviously such savants at Vertigo, and that's why it's become ENCE's perma pick whenever they can get it. We see for the 2nd pick here, Mao's going for Ancient. I felt like they could have gone with Mirage or Ancient, but I think they knew that Mirage would likely be the decider, so that's why they probably tried getting Ancient out as early as possible.
And it's also cool to see that when we see the map pool of ENCE, it's very much as the 9 experience. It's not much from the inside, and it's not much from what Glaive, because Glaive has never been the biggest fan of Vertigo, but all of a sudden when you have 3 competent players on this map, it kind of forces you into liking it. And I think it's been very great that he's not coming into the team and be like, hey guys, I don't like to call on this map to the same extent to others, but I'm gonna follow you guys. I think that's a very mature choice and a very positive one.
It is indeed. Now looking at these maps, looking at these teams, knowing what we know, what's going to be the key to victory for either side?
Ooh. I would say that one thing that has been pretty impressive with ENCE is the fact that their CT side has had so much cohesion, despite the fact that in some of the interviews they've talked about that really wasn't their focal point in the 3-4 weeks leading up to this. It was mostly to get their T sides in order.
Bumsky, who you got? One word.
I can't do one word, so then just, I'm not going to say anything. Go ahead.
He's not going to say it. Mao, who you got? Who you got?
I got Mao's. I got Mao's in this one, for sure.
I know who I got. I got 2 guys who I get to throw to one more time here in the groups. It's none other than Machine and Sponge.
Oh, getting me all hyped up there, Mike. Yeah, thank you very much. Getting ready for this one. The veto still on screen, starting on Vertigo. What do you make of this one, Chad? Are we just kicking back, ready for some exciting, explosive counter?
Yeah, look, I'm looking for a good time. Maybe a quick one.
Okay, not a long time.
Well, look, it could be a drawn-out affair, but these seeding matches, it's always an interesting match. It's a bit of a playoff temperature check, an appetizer before the main course, but it gives us a look at, maybe, just maybe, what could be a grand final preview. These 2 teams will end up on opposite sides of that bracket, and considering how unlikely everything is folding right now, unless it is just Spirit who are going to win the whole thing and Donk gets an MVP, that's pretty boring, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it could be considered that way. I think it's exciting whichever way you cut it. It's already heating up here in Katowice as the Spodek looms.
We're going to cool for a moment because just as we were starting to put our foot on the gas pedal, we have a technical issue. Now, technically, because the game hasn't started yet, I'd say this is just a teething issue. It's all good. No harm, no foul. Nothing's gotten underway just yet.
But what has happened so far, this is an opportunity for us to recap, because I cannot overstate how exciting the run from ENCE is. When you think about what we were expecting from them, what they were expecting from themselves, Chad, I don't know if it was expected to be, I don't know, say Vitality, G2, locked in 2. I mean, that just seems like a dream, considering how quickly they've had to re-piece this roster together. You've heard it in interviews, ENCE talking about this, Diha talking about, we had no team. He didn't have anyone. It felt like it was just him on the roster in the jersey, and then they rock and roll into Katowice like this.
Yeah, the music actually speaks of an abandoned individual in Katowice looking for some friends to become, well, brothers. We have this Polish squad that has definitely shown some fantastic CS, and the music changed. There we go, up and down we go. But you mentioned the G2 game, you mentioned the Vitality game. I'd say the most impressive for me was the Astralis match where Glaive, he went off his tree, absolutely nuts on Ancient. A big Glaive performance, and one that he definitely will remember up against his former legendary squad, as they will be galloping loudly across the bridge towards A and Brolin. Well, that's a lot of noise. They're coming.
Yeah, he's called a little bit of a rotation from the squad. You can see all of the CTs magnetizing to the side. Who draws first blood? It's Kyla. Straight to the head of Brolin. Down already, swinging through the smoke, held by Hades. Kyla finds his second, and it is a massacre upon the exit of that elevator smoke. Keeping it simple, but highly effective.
Yeah, the Just Go A simulator from Once Upon a Time is how we start things on the pistol.
Very frustrating way to lose a pistol when, you know, you hear it coming. You're sitting there, you've got all of the heads up in the world. They're coming A, you've got a game plan, and it just ends like that, just up close and personal. Good shots hit.
Yeah, and the reason you see teams going for the mid and the B stack against the pistols is because it's also potent to be doing quite heavy hits through mid and B on the T side as well with the Glocks. You're able to run down that distance, and if you overwhelm, if a team doesn't go for something towards heavy mid or B, well, I think B can be a little bit more difficult to retake. So by being quite light on A, you're hoping for a different look, but you see those two mollies. One was towards Sandbag, one was towards short to flush the players out into the line of sight. Smoke towards elevator, push on in, hit all the shots, and now a full eco from the Mouse. They're the ones making noise. Diha, how many can you get? One to the tally. There's 1,200. Well, now 6 times tables with Diha. It'd be actually the coolest way that I might teach my children one day maths.
Yeah. Okay, so you've got a Mac 10.
And you get 3 kills.
And you get 3 kills. How much money do you have?
Well, that's going to be 1,800 in total for the round so far. So cha-ching, and making some cash money. But it is the cheapest of investments of nothing for Mouse. How much more can Goofy get? Jumping into action. Now knows both. Pulls out the Glock and will go down. So something for Mouse. Time Hades will finish them off with the AK-47s, and we're about to bring out the weaponry. So Mouse, what territory do you want to fight for in the early stages of this Vertigo? ENCE's home map. I don't even know if these are highlights are. This is...
It's a recap. That's what it is.
If you don't, yeah, okay.
A recap.
That's a nice term for it.
Rifles are out though, Chad. It's time for some counter.
Glass cannon, Torji, AWP. Looks like a crane peak. Using the spawn. Takes a shot. That's his presence known. And look at this gap. Two players splitting B. Gentlemen.
Hello. Guys, knife out. They've been completely pantsed. That is Goofy. Finding a round-defining double, and Mouse being completely caught off guard.
We saw a similar maneuver come out from Apex. Remember, they were definitely,
that's right,
taking a lot of mid-space on their Vertigo and starting at 2-3, fortifying the sights, the extremities, while leaving a gaping hole. And before you know it, the round is over. You lost the pistol, you took an eco, you bought some guns, and now you sit and wait for 40 seconds and hope that you can keep them through to the next.
I'm slightly concerned about Torji in that AWP investment. They heard it fire off a shot. Whether or not they do push the issue so early into the game, unlikely, but want to make sure you bring that through.
Well, I think considering how swimmingly that round has just unfolded, let them keep it.
Yeah.
Let's see where we can pressure next. They have to play someone mid next round, don't they? Their option is call the bluff, assume that you're going to hit either site early or at least aim for B lobby control or that ramp space. And they might leave mid as a gap again that can be exploited once more. So this is where the mind games already start to flow.
So how did they divide for that initial mid-crawl? Obviously, 2, Glaive and Goofy going mid, and then just enough steps A to force that mid player off.
Well, that's the thing, though. You know, starting a player mid, you'd see a lot of teams probably going for a 3-1-1 type of setup. But you want to defend B lobby so you don't just get exploded upon. You want to make sure you batten down the hatches towards A ramp so they don't just gallivant up like they did on the pistol round and execute. So you think, oh, it's all right, we'll leave mid. Surely they're not brazen to literally contact out without any sound, creep over the window, and kill us in the back as we were just spamming for that B lobby control. Yeah. Surely, right? Right. Wrong. So that's it. You're taking a gamble. It's very difficult to be strong everywhere on this map. If you start 2-1-2, you know, your rotating player, maybe he can throw the smoke for you, but then you're going to have to throw your own molly and flashes so he can still keep an eye on mid. You have to keep all of these little details in mind as they're not going to force buy. It's just going to be the 3 saved guns and light investments for Jimmy and Exertion.
Yeah, they take the AWP over towards B side. Hades takes his towards the ramp as Brolin unloads a full magazine down through the smoke. Brolin active, well aware that it's a lot of responsibility on him to find that opening. And it's a forward position, so backing himself, backing his aim, anyone brave enough to go through those smokes. A refresh of the scaff smoke.
Well, Shui's forward position has freed up the rotation. Waiting for these to subside, but Torji is able to join the fun. You can see him creeping around the short side to take a peek from Ivy. Shui's flushed back, so diligent work with these mollies. And Torji, he really wants to fight. They feel like they need to take a duel.
Wow. He's going to give it a good go. And Kyler, he's just been spotted out. Doesn't get the chance to pull the trigger. Shui's still standing exposed, hoping to catch Kyler here, just knowing exactly where he is, but doesn't want to force this fight. Uncomfortable for Exertion. He's been spotted out with his sidearm. Torji well aware of his presence.
What a weird fight this is.
Yeah, it's peculiar.
Kyler's not going to clear that. 30 seconds left. If it is the commit towards A, Shui's just a statue. He's been held in place by the mere presence of Kyler, and he even gave up the angle.
20 seconds, though. They do have to commit. They are silent.
It's all Torji.
As they ascend. And Torji sticking around. Here's them now. This is all on the denial of that plant, but he's covered off. Nice shot, takes down Glaive.
Stop planning.
8 seconds, where's the plant? Goofy. Goofy needs to be punching in the code, and as Torji falls, they will get it down uncontested. Not comfortable here whatsoever for the retake. Just in the nick of time, they get the shot hit and the round to follow. Damn, it was by the finest of margins there. Clock was working against them, but they pulled it off.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for Shui to get anything done here at all. 40 points of health. They've all been able to scamper around the corners, not overexposed in the site. You could see Goofy had to stop planning because if he goes down anyway, the bomb would skittle loose and then there would have been absolutely no way to win the round. So he stayed gun on in case of that Torji swing. Was protected. The threat deflected, and 4-0 for Ents. Just going through the paces right now. I did like that Bubsy wasn't willing just to give a one-word prediction. You know, he wants to give logic behind, you know, Maui's playing the game for Mike, but Bubsy said no, stayed tight-lipped.
Hey, look, Chad, you've done many a desk with me. You know what that means. That means producers said 30 seconds.
Yeah. We're going to go to game.
I need you guys to speak for approximately 20 seconds. If that's okay, that would be great. Thank you. As we get ourselves cooking with our 5th round. What's the go? It's, wow, Brolin just going wide, drive by, throws out a nade that does some chip damage. It's D here operating at a little of disadvantage. Torji in support of him.
Redeploy the deep yellow. It's going to force Ents to look elsewhere. So similar to banana control with the util, sometimes it's better just to allow it to be worked through. And all of those key pieces, smokes, mollies, report that back to the boss man. Allow that information to flow. It will help make a decision as to where the round may end. And while they'll disperse the smokes, and almost, just behind the tarpaulin is Brolin. Aims in his face, but a bullet in D has. Good work from Brolin.
Yeah, really clean. Solid work, well aware of the angles. The impact's in trouble. Deleted by Kyler on the run-up. And now Exertions let that spray get away from him. Kyler into the site. Shui holding on the rotations. Goofy was trying to cut them off at the pass. He's activated now in this 3-on-3. Cutting them off on rotation. Wow, hyper-aware is Brolan. The fact he's taken that should be Maus' first round. Torji catches him on at the close to the site. No way in. Torji escorts the last one off the premises. Maus on the board.
Yeah, really needed that one there in mid-Goofy, and you can see just how much space he was trying to take. They weren't actually seesawing between the sides, so the scamper back from Glaive and Hades was without any room, so Goofy feeling like he needed to make a play. So a very important kill there from Brolan, but Torji then did no longer have to worry about the flank. Could just scope up, lock them down, and put the first on the board for the international squad. Again, 3-1-1. Torji scoped up and over, flushed away, and Diha with aggression. See, that's how you can change. The previous, you were sitting behind the smokes, you weren't doing anything. This time, you take a risk, you take a gamble, you take down a key piece in Torji.
Yeah, overstaying is welcome on that crane position. Kyler likes to work his B picks. The impact's going to be a bit cautious to re-peek that one. Wants to keep a bit of a lid on this. Does have util available. Could smoke off the stairs if he's feeling threatened. On that low HP, Brolan has opted to use the AWP. It looks like they want to just go.
Well, they've evacuated the B bomb site, so it would be an advised call. They're not to know exactly what resides. Jimmy has a smoke available to try and block with, but he's currently over towards the window. Looks like he's going to dump that now, play behind it, give himself a buffer, but it's a risk for him. Doesn't have much support just yet. They're still rotating in, Maus.
Oh, and they're across that headshot angle over the box. It's Kyler committing to that spray. Holding on quad. Goes wide. Yimpat down again. One back from Shui. Oh, beautiful. Finding Glaive through the smoke. Nails the headshot. The IGL was crouched. Just a pixel of his head visible, but a double kill out of Shui, and a missed shot from Hades signifies the, oh, not the end, but only the beginning. A double from Hades. He was one away from a glorious victory, and Brolan, he had 10 HP to close.
And that was from the initial exchange over towards A-Ramp at the start of the round, where he traded out onto Diha. So fortunate, Brolan's AWP scavengers played off, but Hades, the luck of the gods on his side here as Shui and Exertion wanting to make sure they're fighting together. Gave a 2-for-1 special on this Tuesday night. You can see just how close with the reaction. The in-game leader, a decent attempt, a lot of damage, and a timeout called. Molly stairs, Molly understairs. Okay, so I think they're knowing at the moment that Jimmy's getting somewhat harassed over towards B. Currently sitting at 0 and 6 right now in the frag department. So if they can layer on some late retake utility to deal with Kyler, who has shown to be a bit of a menace over towards that site so far, they can buy a bit of space for their Finn. And that's one of the problems. If you just played that 3-1-1 CT defense I was talking about, it's very difficult for that solo defender to vie for that control. If the T's throw out the bank off the wall smoke, you can obviously part through it, and with a flash and then a molly in towards wood, how are you meant to play close if you're Maus? Well, an AWP to help, as there's that smoke I was talking about. They're going to throw out HEs to dissuade Kyler from pathing in there early, but he can take this whenever he'd like. You can see now he didn't need to do it insta, gives it a moment. Now he pushes through. That would molly the next part of the puzzle. Now the molly towards the stairs, but they were exploding. They've actually been able to negate each other here.
Yeah, he tried to delay them. He's cost a great deal of his health.
Look at the rotation it just forced.
Understandably. Oh, Jim down to the nade. It's Kyler again. A real nuisance right now for the Finn.
They're harassing him.
Perpetually uncomfortable, but this angle, is Torji pre-aiming it? He's not. They actually think better, or think twice of it as Torji glances over at the possibility.
Noisy dismount. So sound cues, at least something to work with, but what does it mean? Limp smoke out here from Goofy to buy some space. Brolan is, I think, very proficient at being the aggressive A rifler. He will need a few here, however, Alex.
Yeah, he's backed himself. He's backed his aim. And they're coming his way. Brolan, what have you got for us? He controls the spray. He knows he's a dead man, trying to get out the pistol for more.
Shui up next.
He's going to have to try and defend this. All three of them on the ramp. One late component in middle. and does manage to tame the spray nearly to Goofy. He bests him, and Exertion sold out by the Shadow.
Back to B. Playing this very well. The push and pull of Vertigo.
Just that pendulum swinging back and forth between the sites,
And that's
forcing
the
reactions.
Worst thing if you're an AWPer and you don't ever feel like you're in a position just to sit, stand, and deliver. So just being absolutely out-rotated.
Hello.
But Hades is down. A chance for this.
Yeah, one hell of a shot from Torji. Spotted advancing. Thinks twice about it. Worried about the potential for Goofy late. Oh, it was just there.
Glaive soaked up that space with the MAC-10 as well. This feels almost impossible. Sure, he has head armor. It should just be a few bullets to blow him over as Torji scopes up, backs off, tries to save the AWP because the cash for Mouse, non-existent. Lost bonus 2,400 into the next, but I think it will just have to be a very small investment. And they need to solve this puzzle and help out Jimmy, because right now, the B bomb side is feeling like somewhere that they can return to at least to put pressure for a pick. What are your options? Play even more passive? Well, key trades here from Goofy. 2 big trades. One onto Diha and then one after Kyla falls. Hades makes the lurk work this time round. Aware of the close possibility. Torji finds something, but really nothing in the bigger scheme of things. 2 MAC-10s, one for Diha, one for Glaive. Let's see if they want to use this quite quickly to close out for their 6th. Jimmy's got more support this time. Stop bullying my boy, says Shui.
Going through the motions is Kyla. Flash forward. They choose to fight, and there's Jimmy in the feed. He gets the redemption. The double on the 5-7. Diha lucky to be alive as well.
They know there's one more here because of the flash, but look at Brolin. Heads up maneuver. This could be a round winner from Brolin.
Yeah, this is so proactive. And he's got such a good window of opportunity here. Exertion, main objective, live. Perfect timing from Brolan. He's got them all on his screen, and it is a round-defining flank straight from behind. He'll finish it with triple kill. This Swede is proving himself day after day.
Yeah, and right now you're going to be jazzing up Jimmy as well. Good stuff. You're on the board. Big kills. We got it done. We stalled them out. We stopped them from harassing you. And yeah, you mentioned Brolin. The fact he's donning this jersey, he looks very comfortable here. There was a stat comparison from his time at NIP, and well, now his time at Mouse, and it is a stark contrast between the two. One has been a failing project for some time. One has been a project on the rise, especially when you consider that most of these names have come through NXT. But Brolin, I guess he's taken the role of the young Vedi. Frozen. He's had some experience. Brolin's been on our screen for many years and got to play with some of the absolute greats over in the Fnatic jersey. Once that team started to disintegrate and fall apart, so did his hopes of winning with a majority Swedish roster, and then teams around him just started to go international. As we return our attention to the game at hand, and his finances are worse for wear.
As is their health after the initial engagements. Oh, wow, Goofy just rounding the corner straight into Shui. He was ready for that. Glaive unable to provide any support, any attempted trade. Trying to maintain some of the space with a smoke. But they're ahead of it. This is Glaive getting double swung, a clean conversion from Exertion.
Starting to look more cohesive now, Mouse. And when you have a look at the way that these have trickled... Oh, hold up.
Yeah, they're actually fully committing up here. Dihan joining them late. Jim Fat's going to have to swing late. Or actually an extinguish from his teammate. So he stands his ground, and it's Exertion that's kicking up a fuss now. A single bullet will do it for both of them. Diha and Kyla still hitting shots. It's one more. A bonus for Diha. Kyla should be dead. Shui couldn't quite track him there, but he's on retreat now and being run on down. It's Torji to post it. So, wow, a one-round game here. It does look like Maus have really taking control of this defense.
Yeah, and that was going to be my point, right, before we were rudely cut off, is the fact that Ents, they sure have 5 on the board, but it came with the pistol, the conversions, that early tone setting round where they just crept out mid. So getting it done before Maus have really been able to establish themselves, and now with a 5-7 round that packed a punch, they're starting to look a whole lot stronger, and they've forced Ents onto an eco. This is Maus's chance to tie things up. Oh, an Exertion. He's feeling hungry for some easy frags. Glaive will be the first to be felled. Ollie right side. Kyler will need to respect that. Scoop back a little bit lower. A couple of stack nades over towards Diha. He's chunked down 2. So should be sweeping this one under the rug quite quickly. You'd love to get yourself into the semi-finals. Take that leap further. But also, if you lose this game, it'll put you on the same side of the bracket as Spirit. This way you can avoid them until the grand final.
Which I think for most teams,
Dragons.
yeah, most teams right now, the opposite of chasing that dragon.
Avoiding it at all costs. I like that, already thinking about the next round.
Yeah, confidence boosting, thinking about your grand scheme. Could lead with a lead here. Don't forget, Ence's pistol was very convincing, as you'd already highlighted. That leaving with the lead in the absence of a pistol, that was a huge start for Mouse, on Ence's pick, no less.
Let's see if they can do it, because that conversation right there, Torji was talking about flashes for Exertion, or the other way around. And I was seeing if he was going to continue with the MP9. He has upgraded into a rifle, so that feels like it makes a bit more sense. Because if he kept the SMG and they wanted to try something aggressive, like flash him into a fight, then okay, yeah, sure. But now, do you still want to try something aggro? Well, a question to be answered, and the timeout has concluded. You can see that MP9 littering the floor of CT spawn.
He's got the best spawn.
Yeah, it could be through middle, because they just pressured it. And now they could be, you know, putting the shoe on the other foot and say, hey, if this is a weakness that you thought we had, we're more than happy to stand and fight for this territory. Not the case. Okay. Drop out the yellow smoke. Okay, so heading back towards middle with Torji.
I love the confidence we're seeing in Brolin's gameplay.
Oh, they are pushing mid.
And they are, but this is a little slower than Goofy may be ready for, and they use that molly as a signifier for the push. Goofy down. Refreshing the smokes towards the ramp. A good aggression from Diha, though. Catches Shui unawares. Has to commit. The bullets do connect, but it's Diha that does one better. He takes down Brolin. A double kill to return to an advantage for Ents.
Do they know about the push from Exertion? They know that the AWP was there for the pick, and now as they start to transition back, Exertion catches them and takes down Hades, but now he's marooned in spawn.
Oh.
Until Kyler hits a bit of a banger.
Yeah, that's exactly what the doctor ordered. The remedy found for Exertion. Now, what do you do with this?
It's a little bit of a guessing game, isn't it?
Yeah, walking in, investigating is Glaive. He's ahead of the bomb, so if anything goes awry, a pivot's possible. I say that now across to white. Looks like they're setting up.
Jimmy's going mid again. There's 3 players who have thrust themselves through middle. So flanks on flanks on flanks, and Jimmy's the B holder.
And Torji misses his opportunity
That's
onto
enough,
Glaive.
son.
Won't get many more of those as an elevated angle adopted. Diha trying to hold on to this flank. Oh, Torji slow. Maybe Jimmy's got something to say about this round here as he does adjust nicely onto Diha. Glaive could be his next victim. Got to be precise, and he is. Defending from the stairs on this retake. Kyler in a clutch. Has he got what it takes? Trying to isolate this duel, jumping down, tracked by Jimmy. Close though, close. One more bullet would have done it. Great round from Jimpat.
Yeah, just the flanks, just a big nuisance for Ents in this one. The mid push to find the opening pick, and that's where most of the action came through. Exertion with impact also through that mid push, and then Jimmy opting for it late into the round when they were in a 2-on-3 number disadvantage, and Kyler didn't want to get caught between a rock and a hard place, thinking he had backed off, allowing that AWP to play next. Slight frustrations, feels like he could have won that. As Ents, they do have an opportunity now to stop this spree of rounds. It's been 4 consecutive, might be 5 for Mouse before the break. They would love a lead like that heading into halftime.
Peeking again. Hasn't been working out for Torji, but he's not shying away from it, and it results in his demise once more as Diha warming in. Just maps his way up the ramp.
He's been great at that on the CT and T sides. We've covered off some of their other maps, but a push again. Look at this, such a problem.
This is good. You're clearing? You are, but not ready for Exertion. Nails the shot. This really dynamic CT side Mouse are putting out right now.
Yeah, good to see that Mouse have some men of class operating with the A4.
Absolutely. The superior M4.
A1, you know, just pulling down too much. That little pressure on that water hose, it's not as strong as you'd think.
Yeah, especially when you've had a half with the AK. That M4A4 feels just right.
Well, they have at least the chance to leer into B and look into A simultaneously, but the way back is what comes into question.
Yeah, it's almost frustrating to be able to say, okay, well, B is clear.
And you want to allow Kyler to play through, right? Continue to clear and flank onto A. That would probably be the more heads-up call, but Enzo starting to dip back.
And now, ooh, I think Kyler's ahead of this from Jim Pat. Clearing though, great work from Jim. Aware as always.
Bye-bye.
Exertion has got them both in his sights miraculously. Hades gets away, gets his gun out, and catches a bullet to the dome. What a half. Mao's got to be happy with that one. A full team effort as they, on Ence's turf, leave the half with the lead. The question remains, is it a semi-final or a quarter-final for Maus and Ents? And that's what this battle is about, both securing a spot in the coveted Katowice playoffs for 2024. These Intel Extreme Masters, and we've got 10 Masters in the server. Vertigo, impressive scenes as Maus come into their T-half with 7, and Ents boasting only 5. This is their map. You've got high expectations for them. They've taken to it well. Let's see what our second half has in store.
Well, they know who their opponent is going to be if they lose this game as well. Falcons are waiting in the quarterfinals. So bear that in mind as well. The type of buy that Mouse have opted for here is telling of an A execute with nades towards either the sandbag position or headshot. But they're not going about things quickly.
No, quite the opposite of our first pistol where you had 5-foot boots stampeding. 5 pairs of boots. It'd be weird if it was just 5 boots, but they are keeping it chill.
Left or the right?
Yeah. Right now, it's the left side jumping up.
See, Diha might go overlooked towards sandbag here because of the way that Glaive's baiting, so I'm not sure if they use the nades towards sandbag or not.
It could be part of their master plan. You can see they've got the opportunity, but do they overlook it? Talking it through now. Shui staring at the sandbags, but holding on to their nades. Diha, this is all about timing. Now, there's chance. There is still ringing as he peeks out. Only gets the one. He'll be pretty hard done by about that one. Needed a multi-kill. Shui getting that bomb planted. Exertion looking over the top, happy to take another engagement, extend their advantage. Brollan, the late arrival. And Torji is equipped with a flashbang. As these smokes start to fade, the next engagement can be covered. Exertion just body bags 2 of them. And Kyler down as well. Mouse, they've got sharpshooters, and Exertion demonstrates that, raising his voice and raising the pressure on Ents.
Yeah, splitting the pistols, but it's now 6 consecutive rounds in favor of Mouse. And the conversation in the first half, one of their recipes for success was just being antagonists through middle and the ladder room, which is kind of how Ents kicked off their T-side campaign. That one is going to feel real good and starting to get some smack talk. You love to see it. Nerds offering some gems in recent days. Exertion, yeah, didn't know he had it in him.
Yeah, that's the first I've seen of that, really.
He's always such a polite boy.
Exactly.
Oh, I love it. Competition. That's what it's all about, baby. And in the heat of battle, you do what it takes. Is stack nades towards wood. Nobody home. Torji does spot out one. And where there's one, there's usually more.
Oh, those wall bangs are frustrating for Torji, but he can overcome. Tucked in now.
They're just multiplying. 3 players over towards B, almost 4 with Diha. Should be quite an easy aim map, but this has been laboured for Torji, so maybe enough's enough as space towards A ramp. It's forced that rotation we discussed, and well, the red carpet rolled out. Mouse will play the rotations well.
Yeah, I saw, is it Glaive descending the ladder?
Yes, indeed.
Quickest one on the scene, but yeah, no one holding the flank as he was concerned about. Damage onto Exertion. Significant.
Quite low as well.
Yeah.
Hi, Glaive.
Hi, found you. Don't think he was anticipating that one.
Gave you a chance.
Most definitely. Look at their health. I mean, if they can get away with 4 or 5 rifles still alive, oh my God, Brollan's taking a beating too. They are really pecking at them. Just poking, prodding. Hades does nail one onto Torji, and suddenly the USPs find multiple frags.
This is bang for their buck.
Yeah, and I'm not sure you're going to survive. The radius, you're going to have to run. Getting the hell out of dodge. Is there anything for Kyler here? If you can somehow save that Galil, I don't think so. But yeah, you know what? That's one hell of a successful economical.
Yeah, you take that amount of damage if you're Ents. You bring nothing into the round. You take away 3 upgrades. And you have a little awkward moment. One of those, oops, I didn't know that was a possibility. But Torji doesn't let it get out of control. However, Ents force the issue. They're going to equip themselves now with 5 silenced M4s. Not a single Molotov in play. That is going to make life a little bit more difficult. Moving out the smoke is Hades, the A rotator. Kyler and Goofy heavy towards the B. So at least mid is secure for now. They've been able to hold them on both sides of the map, as going through the paces and map control is Mouse. Jimmy might get a chance for revenge.
Yeah, Shu's on the other foot. Goofy's already down. Oh, and they get them both as well. Shui baits the shot. Jimmy does find his revenge onto Kyler. And opening up the sight. See how that feels, losing the sight at my hand. With the roles reversed and another round imminent. Ents' vertigo is looking humbled.
Yeah, definitely so, because the conversation is this team, the 9 core, even though you have a new in-game leader, and Diha in the mix, and those are the two A defenders. The discussion is, this was once a home map. Comfort. Popsky, I like the way he was talking about on the desk, showing the, I forget the vernacular he used exactly, but the fact that Glaive doesn't come in here and just say, oh, I'm not a big fan of Vertigo, we're not going to play it. No, my players are good on it, they're comfortable on it. I'm going to respect that fact.
Yeah, leaning into his teammates' strengths.
And not having one of the Glaive pop-offs right now, I don't know if it should be an expectation, but he's had some very large performances, only 3 frags to his name at the moment, but still with a lot of these rosters, the status quo of Counter-Strike, and we've seen really big names tumble, we're in the establishing stages. And when you come into a new year, you just have that feeling out tournament, the 16 teams over there at the Blast group stages, have the online Counter-Strike, which is high stakes for a lot of these teams to go from the open to the closed to now the RMRs coming up in about a week's time. Everybody is still trying to find their form. And there's a lot of new looks, a lot of new rosters who are all practicing, trying to come up with different moves and takes. And then that information is going to be downloaded by these analysts, these coaches, everybody watching at home of how these teams are approaching the game. So we're still in fledgling stages of a lot of the teams. And for some, it's coming together a lot quicker than others. And for some of the bigger names, they're the ones who seem to be having a tougher time. We also have a qualification match right now. Heroic taking on G2, a rematch of Group B's opening round, and that was a bit of a barn burner. G2 picked that one up 2-1 in the opening stage, with the first 2 matches going back and forth in the third, then becoming a blowout for G2. The question is, has Heroic's development throughout this lower bracket run, beating Vitality, Gamer Legion, and now getting to face off against G2 again, going to be enough to pip them at the post this time round? So our match again is for seeding. It's a harder match to gauge, but we're going to fight towards B. Glaive jumps straight into the mess.
He does go down, punished for the extension. Good catch from Torji, doesn't let him get away.
Another 8.
Yeah. Significant damage.
I feel like you've seen enough over towards B, and they have. And Diha, the sandbag position will pay off this time for a whole lot more impact, because it was just exertion. It will stall out any re-aggressions, and I think even throw out a tidy little smoke as pushing everywhere is Ents. Kyla soaking up the B space. A-ramp completely under the control of Ents as well. Yeah, nice little smoke that Diha just threw out from the sandbag after the kill. You love to see it.
Oh, caught on his cross back, so good awareness from Brolin. As to the potential, big one back from Kyla. Brolin, he's attending to everything right now. Molly towards useless, he's got 55 seconds. Not in any hurry here, the T's, and regrouping towards that ramp position. Hades has an incendiary, 40 seconds, so he's got that HE and incendiary. It's going to be very difficult to get a plant if they don't kill him.
Goofy's starting to cheat over as well, so he'll be there quickly. He's in elevator room already.
Yeah, he's up.
So many nades.
Spotted him with a bottle of flame, and there we have it. Hades is down
as well. They have everything they need to delay for longer. This is a tough retake for Ents.
Very difficult. He can re-smoke on towards the site itself. Sow some seeds of doubt. Jimpat's away.
Goofy has a smoke for the retake.
Yeah, okay. Smoke and a kit combined. Throw that out onto the site. Makes it uncomfortable. Highly uncomfortable for Brolin and Jimpat. They got one here. Goofy pre-aiming this headshot angle. Kyla the bait. Headshot provided. Now all onto Brolin. Is he short? Is he sandbags? That's the question they're looking to answer. He's got that elevated position. He's just dropped off. He's not looking. Can he knock him off the bomb in time? Oh. Yes, he can. Brolin clutches up for the boys.
Oh, you're so worried about being crept on there towards the sandbag position. He didn't peek, but just in the nick of time. That is massive from Brolin. He also got one of the trades back onto Diha as he was trying to transition behind his own smoke through gap.
This is one of the highest impact games I've cast of Brolin, where it just seems that every time we've cast him, you know that, I don't think we were casting, we were watching, but then when he was playing Ancient
game, yeah.
He was just locking down B, trades after trades, multi-kill after multi-kill.
But this is the Brolin that we remember from the Fnatic days.
Right.
They missed their deep gap smoke, and Torji removes Kyla's head, so...
That's lovely.
Yeah, not looking great for Ents in this one.
And it gets worse for them. Torji just can't believe his luck. You miss a smoke, you get AWP'd.
Map over, I think, Alex.
Yeah, I think that might mark and signify Ents' Vertigo slipping away. And just to put the finishing touches, his exertion catches Hades just as he looked away. On the warpath himself for what could be triple.
Well, this is going to be 10 rounds consecutively to get them up to 12.
Wow.
The finances for Ents, max loss bonus, of course, because they're yet to win a round in this second half. So they're going to have 3,400 plus whatever they have next to their name. And for most of them, that ain't nothing. So Ents again going to be looking at Famouses and MP9s to defend their honor. It could be 11 straight rounds to close the map for Mouse. This is the form that you want to see out of the young guns. And it is just a young team. Fresh faces as Torji. What a round. 16 to his name. Slamming him around the server. Styling on him at this point. Once you miss the deep gap smoke and then you just keep on picking, Torji going to have a field day. This is looking too easy for Mouse, and their map pick up next. Yeah. Good times for Ents are coming to a close.
Stark contrast. Yeah, they've kind of forgotten what this feels like. It's been going too well for Ents. And Mao's giving him a reality check in this battle for that semi-final. Looking for the seeding advantage. It's a big spray from Jimmy. Full commits to it, and 30 bullets later, he leaves with the kill. Shui builds upon it onto Goofy, banging him through the boards. Vertigo, just a couple more frags required for Mouse to convert. Taking their opponent's pick convincingly. Double-digit consecutive rounds, Chad. It's mad.
And I'm pretty sure this run started, Alex, with Jimmy getting his first 2 kills over towards B on the 5-7.
They haven't let off the gas.
And then the Brolin flank. And since then, shell-shocked.
Thrown through a loop. Yeah, Diha accepting that his loss is imminent. Caught and run on down. One hell of a run from Mouse to the finish line of Vertigo. A 13-5 scoreline. Dominant. And getting to see those AIM stars having their moments. Moments from Brolan, Torji, Exertion, and Jimpak coming back from what was a slow start. Impressive scenes in this battle and best of 3.
This world is slowing down. How can I fight it? How can I listen when there's no sound? Oh, the wolves are out. Yes, the wolves are out. Hold on to what you found. Days are deceiving. My head is spinning round. Oh, I hear you now. Yes, the wolves are out.
Mouse versus Kraken, who you taking? Apparently, you should have picked on the side of the Rodent, because this Mouse is mighty. Holy calzone, 13-5 from a 4-0 start for Ents. They only got one more round, Maui.
That was a huge turnaround for Mouse. In fact, you just don't even want to remember the first 4 rounds if you're Mouse, and you basically won 13-1. What an incredible, incredible Vertigo from them. We haven't really seen them play too much Vertigo in this tournament. Maybe they should start picking into it, because that was a disgusting T-side once they switched over to the offense. And I feel like, for me, Bubsky, I felt like that it was, after a point, it almost just felt like the player quality was so heavily in favor of Mouse that every single ramp duel, every single fight on that B bomb site, it was just a Mouse player coming out on top every single time.
Yeah, and that's the issue with picking the same map all the time. You're also giving more data to the opponent. We saw it with Virtus Pro before the tournament. Really, they played so much overpass that people have now figured it out. I'm not sure that it's the same case here, but we can say that Mouse came in prepared, and I think they played really well.
Look at all those bananas. Those are all just for Cyclone, by the way. Oh, yeah. A bunch of protein bars, bunch of bananas, all just for Cyclone. He's a little hungry.
I beg to differ. Roland just grabbed a banana.
Oh, they're ruining my point. Get the camera off them. Cut the camera. Cut the camera. Look, all I'm saying is they need that protein because they were just, you know, laying some body blows in that last map. Looking at it, it's hard to separate anyone from the Mouse side. You know, everybody was performing beautifully. As you said, player diff almost just felt like where we were at. But were there any specific keys to what you're seeing that's been working so well for Mouse?
I felt like the 2 people that really stepped it up for me were Shuhei and Exertion in the first half. I think Torzy had a really solid T side, actually, which is kind of weird to say for an Opper. But for Shuhei, it felt like he was controlling a lot of like the mid fight, the B fight. He was doing well. When Yimpat was on that B bomb site as the anchor, it was Shuhei that was kind of tethering with him at times. I felt like they just had they pretty much just stopped everything that was happening over there. And yeah, I feel like it was kind of hard to separate who was the best person for Mouse in this game, actually.
Yeah, I also think when you look at the side of Mouse, I think when you're only talking the 3 riflers, right? I think when you name Search and Brawl and also
you know that other guy.
Yimpat.
Yeah, Yimpat, exactly. Yeah. Why couldn't I just remember Jimmy? Sorry, Jimmy. But yeah, when you talk about those 3, right, I think they're kind of underrated as a trio when you just talk about Soul Rifler. I don't think you're going to be looking on the inside and be like, I would swap one out of them for one of the other one. And they also, the quality with them is that they can all play the anchor positions. Like often on teams, it's kind of issue that you want too many dynamic people, you don't have enough anchor players, but this team has the opposite issue of too many people playing the passive roles.
I want to ask you something from a psychology perspective. I want to zoom out here a little bit. I'm going to target this towards you, Bubsky, because you've got the playing experience most recently. From a psychological perspective, when you're a team like ENCE that's been overperforming our expectations, that has this sort of rising tide behind you of get to the Spodek, get to the Spodek, get to the Spodek, play in front of the hometown crowd, play in front of the Polish fans, and then you accomplish that. You have that endorphin release of, holy shit, guys, we're crying on camera, we've done this amazing thing, the Cinderella story has been completed. Well, now you need to find that next thing to shoot for, right? Is there sort of almost like a down afterwards, Bubsky?
I mean, the next thing is stepping inside the Spodek arena, right? I already said before the game, there's something to play for, but it's only a cherry on top. These players, they are happy. We also saw the reaction from Mouse very reasonably, right? Nobody came up screaming. We just saw the T2 down there. They were screaming because they all of a sudden, I'm not sure if it was Heroic or T2 winning the map, but we heard them scream, right? And we didn't see it on the opposite side. I think that shows what is at stakes, but I think a guy like Clave have tried everything in terms of both down trends and also up trends, so he's also the one to motivate for more.
I have a question also for you, Bubsky, because I feel like we talked about the, you know, like quarterfinals versus semifinals, kind of when we talked about at the beginning of this group stage, how the play-in teams got time to warm up, sort of. So do you think it's better for one of these teams to, I'm not saying to like lose, but like you think for one of them it might be better to get into the quarterfinals or the semifinals versus the other? Like
it's 100% an advantage if you can guarantee yourself that you're going to win that quarterfinal. Obviously, it's a super hard argument to make if you're just going to go into the arena, lose 2-0 and then you're out, right? But if you get in that quarterfinal, you win and you go into the semifinal, you're already used to the setup. You have already set up your configs, all things is rolling. You know what you're going to go into, while the opposite team have probably on the day before, while you were playing, just casually stepped into the arena and kind of felt that energy. They're building that up until the moment they've already released it.
That actually corresponds with something I remember hearing. I was talking to Kerrigan at the Blast Paris Major, actually, and he said to one of the people that were playing on the second day of the playoffs, he said, I think it was Shuhei, actually. I think he told Shuhei straight up, just go into the arena on the day before your match, just so you can get the nerves out a little bit there, so that you're not walking into that arena for the first time on the day of your match, and you can settle into it a little bit more. I don't think that either of these teams wants to just play an extra quarterfinal game if they don't have to, but the point still kind of remains that sometimes like warming up is nice, and that's why the stakes feel a little weird here.
And you got to imagine as well, I mean, it was something we were talking about in the pregame as well, right? Glaive was talking about in his interview. For 4 of the guys on that roster, they've never been in an environment like that. They've never been there with a hometown crowd in an arena like the Spodek, a legendary place. I mean, I know that Diha has sat in the audience. He was sitting in the audience with me last year watching the playoffs, right? Having missed out on it himself. I know he's been in that crowd, but there's a world of difference between being in that crowd and facing it down.
Yeah, I mean, it's a combination. We don't actually... They have played for a long time, many of these players, but it's not many grand finals or semi-finals except Glaive these players have played, right? Also on the side of Mouse. We're not going to see these guys have a massive amount of experience stepping into that arena. They've tried it a couple of times beforehand, but this one is going to be kind of unique because it's going to be different.
Now, we do have one more map to play here. What do we think? Is this going to be a 2-0, or could we see some resurgence from an ENCE that just keeps on providing?
I think that this ends here. I think that Vertigo was a must-win for ENCE. It was, to me, Vertigo is probably the 4th or 5th best map for MOUZ, honestly. Yet Ancient is probably one of their best 2 maps, and so if anything, this should become even more lopsided, but I doubt that the round scoreline is going to actually show that. I just don't necessarily think when I watch this ENCE team on the CT side of Ancient that every player is completely comfortable in every spot. Like, I'm not sure if I really always love like Kylar in mid, I think, and I just feel like he's going to have some difficulty dealing with some of the people that are flying at him, like Exertion, or if it's Brolin, I can't,
and also just let's take it a couple of days back. Before this tournament, if we would have this matchup as like the opening, this is how I would expect it to go down, right? I knew MOUZ would be the favorites. On an objective opinion, these guys are better than ENCE. ENCE have punched above their weight. They've been great, but are they able to repeat this on a level that we've seen so far? I'm not too sure. I think we need to see it. I'm also going to be really looking forward to the future for this team because was this a one thing, the Spodek buff? I'm not sure. Like, I really want to see more of this ENCE roster.
Well, maybe that's your objective opinion, but subjectively, I think we might still see some magic out from ENCE. It's time to find out if we will do or die here. Will they make it straight into the semifinals, or will MOUZ have an easy path to a top 4? We'll be back.
Colt's gonna jump across. Oh my God!
Fnatic are starting to crumble. What's going on? Nuke's looking great. He's looking to shine the brightest, and he does it. His first grand final. Let's get it on!
The desk expecting this one to end in 2. And I'm wondering if it's the same for you, Chad. It was a convincing case. Ends his map pick, and it ends rapidly in favor of Mouse, looking like they've come in with the motivation to win it, to secure that semi-final spot straight through, skipping the quarters in the big old Spodek.
I like having Bubsky there. He's such the realist. You can see the rawness coming out of him. It's like, well, this could just be a one-off event from Ents. You know, could it be the Spodek buff, the fact they're here in Poland? You know, there's a lot to that, and it's a real conversation. But in the context of this event so far, this is the worst they've looked.
Right.
The fact that they've been shattered on their map choice, now going into Ancient, traditionally turf where the 9-core struggled. However, they have a talisman. His name is Glaive, and in 2 of their biggest wins on this very map, Glaive popped the hell off. So if he is willing to stand up and be countered once more, maybe, just maybe, we can be destined for a 3rd. But I will agree with the desk. I think Mouse, the semi-finals are in their sights. They're going to get the cheese.
Looking for it right here and right now, looking to start with a bang on our 2nd map. Bookie's favoring Mouse, and Goofy might have a lot to do with those dual Berettas. He's just jiggling that round for info, and they creep and crawl straight into his crosshair. Good start from Hades. They are up with that bomb. Some flashes to destabilize. His legs poking out. Does manage to
Try
cancel.
that one again.
Gets it right this time. Impact coming in from behind, applies pressure to Glaive by taking down Kyler, but he's not ready for the flank, I would assume. Impact was. He's adjusted into Diha, so that element of surprise is now nullified. Despite Hades' opening, this round is slipping through their fingers. Walking on up, clearing out Torchy with a clean headshot. Can Hades do more? Time sensitive. Brolin's found a crucial kill onto Glaive. Now they can play with their food. No need to take an engagement. The clock on their side. And there you have it, Hades. You haven't got the time for this. You can get a couple more. Just the one, in fact. It's Brolin to close. And Mao's keeping those smiles on their faces from Vertigo.
And the young Finn, the destabilizing factor in through the backlines, pushing red and making sure that that retake never even had a chance. 2 in the round from Jimmy, and it's just the impact of these kills. It just removes the chance for them to be able to group up. You can see Kyler caught, still rotating in. Brolin deals with Goofy. It's a great round from Brolin as well. And, well, the Ancient match we were watching the other day against Cloud9, that was a spectacular. The last-second clutch from Exertion.
Oh, yeah.
That was mental. The buzzer beater.
Oh, man. I was so damn hype on this very map. Down goes Glaive. Goofy gets himself an upgrade, but this round looks to be already set in motion for Mouse. Exertion's picking mid. Unless Goofy's got 2 here, he's going to be cleared by Torji. Yeah, and precise on that Galil headshot. He did do something. Tagged him up for the Hades finish. But that's all.
Yeah, if you're going to force button around like this, you might want to hold on to your goodies if you can. So they're already starting to back off. Diha in red. Hades also residing over towards A, and maybe just seeing if they can find any loose utility, any upgrades that are available, or maybe any lingering Mouse members. But dealing with a quite difficult round were Mouse, and it was, well, through their gusto out middle. Taking the fight quickly, not going into a default spread, taking a risk and it paying off. So handling this one, and aware of what some of the landmines might be in the next. That scout of Hades making its presence known. That means that, well, if you're Shui, you get to call around that.
Terrorists win.
All smiles right now. The vibe's at an all-time high for Mouse. Making sure he's satisfied with the high fives there. Keeping Jimmy focused.
What would be your technique with the high fives? Would you be a fist bumper? Would you be a hand slapper?
I have a tendency to get a little sweaty gaming hand.
You have a problem, though, because you're a lefty.
Yeah.
So your mouse hand...
Yeah, I would have to... I'd be that guy that keeps people hanging while I'm finishing off the round.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not so easy.
They go again, sustain nade damage once more, backing their way through the smoke, and Shui, he'll take those every day of the week. Goofy and Kyler, denied.
It is very exciting for Shui to be guaranteed to play in front of the Polish crowd in a tournament I'm sure he's watched long before he was donning a a salary in a professional jersey.
Considering we've been doing this here since 2014.
Yeah. It's been on his screen as he, you know, it wasn't even a dream.
I wonder if he watched Glaive win it. The in-game leader on the other side leading a Polish team. It's all a bit odd. But it's good to get Polish representation back in the Spodek. Get the crowd on their feet.
Yeah, there was a period of absence from the Poles.
Yeah, and that's weird considering we did have VP winning it back in 2014.
And, of course, you had Fnatic from the Swedes. You know, both of them, the Swedes and the Poles, kind of disappeared off our radar. If I was taking bets on who'd come back first, maybe I'd have leaned towards the Scandinavians. But, yeah, Poland back on the Counter-Strike map.
Well, both, and maybe even the French scene to some degree as well. They had these teams or sets of players that would contend for those top positions. And there was really only a few names that were ever able to make their way up the rung otherwise. VP were very stoic, or maybe stubborn in their approach or lack thereof of bringing newer names in, sticking with 3 of the Golden 5. Pasha, Taz, and Neo. 2 of which are coaching at this event, and 1 hoping to get a spot in that arena by taking down Heroic. And if you want to check that action out, it is on the main stream right now. Should be heading into map 2 momentarily, if they're not already there.
Yeah, and speaking of Swedes, Brolin already touched on it, but he's definitely already showing fantastic signs of life and of that talent that was so exciting as a prospect upon his arrival. Maybe delayed by his tenure with the Ninjas.
But that as well, it was Fnatic too, remember? He had to leave them, and at the time I think it was cited, oh, you know, he doesn't want to be in an international roster. Well, I think he refuted that recently in an interview. I think he just didn't want to be in a bad roster.
Big difference.
Yeah.
Goofy activating down the ramp. He hasn't got any support, so this is a bit of a one-man operation. Jimpat bests him with just the Galil. Now D has forced to the back foot, trying to get away. Sprayed down low, nade back. It was aggressive from Brolin and aggressive from Mouth. They've taken that pick and they've run with it. And Brolin just continues, racking him up. Good wallbang from Glaive, brings Torji low, but the frags are happening all over the shop.
Save.
Save they shall, or at least they'll try.
How are you getting away from this one, Glaive? You are locked in. Shui is here to ensure, as Exertion is trying to push you out into his crosshair. And Chewy, easy as you like. Adjusts in as Hades looks for a home to roost. And I think what's interesting with Maus, you know, I saw this on Reddit the other day. It was saying that it took Maus 10 years to reach the playoffs of a Katowice. Back to 2014. Must have been a Chris J roster back in 2014, surely.
10 years? Wow. Yeah, it must have been.
But you think about this lengthy journey for an organization, and one that once upon a time was a German Counter-Strike team. That's how I remember Mouse Sports 1.6. It was Germans, right? It's in CSGO and CS2, they have had some absolutely insane and storied names through their rosters over the years. And then in the more recent, pivoting into the next generation. And now that's the team that gets them into the Spodek.
Embracing the next generation wholeheartedly. Brolin, he's paid a heavy price, yeah, because he thinks twice about advancing further, holding out for this mid pincer, and Glaive activates, going for an aggressive one through the smoke.
Done a lot of talking about the mid control on this map throughout the cast of the play-ins and the group stage, and you just see how much Brolin has to sacrifice to use that spawn. Molly smokes it out, cops a HE, all that damage, and then a player still comes out for cave behind him and frags him. But maybe a trade they're willing to give up. Zents are desperate in a round like this, so have to make those plays behind the Hades saved AWP.
Torji tasked with containing this ramp. 5-7. Oh, and Goofy is at his window. Oh, baits it, nails the shot.
Bomb spotted, forcing rotation now.
They're on their way.
Oh, he's heard all this.
Perfectly positioned, didn't clear his corners. Kyler's cut down, anticipating a second. He knows where you are, Diha, but it doesn't matter when you nail the shot. Finds an upgrade, finds the kill, and still a problem. As Hades catches one from Jimpat. Util out. Issues for Diha, and yeah, no way back in.
Give it a go. Finances are with them. May as well.
Both ahead of this, though. Double swing, imminent, and caught out completely. They're playing some solid Counter-Strike right now.
Oh, that just extends that conversation. Never been in the playoffs before, and what? A handful of rounds away from booking yourself straight in towards the semi-finals.
Yeah, they've really broken through.
Imagine if we get like a matchup between Spirit versus Mouse in the grand final. That is a whole lot of academy players. Zontix and Donk. And then you have almost all of the members of Mouse. Torji, Exertion, Shui, Jim Hat, all graduates.
Yeah. Damn. I mean, yeah, this is kind of maybe the markings of, I mean, a final like that would be the markings of that new next generation season control.
And I was hoping, maybe not that we'd get such a seismic shift, but definitely, right, when you have a newer title, and we understand it wants to be similar to CSGO, but things are still different. It's about that hunger and willingness to try and embrace that new change and still stay on top of the game, the meta. It's like a mass extinction event just happened.
Right.
And in the early stages, you know, teams are working out how to win, but how long can you keep that eye on the prize? And with such a large change in a lot of these rosters, nothing is really stable right now. Even Maus only have Brolin for a temporary period of time. Unless they win here, they might just buy him out directly. Back into the guns. V-Doors smoke insta from spawn is quite telling that you'd expect them to be fighting for control, and it's on a time delay. The fight is coming.
Yeah, Diaz on the mount up, does accidentally fumble the jump. Glaive. He's found Shui. Brolin looking to hold on to mid. It's Diha swiveling around, nearly 3. He's done very well with that.
Good output from Diha.
Seriously.
Well, the gap is the B bomb site right now. They've pivoted back towards red to deal with any leaks. If Torji and Jimmy get a bit of a move on, they could waltz on into an empty site, but how are they to know as Glaive and Goofy clear out mid together?
They have at least started. They've cleared out their close left and right. Conversation to be had now.
If it's too clear, they must start to consider the flank. But again, it is on this timer. How long do they take? Glaive starting to mantle up now, needs to be very careful not to give away any sound cues. And, well, now that they're in, nobody's spotting. Do they consider it? Torji has to cover off while the digits get punched. No, there's one cave. They've given it up.
Yeah, he gets off the plant. Ooh, Torji missed it. That was going to be the equalizer. That might have very well sealed the deal. Now Goofy and Glaive can regroup. Element of surprise, loses his head all the same. Jimmy's having a good one here. Already his 7th frag posted. Torji looking the wrong way. An easy frag for Glaive. It's all onto Jimmy in a 1 versus 2. Hades. Pre-aimed and executed. This is beautiful from the Finn as he got it all in him. Got Glaive in his sights. A battle of the old versus the new, and he's shaking his head. A quad kill to keep this perfect half going.
Yeah, this is too easy, and that's a misplay from Glaive. I don't know why he's spamming in the cave position. He could have walked out. They would have had the jump on them right there. The fact he goes for the wall bang, he gives it up. Now Jimmy's on high alert that they could be flanking ramp. Torji know there's one over towards cave. They get to take the fights on their terms. Yeah, sure, a bit of a miss, but you can see what I mean.
Yeah.
They know that the flank is the possibility, and they're ready for it. Glaive spamming through the cave wall, trying to be cheeky to deny the plant. That ain't it, son.
Yeah, might leave him feeling a bit foolish after that one. And this is what you've been talking about, this barrage
Flashes
onto Brolin. They flash, they push, he's a dead man. He's
Everyone's
not
blind.
Everyone's blind. And just like that, as the dust settles, it's a 3-on-3. Brolin empty-handed, Jimpat down, but A side open.
Good response here from Mal, straight into A. Smoke not perfect from Exertion, but does the job.
Uh-oh. Just as he looked away, still Shui profits. Kyler will get this one. No, he won't. Shui, rapid adjustment. As they just keep on winning. This is like David versus Goliath. It's mad.
Yeah, Mal's are destined for that semi-final spot, aren't they? 7 to the good on the T side with Ents not even making a dent so far. Kyler 0 and 7. 2 kills for Goofy. So really struggling to get out the gates. Looks like Goofy's lining up another insta-door smoke, but at this point you're desperate. You're probably going to continue a lot of these aggressive maneuvers looking to force the fight. But Maus, even when they're caught off guard, they still hit the shot. Red smoke missed. That's a little bit of an unforced error.
Could catch him off guard if he wanted to progress against Exertion forward. On elbow, Glaive, loud, stampeding, clearing, and deleted. Brolin.
Supported flashes from Torji, right? We didn't quite catch them, but he was throwing them over the wall from outside B to support the pushes coming Brolin's way. So the comms are flowing, the awareness is there. I love what I'm seeing from Mouse right now. This is perfect. Perfect Counter-Strike. Let's see how long they can keep the sheet clean. Wouldn't this be a stylish way? Deny the Polish hometown hopefuls a spot in the semis, snatch it for yourself, and go in with all the confidence under the sun.
They've got so much space. They're pulling these guys around the map right now, Chad.
Toying with them.
Yeah. I mean, like, the bomb is B-side. They have full donut, full A main, and full mid control. Like, what do they fancy? It's up to them now. So, okay, re-smoke red.
Their heads, I think.
God, feels like they got infinite nade glitch or something as well. There's just more. D is dead now. Bomb can go down at their own discretion.
I think this is what we call an old-fashioned shellacking.
It most definitely is. Oh, just
save, boys. Goodbye.
To save.
Get out of here.
My God.
We'll take 8.
8-0. This T-side, I mean, this is something you just want to put in the capsule. You want to keep this level of form. If this is the form Maus are in, stepping towards the Spodek, skipping the quarterfinals altogether, they are going to be on everyone's watch list.
Look, conquering Ents right now in this fashion, fantastic, considering the scalps that Ents have taken, right? Everyone is bigging them up. They're gassing up this team, taking down Astralis, G2, Vitality, and those are huge scalps in Counter-Strike in the current landscape. Maus are still a minnow as far as an organization is concerned to a lot of those names. But Maus right now are playing some very tidy CS, and this is with the addition of Brolin only happening late last year, bringing him into this year, backing him, fits with the group, younger personality, gets along quite well, and delivering in the fragging department. So things couldn't be going better. And you're going to need Brolin when you make it onto a stage. This is an individual that has had the opportunity to play on a few. Got to play with some of those more seasoned veterans like we're discussing from his time on Fnatic. And for Maus, they've even had a few dotty appearances in the playoffs.
Yeah, as they've been taking shape, as they've been forming.
There was Rio, there was Cologne, I think it was 2022 with Dexter when he first just joined the team.
I'm impressed.
Remembering rightly.
My brain does not work like that, but that's impressive.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, I can definitely tell you I've seen the Maus sporadically showing up in some playoffs.
Was it 23? Was it? I'm pretty sure it was 22.
But this
the years are flying by.
This is a half already, like 1 out and then some.
I think they just threw the lurk smoke on B, so showing some different looks. Yeah, they did. Pesky to deal with. Makes the site feel very claustrophobic for the B defenders.
Yeah, and if you want to go looking for answers like that, oh, it's beautiful.
Alley-oop.
Oh my God, that's the dream scenario. You throw the smoke, he has to panic, he needs answers, he knows, jumping for them, and Torji's ready, pre-aiming, pre-firing, destroying with that AWP, boosted up and executed
Torji's looked cool, he was looking.
Yeah, Glave's actually managed to find Shui there. That's a nice one back.
Good timing. It's crazy to think Torji only has 2 kills so far on this map.
Yeah, well, that one could be...
Hey, Glaive.
Beautiful. Brolin forward position completely catches Glaive unawares. And now, with all of that control, all of that early bloodshed, it's Torji firing off a shot to the shoulder of Kyler. Doesn't connect.
They're ahead of this D.
Smoked the
no,
ramp. Not anymore. No, Kyler's caught exertion on the advance. Oh, and a double swing. This is effective defending. Is this where the unscathed run ends for Maus here on Ancient? Far from over. Still got 40 seconds.
Wasn't it these two that won the clutch before?
I think you're right.
It was also a 2v3.
That was where Glaive misplayed. Glaive dead now, and the man advantage for Ents.
Brute force this one, 28 seconds. This one's much tougher.
Yeah. How do you get past D here on that long position as well? Just going to actively move in and out of the fight. Util thrown out. Gets himself across. That's the headshot Diha provides. Ents have finally gotten themselves off the starting mark at round 9. And think about how that one started. So credit to be given to Kyler for holding on to that ramp side. Some important kills posted.
Yeah, it felt like it could have been catastrophic. Maus were getting everything they wanted with their round opener. Just unable to find the success. And Cuban still with a smile on the face. So they'll be happy with this. Glaive catching Shui, who was throwing some nades. And at that moment, I was saying Torji was looking, but he had just pivoted away, knowing that Shui was picking up the slack. Diha swinging out. taking some fights, and it's okay. Everyone seems quite chill at the moment, as Cyclone is going to be taking his first tactical timeout. Boys, we're winning, but I'd like to win harder.
And what you just said reminded me of a conversation I just had with Bubsky. You know, I was ranting and raving about my Counter-Strike frustrations, and one of the things I asked him about was, you know, when you're in a setup and your teammate no longer, you know, rotates. Let's say the Heaven rotator Nuke. He goes, he's got to help someone else. And instead of having to kind of constantly check, do you have me, do you have me? They just had a keyword. In Danish Counter-Strike, apparently it was Pepsi.
Okay.
You say whatever it is, you say it, and that just acknowledges that I no longer have what you think I have.
Interesting.
I thought that was an interesting little tidbit in terms of like comms and the nuances of it. And for that example, Torji would have said it just as Shui was pushing out those doors.
Okay, all right, all right.
The nuance of Counter-Strike communication. Same smoke. Let's see if it's the same result. Duents continue to string together some consecutive rounds.
Burning all their incendiaries for this all-in.
Yeah. It's being held by the AWPer right now if Goofy dares. Shui's already showed himself forward. Molotov's forward. And swings in for a little glance towards the pillar. Wow, you're already feeling quite a lot of pressure if you're the B defenders right now.
Yeah, it can be quite awkward if you're Goofy, right? Because you feel like you can get wall banks. You have to play in this odd position of transition. And if he jiggles... Oh, the AWP will strike. Not onto Goofy, but Glaive. Kyler pushes, gets one. Shui takes him down. And, well, they have to continue to throw themselves into these fights, don't they?
Yeah, in the meantime, Hades and Jimpat just having a little game of statues. Oh, an aggression from Goofy destroyed by Shui. A single one-tap to the dome.
I think no matter what happens, Polish Counter-Strike wins in a way.
Oh, yeah.
You're going to have at least one representative in the semi-final.
And you know what the desk were discussing about Shui and how he was kind of seen as the next big thing? Almost too good for 9.
Well, that is the next talking point, isn't it? Just how long we're hopefully going to get a lot of these Mouse players on our screen now. It doesn't even have to be in this team. They're all so young. There can be plenty of complexions as they will give the 2v3 A-site retake a crack.
Okay. And Hades finding exertion. Now it's up to Jimmy, who's delivering time after time. I mean, after that...
Just peek them. Jimmy! That's what I like to hear.
I mean, especially considering that Vertigo start where they were kind of abusing him a little bit. He just seems to have taken that in stride, found his feet, and he hasn't let go. Just pedal to the metal.
I love the sass, right? And this is the thing. You're bigging yourself up. You're bigging the team up. Just peek them. Just peek. Like, hey, we're better. Let's just peek them. Just peek them. And this is, you know, another one of these youngsters. Well, Alex, they can only walk away with 3 CT side rounds.
Yeah, and that's if they win with 5-7 and a couple of rifles, which right now they are making a strong case to do. Rolling one back onto Glaive. Still a big fight in middle right now amongst all of this smoke. Kyler going searching for that B player. It's cost him his life, but traded nicely. Diha doing an awful lot. A double with the 5-7 and gets away from Jimpat. 2 of them here. Just peek him, he says. Oh! And peek he shall.
If Ansem felt like, hey, we cleared 1 mid, we've cleared 2 mid, there's a 3rd mid. Now Goofy in a 1v2 situation. He's responded in time, but has to walk through a smoke, and Jimmy, turns his back into him.
Man, I got fucking my pants, man.
He's having fun. I love it.
Yeah, it's great to see.
It's good to hear. I mean, the vibes, like, this is just all-time high. Mouse, they are on cloud 9 right now. I mean, just feeling such good energy.
They got some vitality flowing through their veins.
They have. They absolutely have.
What other eliminated team puns can we get in?
You've got some harder ones in there. Exertion. He's just decided he's taking middle.
They look like a bunch of roosters right now.
Ooh, Shui on to Diha. Very nice. Brought down by Glaive, and surely that's the end of the mid adventures. Brolin straight up into main and into the A site.
Mouse have got that Furia about them.
Yeah, they might be furious about that one.
Oh, and after only getting 1 round on their CT side, there is an internal fire brewing.
Not bad, not bad. And with this one ending 11-1, it is a big half from Maus. 11 already in the bank. They're just 2 rounds away from the semi-finals. Good Vibe Tribe sailing to the Spodek. They took down Astralis. They took down Vitality. They took down G2. But Ents have met their maker in Maus. This second map is over, folks. I don't normally speak in absolutes. I'm no Sith, but you cannot come back from an 11-1 half. On Ancient, no less. Maus within touching distance. They can practically walk onto that semi-final stage. But just to finish it off, we step forth into our second half of our second map.
It's been a Maus mauling everybody, firing. As it is a big go. Brolin the only one to contend.
Oh, and Brolin, he is going to take one. Glaive was very quick on the draw there with that Glock, and he's not going to stop. He's actually nailed Exertion as well. And I see a flash, and I see a smoke kit, so there's a little plan in place. Dorji to be flashed forward, trying to cause mayhem with his multitude of bullets. And off we go. Long range Glaive distracts. Kyler trying to strike, and he's nailed it with the Glock. Trying to keep it clean, and they have done. Trying to make a half out of this, Ents, as they do convert the pistol. You saw, as we did cut away to the break, it was looking a little bit of a furrowed brow from Glaive, working out how he was going to dig himself out of trouble. But the Spodek is secure, and that's what leads it to this perhaps volatility. Perhaps that's something we can, you know, present as an explanation or excuse. But right now, this is the most weak we've seen ENCE look so far in Katowice.
Yeah, and look, I think they have surprised everybody, definitely punching above their weight, but playing some great Counter-Strike. It's not like they've cheesed their way to victory by any stretch of the imagination. They will be finding themselves facing Falcons if they do end up losing this series, which is seeming quite likely considering that first half scoreline. But as mentioned, when ENCE have had great performances on Ancient, it's been through the Danish in-game leader right there, the man in the middle of the screen, Glaive, who kicked off the second half with a couple of Glock kills. So let's see how far they can continue to force this match. Mouse took an eco, now into the rifles. Difficult for them to opt for an all-in full mid and B press. So I don't think we'll see them. Oh, Glaive's coming out. Glaive's coming out.
Yeah, he wants to fight. He wants to go for it. Spots one on the retreat with the flashbang. It was Jimmy who's been brought low from the spray of Glaive. And pressure applied early. Hence, they've got full B lane.
Makes it easy to clear cave when you come at it from both angles.
Yeah, and Shui is in this angle here. Safe from the flames. Trying to bail him out with the bait. That's beautiful. Brollan, hyper aware, sets up Shui for the double. A knockout blow.
Was he just hoping to make a sound cue, or did he want to get the incendiary off? I don't think it matters, because he helped Shui out in a big way. And, well, from 2 rounds back to back.
Smart cookie. Yeah, either way, the sound cue completely sold them. You can see Glaive with that false sense of security. Swapping away from his nades, averting his gaze, and yeah, Hades, he's going to try and make a bit of a round out of this.
3 of them are relatively low.
Not going to be caught by the spread. Torji's going to perhaps catch Hades, missing him now. Down and slips away.
The bomb on the back of Kyla with 40 seconds left. If they'd attempted the gauntlet through A, you've got a clear main, you've got to worry about Donut, Temple, backside, CT. Too many question marks. At least Hades had been able to stretch his legs, but this site, still a problem.
Yeah, Torji's investigating it now. And he's rewarded for the timing there. Just catches Hades looking the other way. Kyla last arriving. Clean headshot onto Shui. Finishes off what Diha did start. Now it's all on to this duel with Torji. Perfect reposition. He's played that well with the rifle. And they're back to their winning ways almost immediately. Concede the pistol and the eco, and then the guns come out, the rounds come back. Mao's series point, semi-final point, and they have got over a handful.
And we'll reiterate for those who maybe are just joining us, it was 10 years for the Maus organization to reach the playoffs of a Katowice. 10 long years. And now, straight in the semis. That's one way to break that streak.
Yeah, and that's one way to open up the final round. As exertion, Smoko Vision, double kill, destroys the hopes of an ENCE gun round of extending this trip on Ancient. This is going to be one hell of a quick one, the quickest map ENCE have played here at the Intel Extreme Masters.
We can start winding this up. ENCE will drop to the quarterfinals. They'll be on the same side of the bracket as Falcons. That'll be their quarterfinal matchup. And if they win that, they'll take on Spirit. And considering how weak Falcons have looked, ENCE, they do have a good shot to take it a little bit deeper. That'll be Diha against a few of his old teammates. So a nice little grudge match organizationally. Just one final kill. That does mean that Maus will end up in the semi-finals on the other side, and that is locked in. A huge performance. They came to play. Vertigo, a whitewash, and the same for their map choice of Ancient. This is a quality-looking squad of young guns who should have smiles from ear to ear.
100%. This has been developing over some time. The final pieces of the puzzle. Brollan arriving, gelling with the squad. You can see the team play. You can see the demeanor of the players. Everyone's got that same common goal, united in pursuit of it. They're not going to be satisfied with just playoffs. They want the run. They want the trophy. Not going to be an easy road. It's going to be one hell of an adventure finding out how far they can push it. But locking themselves in on the semi-final stage.
Yeah, they're going to have a tough side of the bracket with teams, or at least FaZe, who are big stage players. And, well, imagine if we got FaZe with Frozen versus Mouse as a semi-final matchup. That one's possible, but we've got the Death standing by to break things down.
By indeed. What a showing there from Mouse, making short work of the opposition. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Pure and utter domination here, Maui.
Exactly as I predicted it, Mike. Actually, I'm gonna
exactly as you predicted it. Just gloat a little bit on the beginning here.
I'm gonna take some credit away. No, just kidding. Obviously, yeah, Mouse coming into this one, I felt like they were the pretty strong favorites. We see that they're able to accomplish exactly what they came to do. Semifinals berth, Shuhei. I'm sure that feels great, especially since it's in Poland.
Feels amazing. I don't know what to say. Emotions are rising high, so thank you, and it feels amazing.
I mean, let it out, man. Let us know the emotions, right? Playing in front of that hometown crowd at the big moment yesterday. Obviously, you confirmed your spot. Now it's top 4. It just keeps getting better, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, kudos to the whole team. We've been working amazing, boot camping, working at home. It just feels amazing that I have a group of people that are willing to grow every day, and every day just feels like we're improving. So I'm just happy to be part of this team and make this journey with them.
I want to ask you about a moment last year, actually, here in the town of Katowice, where you weren't competing. You were on the HLTV Confirmed show. You know, you were being asked, okay, how do we save Polish CS? That was one of the questions, one of the big topics. Well, you just dumpstered a team of Polish CS to put yourself into the semis of the Spodek. So I'd say things have gone pretty well in that last year for the scene.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same as Cologne. The first time I went to Cologne was a year before I played there, and it's just another story, same exact again. And last time I was here backstage watching it, and now I made my dream come true of playing at the stage and going to semis. It just feels even better.
Shuhei, I remember that when you guys were coming up as Mouse NXT, I remember so many times hearing you talk about the fact that at that point, with that kind of roster, it was like this brotherhood that was just so in love with each other. And obviously, there's been some player swaps since then. So I just want to know, in terms of atmosphere, what is it like now where, yeah, you still have some of those core people like Torzy, Exertion, Cyclone behind you, but with Yimpad and Brolin, how has the dynamic shifted?
I mean, just like you said, I think the core is very important in this team, and this is where the atmosphere comes from. Just us three, and the pieces that we put together. We're always looking, whenever we're looking into new players, that we want them to meet the chemistry, the atmosphere that we have. And I think age-wise, we fit that as well. So we did a really good job of scouting and making sure that we are on the right track, improving young players. Yeah, it's exactly where we're looking at NXT, and that's exactly where we're getting here.
In terms of that kind of spark and motivation, I mean, Brolin's been on some stages before, even in 2020. Technically, he was in the Spodek. It was kind of a weird Spodek time at that point, obviously, because of the pandemic. But when he's coming into this roster, like, we saw this downtrend for him for so long, but we're now seeing this kind of new fire when he's playing with you guys. How has it been integrating him to your team?
Since day one, we saw that Ludwig Brolin is very motivated, and he really wants to play. After Abu Dhabi Blast, we saw that he was a great fit to the team, and we wanted to continue with him. What he showed on the server and also off the server, that he just finally had a group of people that were his age, and he was able to open up a lot to us. So that meant a lot to us, and we accepted it, and we just moved forward with him.
I do have a question before I let Bubsky have at you. You know, one of the things that we struggle most with your team is actually figuring out who to highlight as an individual afterwards, because it feels like it's someone else popping off every map, or it's you all popping off simultaneously. Well, this time, we're highlighting you. You're our Air Force Aim High player of the match because, well, some pretty astounding numbers yourself. And I mean, what is it like, you know, fragging IGL out here, fragging players on the roster with you? You're leading from the front, man.
Yeah, I mean, I've been grinding, and it's all thanks to this team, actually. They were pushing me every day for a long time now, so without them, it wouldn't be possible to do this. And I'm just striving every day to help them out even more.
Yeah, and I just, obviously, congratulations. Yesterday was the big win for you guys. How did you manage to refocus? Because when you go into that tournament, you always think, Spodek, Spodek, Spodek. You already made it yesterday, but today you kind of looked like you were super prepared for what Ends came with.
We wanted this win just as much as we wanted every other win. We didn't just realize that we made Spodek and that we can slow down. We treat every game the same, no matter the opponent. We don't look forward to who's going to be in the final or whatever. It's just the next game, next opponent, and we just prepare the same as we usually do. And maybe just their style just fit us really well, and we played really confident on the server. We knew we had to play our A game, and that's exactly what we did.
Let's cast our eyes forward a little bit before I let you go, before I let you celebrate this well-deserved win. You guys ended CSGO with a trophy, right? Now you're in the top 4 of the first IEM event of the year with a shot at one of the most prestigious trophies in the world of Counter-Strike. You lifting that hardware?
Would be a dream come true, and this is exactly what we were playing Counter-Strike for.
Nice dodging of the question. Well maneuvered. That's why he's a mastermind here. Congratulations on the win. Thank you for joining us on the desk. Hell of a run so far. Can't wait to see how far you guys go.
Congratulations.
Yeah, we'll do the fist bumps, and then you can just ditch the headset and wander on off. Go celebrate. Go enjoy. Well earned here. Well done. Well done indeed. There is more to talk about, though, here, gentlemen. I'm going to keep you a little bit longer. Going to stint a little bit of overtime out from you.
Oh, we can't celebrate, too?
There's another team.
Okay.
There's another team here. Yeah. There was ENCE. Obviously, this isn't their best showing, but still signs of optimism, friends. Do we think they maybe had a little bit of a hangover from making the Spodek?
I don't know if I want to say that necessarily. I do think that going into this matchup, regardless of any circumstances, just based off of what I've seen so far from both of these teams, I did feel like MOUZ were just going to always be better. And so I don't think that maybe maybe a little bit, you know, they probably were pretty excited and happy last night and they gave everything to just get to this point. But at the same time, to me, MOUZ was always just a comprehensively better team. And I think that right now for ENCE, they probably should still think to themselves, we have more work to do here, even in the face of this loss. But I'm not really going to go out and say, like, ENCE have this chance to lift the trophy in my eyes. And I feel like maybe some people are kind of mad at that idea. But I feel like already they've done so well with the limited time they had. The fact that they've only been practicing and really a team for 3 to 4 weeks. And I think Cuban or Glaive have even talked about the fact that they were mostly just focusing on T sides throughout all their time practicing. Like, there's a lot that you can work with here with this ENCE roster. And I feel like they should already be quite happy with themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little scared that this is going to take their confidence from 100 to 0 because they literally just got owned today. I don't think there was any game at any point, and they've been able to compete against the better teams in the other matchups. I would have almost I wouldn't obviously have liked them to fight the game, but it would have been probably better for their mindset because now they're going to go into that Spodek with a bit of doubts about their own maps, like Vertigo. They even got annihilated in a lot of the rounds, so it's kind of confusing to be an ENCE player right now. You made it, you're supposed to be happy, but in the way you lost today, it's still going to be rough.
Hear me out, though. You think they're going to be thinking about that when they walk through the lights, when they walk into that crowd
100%.
and they hear the chanting of the Spodek arena, when they hear the Polish chants supporting the hometown heroes? You think that's going to be on their mind?
Yeah, I mean, you can't fake it in this matter. Like, they today got owned, I understand that, but I don't think their goal is to lift the trophy. I don't think that was the thing going into that tournament. Going into the Spodek arena was the goal for them. They've made it. But I'm just saying, from a player perspective, this is a hit on your confidence. Like, it means a lot to lose in this fashion in such an important game.
Well, there are some other teams as well, right? We've got a lot of teams qualified through. There's still a series going on over on the A stream. So there is still one more member of the Spodek to be decided. But we've had some crazy storylines, some crazy journeys, not the least of which ENCE, but many others as well. What are you excited to see in terms of the run into the Spodek here, Maui? What are you most looking forward to?
Oh my goodness, Mike. There's only one answer to that question. We all know what that answer is. We all know that it's Donk. We all know we want to see Spirit in the arena. We want to see if they can hold their nerve in front of an arena of people, in front of 10,000 screaming fans, because we all know that Donk is the real business when it comes to a studio environment, when it comes to the online play. Donk has taken our breath away. He has been fantastic. The numbers he's putting up right now will put him, he's basically on track to have the best prestige event in history for a rifler. Like, it's unbelievable what he is doing right now. And so if he's able to hold his nerve and play as well as he has so far in the studio environment, this tournament's already over. Like, there's nobody that can match this guy on an individual level. And Spirit themselves, like, beyond that, they have Shiro, they have Zontix, they have a Chopper who's actually been calling some really nice sides too. So that's really what I'm excited about. Can they keep it together? And if they do, it's over for everybody else.
It feels like every new hurdle we're like, okay, surely FaZe humbles Donk. Oh, surely this team humbles Donk. Surely this team slows him. Surely he makes mistakes here. Nope. He just keeps winning. He just keeps thriving.
There isn't a lot of data to go from the new Spirit lineup either. I think we're going to look into the future and see more and more teams be prepared for. Obviously, you can't be prepared for a guy swinging you 200 kilometers an hour and just killing you, right? But there's going to be certain patterns that you're going to be able to study within the Spirit game. I think the likes of Blade and Sonic over time will be able to find at least somewhat of an answer what they're coming with. But this new Spirit roster, they're coming in with confidence. They believe in themselves. People don't know their map pool too well. Like, they have all the cards to pull in the playoffs.
And now we've got FaZe, right? FaZe with Frozen now in place of Twists, a team that has 1 year in the Spodek just 2 years ago. Now, with that championship pedigree still on full display, with a new player who perhaps makes them even stronger, like, this team could be unreal.
Absolutely. I feel like if you're a betting man, you would look at those two teams, Spirit and FaZe, and say it's got to be one of them. Credit to MOUZ for what they've done, for the fact that they've already slotted themselves into the semifinals. But what people are really considering right now is this going to be a FaZe Spirit rematch? And it's up to any of the other teams right now to upend those sort of expectations.
And one of those teams, Falcons, who, based on what we saw early on here in the groups, we really did not expect them to make it all the way to playoffs.
Yeah, and especially when they go in that lower bracket run, I thought, okay, this is over for Falcons. They don't have the map pool deep enough. They don't have the time together, but all of a sudden things click. We see Sunpeo finally starting to play what we expect from him. He was the number 6 on the HLTV rankings last year, so he brings a lot to the table, and I think this is what we need to see also in the playoffs.
We'll see if we can do it. And I mean, it's just oodles of talent, right? New rosters, old rosters, new faces, new prodigies. Last year's prodigies, perhaps, in MOUZ coming through. It feels like we've got the best of the Counter-Strike world emerging into the Spodek, ready to declare themselves champions early in the 2024 season. I don't think it could have gotten much better.
I think if we wanted to go any better, I do feel like the one player that, if you want to just root for the best Counter-Strike and the best players in there, you probably want to tune into what's going on in the A stream and see if m0NESY gets a spot in there, because right now it feels like in terms of prodigies, him and Donk are the two right now. They're the two that everybody is saying might just be cornering the game right now and actually trying to test ZywOo for #1 player dominance.
Well, we'll see if they can. One more team will step into the light of the Spodek, and those lights only get brighter when the crowd rolls in. When one of the most historic arenas in Counter-Strike gets a rocking, we're going to see who can actually do the talking. That's us done here on the B stream. That's us done here at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. There's still action going on A, so swap on over, check that out, and get ready for the Spodek.
Twisting up the truth, this ain't new to me. Since the age of 22, I've been using it like it's fuel to level up, like it's champagne in my cup, like there's nothing interrupting my pursuit of dreams. There's a vision in my mind, it's consuming me. Take my confidence combined with opportunity, mix it up with unity, soon to be the greatest of my generation. Operation Victory. Fight or fly, we will stay through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Check it. Troubled days, lonely nights, lot of tears, lot of fights. Big dreams met with bigger lies. It ain't what it seems from the outside. On my downfall they pray. Will I surrender or will I betray? Given the trauma that lives in my brain, or use it to fuel up the fire in my veins. I never complain, I boss up and do it. If there's a battle, I'll fight my way through it. If the wind blows, I thank God that he blew it. Cause what is a blessing depends how you view it. The fruits of my labor are in abundance. Indispensable, I'm not redundant. Incomprehensible the way I've done it. When the struggle pushes me out, I'll shove it. I'll rise above it. Fight or fly, we will stay through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite, dynamite. Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite, dynamite. Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite.
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of action's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zest, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win. GG!
And it's all done. Astralis winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Nuke!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Welcome, my friends, to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike!
Elevated, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
They're looking for a scrappy round, right? Because Nertz doesn't go into Galil nades or anything. He's straight to the AK. So they're trying to maximize firepower, probably maximize simplicity, and probably maximize speed on a round like this.
Nico joining the ramp hold. We'll see if Nexa goes down or whether he brings anybody with him. Setting up for this pressure. It's Nico in the corner. Nexa, quick reposition as the flashes come out. Nico buys time. Executes Nertz. Nexa holds his. And a 5v3 looks good for G2 on the brink of the double digits.
They can't go back at him. They know there's 2 ramp at the very least, but that's it. They're stuck with lobby control. They didn't even make a move outside. They didn't have enough utility to do it.
One down secret.
Yeah, they threw smokes at least.
JSS down on B. What can he finagle?
I mean, he doesn't have...
All the doors are closed.
Yeah, the doors are closed.
Windows in place.
I don't think the CTs are too worried about it. They control the rotation.
Particularly in a 5v3.
They need to try to sneak the vent if possible. Hunter could stop this. 25 seconds. Actually, they're not watching it. So Hunter, if he's going to stay tucked like this, then they could join up.
It's their one open option, and they'll take it. A golden ticket, perhaps. Scrambling down to the B site. Can TSS lock in the ramp players? They've got an angle on the cross. Nico, he gets Kicksan, but bomb gets dropped back site. TSS, he'll try to get the kill. If he can hang on to the gun, that's one thing. At least dies before time, but if that's your silver lining, it is bleak.
They're in a tough spot. He hits his head on something trying to cross into the site.
And then has it taken off. Nico just letting Nerds get all the way out. And this was Nico over the shoulder, had a slightly deeper angle than the one we were watching.
Quite nice to have that call to double up on the ramp. So they have been trying to approach Nexa a lot, different points in the round. So that was an investment too, man. That was an investment for Heroic. So now they're going to have nothing to work with.
They knew what it came with. And they're just using this one to talk. You can see Nerds, Nika Dawes. The sad reality of the situation is, Heroic, you've exceeded everybody's expectations. You've ran it into a decider best of 3 against the team that you pushed to the limit just days ago. But when push comes to shove, the returning champions return in better form. Because you're no longer just dealing with a world-class Monacy, but talent from top to bottom. They will use this entire round to talk for as long as they can.
Yeah. Because, yeah, it still isn't over, but it's so hard now. It is so hard. And it's so great to exceed expectations for yourselves and the sake of your team. But we've seen so many teams, you know, be very impressive.
Yeah.
But not get the result ever. And it's never too early. No, you want to take that run as soon as you can get it, so.
And I think what others have to remember, right, is
just because you have energy like that this tournament doesn't mean you're going to get better next one. It just means you're moving in the right direction.
Yeah, not wasting much time either. And just because they exceed our expectations doesn't mean they exceed their own. Self-doubt helps no competitor.